Ptsme, Trauma, Triumph, and Survival of the Small Town Cop by D.T. Hudson. Narrated by Dan Hudson. Disclaimer. The views and contents in this book do not necessarily represent the views of any specific agency or the United States. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process that he does not become a monster, for when you look long into the abyss also looks long into you. Ptsme. Prologue. I believe that the first step of a successful life is a foundation that is strong and able to withstand the changes unexpectedly thrown at us. Without a strong foundation, the integrity of everything it is built upon is compromised. In short, if you build your house in a mud puddle, expect to get wet. Even possessing a fairly firm foundation, I have regrets. Many of them. Some professional, some personal. One regret that I wanted to avoid, however, was missing the opportunity to tell the following stories. Hoping in the telling, I can help others who may be struggling with their own regrets. When I started this project, it was my intent to collect stories from my friends and colleagues. I certainly did not want this book to be just about me. There's so much more in this world than just my story. Initially, I decided to solicit experiences from my colleagues. Querying these people produced an overwhelming and positive response to the idea of this book. It seemed there would be no lack of material relating to the experiences in emergency services professions, regardless of their location. Everyone I spoke to seemed very excited to share some experience. After initial contact, I waited and waited for these stories to come flowing to me in written form. Instead of an endless trail of stories and material, I received nothing. At first, I was very confused. I had received such an overwhelming response and support from my colleagues when I contacted them about the project, but where were their stories? Giving much thought to the discordance between telling a story amongst colleagues and being willing to share a story with a wider audience, a light bulb turned on in my head. Perhaps the lack of material was because, unlike my colleagues, I had already started a journey towards facing these memories. And the others, they had not even left the starting line. As I write today, I learned an important lesson. Reliving one event, positive or negative, can uncontrollably bring memories of other events to your conscious mind. These other events may not even be related to your profession. It happens in our personal lives too. Even though my colleagues loved the idea of this book and wanted to share their own stories, that very stimulus of recalling a memory perhaps caused other memories to come alive. Memories that have been previously stored safely, deep inside. Those deep memories are not easy to revisit or share. This was so true for me until one amazing day. What I decided to do is humbly put myself out there. My hope is that a colleague reading this may be able to relate and understand what is happening or has happened to his or her own life. I also hope that the general public will have a greater understanding, perhaps even compassion, for those who have devoted their lives to helping others. Ptsme, Trauma, Triumph, and Survival of the Small Town Cop by D.T. Hudson. Narrated by Dan Hudson. Disclaimer. The views and contents in this book do not necessarily represent the views of any specific agency or the United States. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process that he does not become a monster, for when you look long into the abyss also looks long into you. Ptsme. Prologue. I believe that the first step of a successful life is a foundation that is strong and able to withstand the changes unexpectedly thrown at us. Without a strong foundation, the integrity of everything it is built upon is compromised. In short, if you build your house in a mud puddle, expect to get wet. Even possessing a fairly firm foundation, I have regrets. Many of them. Some professional, some personal. One regret that I wanted to avoid, however, was missing the opportunity to tell the following stories. Hoping in the telling, I can help others who may be struggling with their own regrets. When I started this project, it was my intent to collect stories from my friends and colleagues. I certainly did not want this book to be just about me. There's so much more in this world than just my story. Initially, I decided to solicit experiences from my colleagues. Querying these people produced an overwhelming and positive response to the idea of this book. It seemed there would be no lack of material relating to the experiences in emergency services professions, regardless of their location. Everyone I spoke to seemed very excited to share some experience. After initial contact, I waited and waited for these stories to come flowing to me in written form. Instead of an endless trail of stories and material, I received nothing. At first, I was very confused. I had received such an overwhelming response and support from my colleagues when I contacted them about the project, but where were their stories? Giving much thought to the discordance between telling a story amongst colleagues and being willing to share a story with a wider audience, a light bulb turned on in my head. Perhaps the lack of material was because, unlike my colleagues, I had already started a journey towards facing these memories. And the others, they had not even left the starting line. As I write today, I learned an important lesson. Reliving one event, positive or negative, can uncontrollably bring memories of other events to your conscious mind. These other events may not even be related to your profession. It happens in our personal lives too. Even though my colleagues loved the idea of this book and wanted to share their own stories, that very stimulus of recalling a memory perhaps caused other memories to come alive. Memories that have been previously stored safely, deep inside. Those deep memories are not easy to revisit or share. This was so true for me until one amazing day. What I decided to do is humbly put myself out there. My hope is that a colleague reading this may be able to relate and understand what is happening or has happened to his or her own life. I also hope that the general public will have a greater understanding, perhaps even compassion, for those who have devoted their lives to helping others. After conversations with some colleagues, one brave soldier shared his story. He experienced horror that most of us would just avoid. That horror continues to follow him today. Much to this hero's credit, he has found solutions through his own group. His need to protect his fellow soldiers and his family has never left. To his credit, he realized that his story may just do that, protect those whom he cares the most. This hero not only wanted to share his story, he has made it a goal to encourage other people to share their stories. The therapy of writing, actually thinking about what you're writing, and then reading it over and over again, is similar to prolonged exposure therapy. Memories forgotten appearing, making apparent the clutter that entangles us in our daily lives. I commend this soldier as he continues to be a warrior and a champion for those living in their own personal hell. I was contacted by a former colleague. He also expressed a desire to share some of his stories. I was enlightened after reading the soldier and my former colleague's stories. To my amazement, these two individuals could not be more opposite, but their struggles and mine are so much the same. I cannot help but think that there are more people out there with the same struggle. So many, in fact, it would warrant their own book with their own stories. I can only assume our stories may even help one person. I guess my goal will then be achieved. I'm not a doctor, therapist, or lawyer. I'm a cop that had some uncontrollable experiences that affected my life in many ways. I was reluctant to tell my story, as it is just that, my story. But I hope you find it interesting. I hope if you feel your own experiences in life have changed you in a negative way, or you feel an unwanted void in your life, this may help guide you to those that can help you find your answers. My goal, regardless of who you are or what you've experienced, is that someday you may want to share your story with me and others. The purpose of telling these stories is to make you laugh, cry, and help you understand the subculture of these not so everyday people in emergency and public service. You see, the story doesn't end after each individual experience. There are profound effects that last a lifetime. These effects have often been misunderstood, ignored, or whisked away by bravado and fear by those who have experienced them. I felt the same way until I learned what was happening to me. I proudly come from the ranks of these public servants. I don't claim to see, feel, or speak for anyone in these stories other than my own recollection. Many of these stories were reported by local and national media. I do not profess to know all the facts other than what I experienced, observed, remember, and reported. Some are clear and vivid. Others took years to explore and understand. Even though my goal is to present examples in my life that are reflective of the adversities and dangers experienced by others in emergency and public service, I have found that many of the most tragic and frightening stories cannot be shared due to the sensitivity of the situations and out of the respect for the victims. I hope, though, that these examples can serve as a catalyst towards understanding by the public and a sign of camaraderie to my sisters and brothers who may be struggling with their own stories but are fearful to share with others. I don't have answers, just experiences and how this path transformed me, good and bad. This book will give you no medical or legal advice. It's just me, a couple of my dear friends, and maybe it's you too. If it is you, please reach out. You have many brothers and sisters out there who understand and have similar stories. My intent is not to give away tactics, secret information, or other training used by law enforcement. Some of the information regarding names, places, dates, techniques is intentionally vague. It is important that specific information regarding these items be kept vague for safety reasons. You see, life goes on. There's still the cop on the beat, the agent or detective planning their next warrant. This is simply my story, from beginning to present. Part 1. The Boy. You have to start somewhere. Growing up in rural North Dakota has more advantage than people think. Sheltered from politics and big city crime, I was protected by a moral barrier that filtered out much of what was wrong in the world. It afforded me the opportunity to play sports, have personal relationships, responsibility, and entertain myself. Winters can be harsh in North Dakota, but like many old-school Norwegians say, "Ufta, it's cold, but it keeps the riffraff out," and a hearty, "Yeah, you betcha," is a common response. Indeed, it does get cold, but like a chapter in a book, the weather is only part of the whole story. I wouldn't have called myself an ignorant young man. I was more sheltered, perhaps more naive than anything. A church-going, God-fearing, flag-loving patriot of a boy that couldn't fathom what he would watch on evening news. To me, those news stories were just that, stories, not real events happening somewhere else in the world or country. As a teenager, I carried a knife every day and had a 30-06 rifle hanging in the back window of my pickup truck that was parked in the school parking lot. My truck was complemented by the other 20 vehicles in the same school parking lot with just as much firepower. We didn't do this to stop what now is coined an active shooters. We hunted before and after school. I am the son of a hardworking farmer and a nurse that made the sacrifice to stay home and support the farm while raising their children. We were fortunate to always have food on the table and our parents at home. It was a short drive of 10 miles to any of my friends' homes. I'm still very lucky to have both my parents, a brother, and a sister in my life. As I look back, this way of life made it much simpler to be happy. Granted, there were tragedies, sadness, deaths, turmoil, but a community like the one I grew up in was an extended family. They looked out for one another and were genuinely concerned. There is no perfect place on earth, and this was not it either. but it is part of my life, and I would not trade the lessons, good and bad, I learned growing up in rural North Dakota. I never planned to stay on the farm. I didn't even try to hide that I didn't have an interest in farming, nor would I had what it takes to be a successful farmer. As a middle child, I was a bit less reclusive than my siblings. I was looking forward to life's adventures and was excited to find out what life had in store. Like a lot of young adults that come from the small rural areas, life can be a bigger bite than expected. Luckily for me, I had one heck of an appetite. I've been called many things in my life: asshole, prick, brother, son, husband, dad, just to name a few. Eventually, I was called officer. I chose law enforcement as my profession out of sheer laziness. In college, I was a banking and financial services major until I joined the military in 1993. When I turned from my technical training, I asked my advisor what career or degree I had the most credit towards, because that was the major I would choose. At this point, the mystery of whichever career to choose was solved. Soon after graduating, I quickly learned that I needed to lose my cocky and lazy attitude if I was going to succeed in a career of law enforcement. In 1996, I landed my first cop job as an unpaid, part-time deputy working special events and in the jail. Between working loss prevention, guard drills, and going to the police academy to be a full-time officer, money was tight and the future was unknown. After a grueling series of tests and panel interviews, I eventually became a patrol officer for the Fargo Police Department in Fargo, North Dakota. Before I knew it, I had successfully completed the field training program and my 1-year probationary period. During this time, I had seen my first dead body, chased people down on foot, and testified in court. I knew it all, or so I thought. I was a 1-year veteran of the largest police department in North Dakota. This career I had chosen became more than a job. I lived, breathed, and focused on every aspect of law enforcement because I really thought I had found a home. The people I worked with on a daily basis were nothing short of extraordinary. I was an adult now with incredible responsibilities. My career, it had just begun. I had no idea how much this was about to change my life forever. But more about that later. Growing. I was one of the fortunate kids to have at least one parent home all of the time. Without that support, my story would be very different. More of a vagabond than the rest of my family, my adventurous demeanor would lead me to interesting things. Close calls were just considered the cost of being adventurous. During my younger years, our farm had 2 homes situated about 50 yards apart. We had our house, and we had Grandpa and Grandma on my father's side had their home. Dad and Grandpa farmed together. As time went on, Grandpa and Grandma decided to move to town. Grandpa would continue to farm, but would commute the short 7 miles west. They purchased a lot and bought a Rambler-style home. We sold our home to some neighbors and moved it into Grandpa and Grandma's old house. House movers lifted up our blue 2-story house, and just like that, the first part of my life literally left the driveway on a trailer pulled by a truck. Settled into our new home, I no longer shared a room with my brother. I was 7 years old and enjoyed my own space. It felt like everything was falling into place in my life. I had my own space, and I even had my own dog named Clover. He was a mean little elk hound with a tail similar to a scorpion. Clover hated 2 things in life: cats and bad weather. When bad weather was inevitable, the first sound of thunder would send him tearing southbound to a safe place under the overturned aluminum boat. I cannot imagine how loud it must have sounded underneath that old boat. Living on the plains of North Dakota, you can see for miles. Watching and listening to the sky becomes an important part of growing up here, and you become tuned in to Mother Nature as a young age. According to meteorological statistics, the location of our farm was in the path of an unusually large number of aggressive storms. These storms often have the ability to create deadly lightning, damaging hail, and tornadoes. In the summer of 1980, I was 7 years old. It was a hot and humid day, and our central air unit hummed away without a break. Like a painting in the sky, clouds began to organize themselves into various shapes. These shapes began to merge together into a larger, darker shapes. It was hypnotic watching Mother Nature paint this picture in the sky. The wind blew the sticky air in wavy holograms of sunlight. My father was working a field some distance away. The radio in our kitchen was on, playing the local station. A series of familiar beeps chimed as the announcer said that our area may be in for some bad weather in the next hour or so. This announcement happened so many times that rarely did any of us pay attention. Shortly after the announcement, the sun started to fade, which was odd considering it was still afternoon in the middle of summer. I could hear the radio traffic from our business band radio. This radio system allowed us to communicate via radio with one another regardless of which field my father or grandfather was working. Our trucks and tractors had radios, and the base station was located in the office area of our home. I heard Dad say something about the weather and that he would be heading home soon. Something felt wrong outside. The humidity had increased and the wind was now completely still. Suddenly, it was difficult to breathe. Each breath felt as if Mother Nature had placed a wet wash rag over our noses and mouths. The large clouds I admired earlier had now taken on a darker, more sinister form. Lightning shot violently from all parts of the clouds. I had been taught that a steady roll of thunder typically meant hail. I could see my father making the turn into our quarter-mile-long driveway. I was summoned back inside the house by my mother. The radio chimed with its familiar tone, and the announcer warned of severe weather. One announcement he made still baffles me. We have a tornado sighting and a severe weather announcement, but first, a word from our sponsor. Whoever that sponsor was that day must have paid some big bucks. As my father parked the tractor and made his way into the house, all hell broke loose. On the north side of our house, with its many tall and narrow crank-out windows, it got dark as night. First the wind, then the rain, followed by hail. I heard a rumble that turned into a roar. It sounded like a freight train was headed right at us. I remember seeing hail the size of softballs falling from the sky and bouncing off the ground. "Everyone to the basement!" A scream broke through the weather's noise. I don't know why, but I grabbed a silver motorcycle helmet and assumed the crash position in our basement. The rest of the family also took shelter throughout the lower half of our home. Even though my helmet was covering my ears, I could hear our house being assaulted by large hail. The sound of broken glass and the claps of thunder shook me to my core. As quickly as this hell had started, it passed. It seemed a lifetime had gone by, but surely it was a matter of minutes. As we emerged from our basement, the destruction of this powerful force of nature was revealed. The tall crank-out windows were all smashed, and the glass was strewn about our living room. Trees were down throughout our farm. The damage caused by the hail made tin buildings look as if some force had taken a hammer and dented them. The softball-sized hail had hit the ground with such force it caused the stones to bounce and impact our windows, shattering them. This was a mess, but it had just begun. The tornado appeared but lifted over our farm, saving us from much worse tragedy. The tornado wasn't done, though. It was building strength and headed right for our small hometown. I'm not a tornado survivor, more of a witness. I have seen them and I know how dangerous they are. On this day, I heard and felt it. Worse yet, I saw the damage one can cause. The tornado ripped through the small town. Witnesses at the cafe said they saw water sucked up like a vacuum from the swimming pool. The top of the elevator was missing. So was the neighbor's roof, next to Grandpa and Grandma's house. 2 young boys were caught out in the storm. Luckily, after being beaten by the large hail, both survived. Part of the high school gym was missing. Tornadoes can do some pretty strange things. One of Grandpa and Grandma's chairs from their deck was missing. The rest of the set was there, untouched. We never did find that chair. The outer wall of an old Civil War era fort, once used for protection from hostile forces, was also damaged. Every other post from the fence of the fort was laying on the ground. We were all very lucky that no one was killed. I will never forget the sounds and damage of this storm and what it caused. The tornado was not my only encounter with Mother Nature. I fear and respect her. On a similar day, just before the construction of a new garage to our farmhouse, I was standing on the concrete steps outside our home. I was about 9 years old and was watching the storm develop in the western sky. Lightning began, so I moved closer to the screen door that led into our utility room. The main storm seemed to be about 10 or so miles away, but I quickly learned lightning both precedes and follows storms. I felt the particles in the air electrify. It felt like static as the hair on my arms and my head came alive. A bright flash struck the end of our driveway. A visible ray shot past me on the ground about 3 feet from where I was standing. My mother grabbed me and pulled me through the screen door. An immediate explosion of thunder deafened everything around me. I was paralyzed and had never experienced anything like this before. To this day, I'm pretty good at predicting storms, but I do it from the safety of my living room. Loss. Oftentimes, as a child, one of life's inevitable lessons is loss. It may start with a family pet, or maybe something as simple as a foot race. For me, my experience of loss started with a classmate of mine. I was 10 years old and didn't understand why my friend couldn't do the things he used to do. Cancer seemed pretty foreign to me, especially when it was associated with a child. We used to play together when I stayed at Grandpa and Grandma's house. He liked magic tricks and playing jokes. One day, he was just not able to come to class. It had been some time since we had seen him in school. In the middle of the day, one of my other classmates' fathers, a local minister, came to our classroom. He tearfully announced that our classmate, my friend, had died. It felt like this was all a dream. As a parent now, I could not imagine the pain of my friend's parents and what they went through. The next lesson of loss happened shortly after the first. It involved my Grandpa John and my Grandma Adeline, my father's parents. Grandpa John was a short, stern man with a quick temper. Grandma Adeline, well, she was a hot mess. She loved shoes, clothes, and living a soap opera dream. I learned a great deal of my colorful language by watching the interaction between this pair. Most of this colorful language was learned by watching Grandpa John scold salesmen who would show up unannounced on our farm. He gave his opinion without filter, oftentimes to Grandma Adeline. Looking back, they could not have been more opposite of each other. As a young boy, I took a trip with them to North Carolina for my grandfather's Army reunion. I rode in the back of their car and really got to know both Grandpa John and Grandma Adeline. I saw Washington, D.C., Hershey, Pennsylvania, and a battlefield in Vicksburg, Pennsylvania. Grandpa was a spirited World War II veteran, tough and hard-headed. He seemed to never have any peace. One thing about Grandpa John, he was predictable. Whether it be his anger or opinion, you could feel the electricity in the air as the tension would build. The craziest thing he and Grandma Adeline did was purchase a winter home in Texas. I could not imagine Grandpa John making that type of commitment. For the longest time, he would talk about what a waste property like that was, and now he was part of that community. When I was a child, Grandpa John entered a different kind of war, which at the time was rarely won. Cancer. It transformed my Grandpa John from a stoic, tough-talking soldier to a smaller version of himself that slept most of the day. He pulled an oxygen tank with him wherever he went, which was never far from home. Toward the end, he spoke less than usual. When he did speak, it was a whisper. His hair had turned from dark to gray and then left him. Cancer eventually took Grandpa John. It was a dark dream to me, like the one experienced when losing my friend and classmate. Death and grieving were new to me, and in processing them, it felt more like a punch in my gut than an emotion. Between attending the prayer service and funeral, the process seemed to drag on to the point of torture. I didn't understand why it took so long to bury the dead. About an hour before my Grandpa John's funeral, I stood looking at the open casket. It was Grandpa John, kind of, but it really wasn't. 2 Army soldiers stood watch on each end of the casket. One of the local women from the church group asked me if I'd ever touched a deceased person before. She grabbed my hand and placed it on my Grandpa John's forehead. I wish she'd not have done that. There was no good that came from that act. To me, this was not Grandpa John. He'd moved on. I can only hope that he finally found some peace. What followed over the next 3 years was a tragic series of similar events. Grandpa John had 4 brothers. In those 3 years, 3 of those 4 brothers died similar deaths. Each funeral similar to the next. Each feeling similar to the last. I was growing to expect tragedy to strike. Each time was shocking, and I was getting sick of having to participate in these terrible events. When my great-uncle Jim, my Grandpa John's brother, was taking cancer treatment, I was about 11 years old. Jim had asked my parents if I would be able to ride with him to his treatments. His farm was approximately 3 miles south of our farm. He was afraid that he would fall asleep on the way back to his home. The hospital was about 35 miles away from his farm. Great-uncle Jim would pick me up early in the morning. I would accompany him to the hospital and his treatment. I would look around the waiting room and see these people suffering from a disease that they had already taken my friend and my Grandpa John. After his treatment, Great-uncle Jim would spend a considerable amount of time in the bathroom. Uncle Jim drove a silver Cadillac with a sloped back. It was ugly, but it had every option at the time. I really didn't have much going on at 11 years old, and this was a different kind of adventure. Uncle Jim was a bachelor and fighting cancer pretty much on his own. What transpired during a series of his treatments was a secret Uncle Jim and I shared. The reality about Uncle Jim's treatments is that it decimated him. He was hardly able to move after receiving each treatment. I built a bond with Uncle Jim as he taught me how to drive his silver Cadillac. On the way home, we would have to stop several times as he would get so ill. Great-uncle Jim did his own driving on the way to take his treatments. At 11 years old, I drove him back from the treatments, stopping just short of our farm. Then we would switch spots and he would drop me off. Even though we didn't speak much on these trips, I learned a lot from Uncle Jim. Grandma Adeline and I always spent a great deal of time together. Living next door during my early years, I quickly learned if I wanted something that I probably shouldn't have had, I went to her. If I was told no at home, I knew a cheerful yes would ring from her lips, and I would get what I wanted. When my brother had a birthday and got a present, I would surely also get a present from my Grandma Adeline. As a parent, I can see how this would be completely frustrating and unfair. As a child, I enjoyed the instant gratification of knowing that sticking out my bottom lip and complaining to Grandma Adeline would get me whatever I desired. In 1987, we received a terrible call. Another tragedy had befallen our family. Grandma Adeline was killed in a car accident near her winter home in Texas. I was told that a drunk driver had crashed into her vehicle. A large chunk of my life was taken in a short period of time. I resented the losses so much, but accepted that life was cruel and unforgiving. Confusion, anger, sadness, and fear followed me wherever I went following the death of so many loved ones. Organized sports became my outlet. Without them, my life would have turned out quite differently. Submitting to the notion that life was short, I moved forward in my own direction. I knew about loss. I didn't fear it any longer. I simply expected it. After so many tragedies so close together, I felt as if my family was being punished for something. I became very desensitized by the whole funeral process. For each respective funeral, I would critique the music, flowers, casket, and the food after the interment. It was a cold feeling inside, but I knew the funeral process. I was on a first-name basis with the funeral directors. These experiences transformed me into somewhat of a risk-taker. I viewed the world as rather temporary. I learned that life was incredibly short, not necessarily beautiful, and the end could come at any time. Looking back, I took an incredible amount of unnecessary risks in the name of sheer fun or just plain ignorance. It was not that I wanted to get hurt or die. Quite the opposite. I wanted to live and feel the excitement before life took me. The finer things in life. Watching a parent place their child in a timeout is something most people see on a regular basis. When I was growing up, punishing a misbehavior was a swift and, depending on where the person was, very public. It was not uncommon to see a child receiving a spanking in the middle of the mall during Christmas season. I want to be clear, I was not abused. I was disciplined, which included the occasional spanking. As the middle child, it was my duty to be the shit of the litter. I feel I lived up to that reputation. Any discipline I received was truly warranted. It always ended with a lesson in love, however. As I was writing this book, I asked my father if I could tell a classic tale of discipline that involved the two of us. He reluctantly consented. I wanted to write it before that consent was revoked. For this creative display of education to take place in today's society would be nothing short of impossible. Back then, however, I watched my father and the majority of other adults his age indulge in several cigarettes a day. I thought nothing of it. There was a smoking lounge almost everywhere, including church. People smoked in their cars, homes, and in high schools. My pediatrician couldn't finish an exam without a smoke break. My father's brand, it was Vantage. I knew where he kept these mysterious little sticks of fire. I decided one day that I wanted to try out what everyone else was doing. I noticed these cigarettes were Vantage Light, indicating they must be a healthier choice. I took a pack of my father's cigarettes and sneaked outside. Why I didn't go further, I have no idea. I walked about 30 feet from our house and hid by a tree. With lighter in hand, I lit that cigarette and took a puff. No offense to Vantage brand cigarettes, but it was pretty bad. What I didn't know was I was busted. Apparently, the tree did not conceal the plume of smoke rolling out from behind it. I was called to the front step to answer for my transgressions. What would my punishment be? I was about 8 years old at the time, a little old for a spanking. Like a judge in a black robe, my father handed down my sentence. I was told to smoke what was left in the pack until they were all gone. Surely he thought this would make me so sick I would never want to smoke again. I grabbed one and lit up. I asked my father, "So how do the crops look this year?" I think it took him off guard because we proceeded to have a lengthy conversation about planting and harvest. When I reached the last cigarette, my head was buzzing, but I was still on my feet. This was not having the effect that my father was hoping for. Already committed to this punishment, my father dug out a cigar. He lit it up and he handed it to me. I was to finish this as well. Cigars take a long time to smoke. If someone would have had a camera at the time, they would have seen a father sitting on the steps of a house watching his son carry out his required punishment while the son was smoking a cigar and riding his bicycle. Needless to say, I think he made his point because he actually stopped smoking after this punishment. As for me, I don't smoke cigarettes, but I do enjoy a fine cigar on occasion. The Elmer. My grandparents on my mother's side could not have been more different than those on my father's side. My grandpa's real name was Harry, but he went by Elmer. His hair was white as snow. His sneaky grin was enough to make you wonder what he was thinking. His wife, Grandma Doris, was a gem. Their home always smelled of baked apples coated with cinnamon sugar. Grandpa Elmer and Grandma Doris lived in a small house in a historic town. Next door was a vacant building once used by cowboys and transient soldiers. On the exterior of the building, a person could still read, Golden West Hotel. It was a large, spooky building that consumed the entire lot of which it rested. Behind the Golden West Hotel was Grandpa Elmer's garden. Grandpa Elmer's garden was always lush, as if he had a personal relationship with each seed. What was most incredible about Grandpa Elmer's garden was it was located on the ground of a former ancient junk pile of the Golden West Hotel. The beauty of that garden on such an unlikely foundation is testament to the fact that whatever Grandpa Elmer did, he was quietly the best. I love baseball. My brother and I were playing catch in Grandpa Elmer's backyard one summer day. He was push mowing and saw us tossing the ball back and forth. He shut the mower off and walked up to my brother. "I will show you a couple of pitches that will really get them," he said. My brother handed Grandpa Elmer the ball. How bad could this be? My 75-year-old grandpa was going to throw the ball at me and I was going to catch it like I'd done a million times before. Grandpa Elmer turned his engineer's hat to the side and proceeded to conduct a windup as if he were a major league closer. He launched the ball in my direction. My eyes began tracking this white orb hurling at my own head, then my arm, then my head again. I closed my eyes and held my glove open to try and protect my face. The ball smacked the leather as it dug into my glove. It was terrifying. "Toss it back," he said. I reluctantly tossed the ball back to Grandpa Elmer. "This one I call the old roundhouse," he proudly exclaimed. Holy crap, now he's naming pitches. I didn't know if what I witnessed was even physically possible. The ball corkscrewed at me like a curly fry. I just dove out of the way. Grandpa Elmer was an amazing pitcher. When Grandpa Elmer and Grandma Doris got older, my brother and I pulled our mower on a trailer to their house. Every time we mowed their lawn, my brother and I had an argument. We didn't get paid cash for mowing, but instead, Grandpa Elmer took one of us in his car uptown to the local grocery store for soda and a candy bar, while the other continued to mow. Let me be clear, Grandpa Elmer should not have been driving. We would slowly travel down the street and come upon a stop sign for Main Avenue. Apparently the stop sign was a mere suggestion for Grandpa Elmer because we would always float right through it. It was a 3-block ride of terror. One day, we had safely made it to the parking spot outside the store. Grandpa Elmer parked next to the sheriff's department squad car. Considering that no respectable Department of Transportation person would pass this vehicle as safe for transportation on a public road, I was a bit concerned. To make matters worse, I was certain that the vehicle tabs expired a good decade prior to our most recent trip. Insurance? I didn't even want to know. Grandpa Elmer looked at the sheriff and gave him a grin, and the sheriff said, "Afternoon, Elmer," and pulled away. Grandpa Elmer was the master of whatever he did. You never knew what Grandpa Elmer knew. He would just surprise you with the talent out of nowhere. One day, he just stood up from a crossword puzzle he was working on, walked up to a piano, started playing, and sang a song. I wish I would have gotten to know Grandpa Elmer better. All too soon, he passed away after working in his garden. He came in from outside, sat down in his favorite recliner. He turned on his favorite program, Little House on the Prairie. Grandpa Elmer closed his eyes and went to sleep, never to awake again. He was even able to master dying. Go-karts and other dangerous things. Whether or not you believe in God, angels, guardians, or the supernatural, I'm fairly certain that whoever is protecting me typically has a hand on their forehead in disgust. I learned to drive at a very young age. One of the best projects my brother and I shared with our father was building of a go-kart. It was an innovative design, and it's still in my brother's possession to this day. We rode this go-kart all over the farm. Driving down our long driveway as fast as we could, we would lock up the brakes and spin around on the gravel. One summer, the county had just paved the road at the end of our driveway. I left the yard on the go-kart. I had the throttle wide open, headed towards the end of the driveway as I'd done so many times before. I would get to the end of the driveway and U-turn on the new pavement. I was nearing the end of the driveway when I heard a voice in my left ear. "Hey, Dan!" The voice was my own, loud and clear. I looked to the left, and coming quickly was a white touring motorcycle headed westbound. Someone, from somewhere, warned me of this oncoming motorcycle. If I would have completed my U-turn, I would have been T-boned by a large motorcycle. I have a belief in where the voice came from. Others may draw their own conclusions. I can tell you this, though. I was being looked after and was very grateful. Didn't ride that go-kart again for some time after that near miss. Motorcycles have always been a part of my life, even as a child. I started my motorcycle riding on quite a machine. An early 1970s model Yamaha Mini Enduro. This 60cc powerhouse propelled me screaming forward at top speeds in excess of 28 miles per hour. Equipped with a headlight and horn, this little gem taught me many valuable lessons. Of course, my older brother had to have a bigger and faster motorcycle. One of our favorite activities was to play chase. Having a long driveway and a good-sized farm makes conditions ideal for a good game of motorcycle chase. Make no mistake, there were rules set forth by our parents. Not going under the guide wires that were attached to the telephone poles and ground was one of them. I found that going under the guide wires was a pretty effective way to escape my brother's larger, more powerful motorcycle. Although I had a smaller motorcycle, I learned that maneuverability in tight spaces often gave me an advantage. He would often chase me into open areas where I was clearly easy prey. Sometimes I would head to the grain bin site where I could lose him in a maze of metal. The grain bin site contained several tall, round, metal structures that stored grain. In between each bin, there was a walking path. My little Enduro fit perfectly. I had the paths memorized and would zip through the maze and appear on the other side. One day it was my turn to chase my brother. I did not realize that he had honed his skills at riding through this maze. He had to ride very slowly through the maze as the handlebars of his larger motorcycle nearly touched each bin as he passed. Not so for me. I had the throttle open. As I gained on him this particular day, he turned around and grinned at me. Through my experience, this meant that he had a plan and I was about to be the recipient of some clever trick. On the top of the grain bins there were augers. Ropes hung down to the ground that, when pulled, opened slides for samples of each commodity. As he passed by one of the ropes, he grabbed it and flung it outward. I was coming fast at him and couldn't stop. The rope caught the wind, and it seemed to wait for me. It caught my right handlebar, stopping my mini bike and sending me flying. This was not my first wreck, and other than a little dent in my pride, I was uninjured, but we played for keeps. As tables turned, I was now the prey. The bottom of our ditch had not yet been mowed. My goal was to get to the tall grass and sit there hiding and waiting. The mini bike took off as fast as it could. As I approached the road, I looked behind me only to see my brother rounding a corner. I looked forward and realized I was not where I thought I was. The driveway stood about 8 feet above a ditch. A person could easily climb one side and safely roll down the other side of the driveway, except for one spot. There was a culvert that allowed water to flow under the road from one side of the ditch to another. The ditch had a gradual slope on one side and it was straight down on the other. I was already up the slope side and headed straight for the downside. The mini bike didn't fly like the General Lee on the Dukes of Hazzard. It simply went across the road and dropped straight down. I landed with a thud and both tires exploded as they impacted the ground. The bike was still running and I sat in head-tall weeds with my mouth wide open. If, as a man, you could imagine falling 8 feet onto a metal gas tank, groin first, you can probably imagine why my mouth was wide open. After some time to recover, I emerged from the tall grass pushing my mini bike. I don't believe I ever rode that little mini bike again. I needed something bigger and faster. This incident could easily have been fatal, but at least it didn't happen under a guide wire. Snowjet. Snowmobile, snow machine, call it what you will. The slang term in the Northland is sled. Living where there's large amounts of snow, snowmobiles zip up and down the snow-covered road where most vehicles cannot travel. On some occasions, they may even be the only mode of transportation available due to the large volumes of snow. The snowmobile is like a motorcycle for winter conditions. It is an engine that powers a rubber track guided by a series of wheels and rails. The handlebars are connected to a set of skis which steer the snowmobile left or right. Steering is not an exact science. Like a boat, a snowmobile does not immediately turn when the driver moves the handlebars. The machine slides and slowly makes the turn. Drivers must plan their turns well in advance to avoid missing their target. We had a snowmobile called a Snowjet. It was old, took forever to start, but once running, was blue lightning bolt across the white plains. After sitting all summer, trying to get this Snowjet to run was always a daunting task. The sled sat behind our house all summer long. When it was finally winter and time to start the process of getting it to run, it would be an all-day event. After hours of pulling on the starting rope, disassembling the carburetor, drying the spark plugs, patience and tempers became very thin. A new accessory on our Snowjet one year was a crack in the fiberglass hood. If I had taken my father's boot and placed it in the crack, it would miraculously have been a perfect match. After some physical abuse and curse words, the Snowjet came to life, despite the crack. What do kids do when it's 0 degrees Fahrenheit and there's 3 feet of snow? In my day, we got creative with the Snowjet. Tying a rope to the rear of the sled, we attached our aluminum saucer. There were 2 holes in the top of the aluminum saucer that the rope snaked through perfectly. I wore my warmest gear and strapped a crash helmet to my head. My brother gunned the Snowjet, and off we went. It's a strange sensation being pulled 50 miles an hour over the snow. There's not much sound other than the sled grinding across the snow. The ride was faster than I expected. I could hear my own whimpers as we entered into the open field. Like a motorboat pulling an inflatable tube, my brother began a slow series of turns that became faster and faster. Centrifugal force tried to tip me over, but I leaned the opposite direction to counterbalance nature's effect. Every bump of hard snow felt like a hammer on my rear. As I crossed over the gravel road, sparks from the metal on rock began to fly as if someone were twirling fireworks on the 4th of July. We coined this mover cracking the whip. Eventually I succumbed to the force and ended up flying off the sled. I must have slid for 30 yards until I came to a stop. It was just the beginning of this exciting game. Riding on a sled behind the snowjet wasn't always terrifying. One day my brother pulled me around the farm and then started on a trail through some trees. As he passed through the trail, I noticed the distance between the trees was beginning to drastically narrow. This was concerning because my aluminum death disc was slightly wider than the snowjet. Traveling about 50 miles per hour, the snowjet narrowly cleared the last two trees. The rope connecting me to the sled was approximately 25 feet long. Approaching the narrow passage, I put my head down. I felt the impact on both sides of the aluminum disc. Bouncing quickly from one side of a tree and ricocheting off the next, I was folded into an aluminum taco. The aluminum disc had folded like a crisp taco shell, and I was its contents. A person would think that whoever was driving the snowmobile would quickly stop. Apparently my brother was laughing too hard to consider that option. Thank goodness the rope snapped, or I probably would have continued to be dragged like a spinnerbait trying to lure a northern pike to bite a hook. I'm pretty sure you cannot buy these aluminum sleds anymore. I've seen similar sleds, but they're not near the quality. There's probably a good reason that local stores don't carry them. But if I ever come across one, I'll own it. The original taco spinner sled is in my brother's house and it hangs on the wall. The crease is still evident from the taco incident, along with the other wounds in its armor from the miles of torture that we both endured. When I sit in that room, I stare at that sled, and it brings back memories of a less complicated time. I guess in many ways, that old dented sled and I, well, we have quite a bit in common. Independence Day. From what I know, fireworks production is a regulated industry. The power of ladyfinger firecrackers and black cat bottle rockets seems to have changed over the years. I'm not an explosives expert, but it just does not seem you get your bang for your buck when it comes to the power of fireworks. There are videos currently online where young people are having fireworks war with Roman candles. To the inexperienced eye, one may think this is probably an absolutely horrible idea. They may be right. I have a tough time watching these videos because I laugh so hard my eyes fill with tears. I know it's not safe, but it takes me back to our annual fireworks battles. Every 4th of July, I would receive a small stipend to purchase my fireworks. It was a good lesson in economics. I had a certain amount of cash and I could buy several little things, or a couple of large displays and call it good. I would methodically make my way up and down the fireworks stand's aisles, picking out items that I could use to defend my fort. My brother would do the same. We would combine each respective inventories with our neighbors. It would be the older kids against the younger kids, as it always has been. As the years of these wars progressed, so did the dirty tactics. Because we lived on a farm, there was no shortage of improvised items to employ as weapons. Typically, there were two forts about 150 feet apart. Endless bottle rockets would be shot back and forth. Smoke bombs would occasionally obscure the land in between the two forts. PVC piping fashioned into gun barrels gave us the best chance of accuracy in case of a full-on frontal assault. The battle would continue until all fireworks had been exhausted. These battles were planned all year. Being captured, well, that meant certain torture. And that torture could include what we now know as waterboarding or interrogation involving an electric fence, which is really meant to keep the cattle at bay. The last battle we would ever have was between my older brother and his friends. My friends and I had taken great pains in fortifying our castle. As in the past, bottle rockets pelted the castles. Occasionally a bottle rocket would clear a wall and would be met with a screech of pain as it exploded. We'd become smart, conserving our supplies. It was clear that our opponents were running low on their inventory. We decided to unload on them. With the fury of hell, we pummeled their castle. During a short break in the action, something hit against the front wall of our castle. It didn't explode, nor did it make a whooshing sound as it approached. My friend, he made the fateful decision. He decided he was going to investigate this mysterious sound. As he rose, it happened. With a loud splattering sound, his pale skin turned to brown. Our enemies had resorted to the use of biological weapons. More specifically, they had shovels and were throwing cow manure at us. We had nothing left to respond. Our supplies were depleted from the last assault. I needed to respond to this horrendous act. I grabbed a board and angled it in the direction of our foes. They were standing confidently with their shovels in hand. I took one of our last firecrackers and placed it on the board. Looking around the ground, I found a small rock. I placed that rock on the firecracker and lit the fuse. With a small snap, the rock hurled uncontrollably towards the poop-tossing enemies. With a dull thud, the rock impacted the enemy, knocking him to the ground. I don't know who won that battle. I do know that it was probably good this would be the final battle. As we were getting older, we graduated to BB guns, but that's a whole different story. Bathtubs and such. It could be stated with certainty, where I grew up influenced the lens through which I see the world. Living on a grain farm 7 miles from the nearest town, population 103, one must hone their creative skills. There was not satellite TV, internet, or pay-per-view. It's hard to think I could live without them today. Instead, I took to drawing, writing, rearranging my room, and building with Legos. Sports were also great releases, and I look forward to being tortured by 2-a-day practices. You may not think this is possible, but my high school class consisted of about 14 people. I use the word about because students would come and go on a regular basis. In a school this size, where often there were under 100 students, teachers, and other staff, everyone develops much closer relationships than is possible at a bigger school. Just by the small size, it's easy for students to learn personal details of their teachers' lives. It was a laid-back type education. There was a relationship of trust between parents, teachers, and students. Parents trusted the teacher to educate. The teachers trusted the parents to provide their children with the values of respect, discipline, and hard work. The students trusted if they screwed up, the teachers and parents would be a united front. Recently, I did a brief volunteer substitute teaching gig. It's clearly not that way anymore. We've lost those valuable relationships somewhere. The vast majority of students in my high school came from farms within 4 small communities. Next to study hall, shop was the premier class to take as a senior. I can say with confidence that I do not believe I ever fixed, built, drew, or created anything of value in shop class. What was created were hours of laughter, fun, mixed with quite a bit of danger. I was not very good with engines, mediocre at woodworking and welding, but for the most part, excelled at independent living. The high school was situated in the center of town. The football field was immediately to the west and ran parallel to the railroad tracks. The railroad tracks led to the grain elevator. The elevator was a busy place. Throughout the day, grain trucks would be dumping their commodities, leaving only to return to dump more. The post office and fire hall were across the street. The small cafe and swimming pool were on the east side of town. For a small town, it was a hub of activity. Small engine class had very little supervision, which is what made it absolutely awesome. Walking into the shop one day, I saw the Holy Grail. I don't know who owned this death machine, but what sat before me was a cast iron bathtub painted yellow. Now, this was no ordinary bathtub. It was the fastest tub around. Attached to the tub was a framework, set of wheels, foot controls, and handlebars. A makeshift seat sat in the center of the tub. This is the best thing I'd ever seen. The owner had affixed a Suzuki 750cc motorcycle engine to the rear. That seems to be a bit excessive, I thought. For fuel, a small beer keg fed the Suzuki motor. The students had been working on this project for some time. And what good is a project without a test drive? I don't know if students these days would get away with the types of risks we took in the name of shop class. I would like to think that when I took the bathtub for a test drive, I was being safe. I mean, I took the time to run to my locker and get my football helmet. Like NASA gearing up for the space shuttle launch, I mounted the tub. The shop door slowly opened, revealing this creation to the world. A group of students rolled the tub, containing me and my life, to the launch pad. The road outside the high school was paved, straight, and flat. This was happening. My flight plan was to keep it on the road and not die. The engine fired up, and the tub shook with anger. It was louder than I expected. Because this was a motorcycle engine and transmission, I had to shift it with my feet. There was a nut lying at my feet into the bathtub. Couldn't help but wonder where that little thing belonged. Too late to worry about that little detail. I shifted into first gear, released the clutch, and the bath began to slowly move forward. I steered onto the street and in a short time turned onto a county road a short distance out of town. The engine hummed as I headed towards the interstate. I was in about fourth gear when I met my first vehicle. The vehicle nearly crashed at the sight of my moving bathtub. I had no speedometer, but I estimated I was traveling approximately 45 miles per hour. I had a couple more gears to go should I need them. I heard a clank as I barreled down the road. It was that nut rolling around in the bottom of the tub. Yeah, still no time to worry about that now. I nearly reached the overpass by the interstate when I decided to turn around. I'd traveled about 2 miles. Afraid that something was going to have an accident by staring at this guy wearing a football helmet and driving a motorized bathtub, it was time to head back. A grain truck went by and didn't seem to notice me sitting on the approach. I pulled in behind the truck and began my brief journey back to home base. The grain truck was driving slowly. I could see that there was no one coming in the opposite lane of traffic. I wonder if anyone has ever passed a grain truck in a bathtub before, I pondered. I shifted to fifth gear, then to sixth. Pulling into the passing lane, the engine screamed as I drove past the grain truck. The bumps on the road vanished and everything became smoother. I was in the power band and wondered if I may have crashed and was on a divine journey towards heaven. I hope not, as I didn't know what St. Peter would say about me showing up at the gates of heaven in a motorized yellow bathtub. For those of you that know me, it may not seem too far-fetched. Looking to my right, I saw the grain truck driver looking down at me, looking away and looking at me again. His eyes were wide with amazement and maybe some confusion. It's one of those looks that a mother gives a child just after they decide to paint the wall with her favorite lipstick. The bathtub flew past the grain truck. I didn't bother using the required hand signals to indicate my next lane change. I steered the bathtub towards the landing pad next to the high school. I don't know how fast I was traveling, but it was fast enough to make me question my sanity a little. It could be said that slowing down in life will make you live longer. I cannot disagree. It can also be said that brakes are an essential item on any vehicle, be it a car, bicycle, or motorized cast iron bathtub. The bathtub had brakes. Kind of. I came in hot. Too hot. The smell of burning something and the winding down of the powerful engine filled my nostrils and ears. I downshifted to a stop just short of the concrete building. The sweat was running down my face under the football helmet. It was a rush and I was addicted. I would learn later in life that these situations are called unnecessary risks. If a person survives them, though, well, they're what make great stories. As the bell rang and the period ended, there was a sense of accomplishment. When I got home, my mother asked if there's anything new in my life. I did not tell her that I had traveled at the speed limit in a makeshift motorized bathtub. I did not die doing this, and the act surely would go down in school history. I also passed a grain truck in the bathtub, likely causing the driver to question what he saw and if he should be driving at all. I just said, No, not so much. Oh, as for that nut rolling aimlessly on the floor of the bathtub vehicle, its only function was to hold the steering column in place. Someone needed to fire the person responsible for the pre-flight check for that potential mishap. I did share this story with my parents sometime later, safely out of the parental statute of limitations for punishment purposes. Some may ask, where was the shop teacher during this time? After he helped push the bathtub to the launch pad, he was out for a smoke. That's small town USA, and I don't know if it exists anymore. Idle hands. How does that saying go? Idle hands are the devil's workshop? Well, I wouldn't say some of the shenanigans that we pulled were directed from the devil. I would attribute it more to creativity and boredom. We didn't have movie theaters or arcades within 40 miles. We had to entertain ourselves. Unfortunately, some of that entertainment came with risks. When I was 18 years old, I really didn't think much about risk. I thought about the sheer boredom and how to fight it by living in a remote part of the country. Helping out on the family farm is a daily responsibility. Heavy rains are something that will bring farming operations to a temporary halt. When things were at a halt, I searched for things to do. It had rained for about 3 days straight. The ditches that surrounded the gravel roads were full of water. Short on funds but rich on creativity, I called up a couple of my friends to see what they had planned for the evening. Dave was and still is a lifelong friend. He had his own house, which seemed to be the local hangout for many of the other farm kids, especially in the evening hours. This warm summer evening, it was just Dave, Jim, and me. Dave didn't have cable, there was no internet, but he did have a truck. After some regular banter, we made the decision to create our own type of fun. Like a quick vote in an executive boardroom, we all decided to try something we're sure no one else had ever done before. The sun was just descending below the horizon. The rain had stopped, and the ground was like a wet sponge. Dave, he was a talented water skier. Jim was a talented driver of many vehicles. Me, I was just along for the ride. Grabbing a water ski and some rope, we piled into Dave's Chevy truck and tore out of his yard. We didn't drive far when we found the perfect spot, a ditch full of fresh water that stretched at least a mile. Dave hopped out and waded into the water waist deep. I grabbed the other end of the rope and hooked to the ball hitch of the Chevy truck. Dave's head was sticking out of the water like a turtle out of its checking out its surroundings. I hopped in the bed of the truck facing Dave. With Jim in the driver's seat, I told him, "Hit it." Like the true water skier that he was, Dave popped right out of the water. We were off, making history, 1 mile of water-filled ditch at a time. Jim was driving about 15 miles per hour when we saw another vehicle headed our way. When the driver of the vehicle met us on the narrow gravel road, they nearly hit the opposite ditch. The sight of a Chevy truck pulling a water skier in a ditch full of water was surely a sight to behold. We made a couple more passes that evening, not realizing that something bad could have easily happened, like Dave's ski catching some debris or a metal culvert. But proud of our accomplishment, we headed back to Dave's house. We all thought that no one in the world would have ever tried such a stunt. Years later, with the popularity of video cameras and the internet, we realized that special night wasn't so special at all. Apparently, there were other people in the world that were just as bored as we were. The lake. Most people have that one place where some of your best memories become engraved in your mind. Mine was the lake. This wasn't just any lake. This was the best and worst idea ever. Dave's parents owned a lake home on a large Minnesota lake. We went there nearly every available weekend. Dave's parents did not go there. We were responsible kids, but we also loved to push the limit with our fun. What better place to push the limit than a lake home of which we had free reign? The lake house was a meeting place for parties, small groups of friends, and no adult supervision. We had access to personal watercraft, boats, and other toys that may not even dream of letting their teenagers touch. Our weekends consisted of mini tacos, onion rings, water skiing, and general horseplay. Was there beer? It's the lake. There's always beer. It was a hot Saturday evening in July that one of the funniest things I had ever seen took place. A small gathering had quickly turned into about 25 people of various ages having a great time at the lake house. Jim and I were low-key guys. We just kind of kept to ourselves and enjoyed people watching. One of the guys at the lake house that night had been trying desperately to impress one of the girls. His name was Derek, and he was known for his suave approach to women. Derek had been telling this girl all of the right things that night. Those words, combined with some liquid courage and encouragement, appeared to be having his desired effect on the young lady. Jim and I situated our lawn chairs in the front of the lake house. This was our favorite time of day. The sun would set over the water and the lake would reflect the colors like a mirror. Because it was near July 4th, distant fireworks reflected off the water as they cleared the treetops, exploding to various colors. The sun set quickly, and the darkness began to fall upon us. Jim and I were on our second pack of cigarettes. We had found a stash of fireworks and would randomly shoot one off in the name of freedom. As it became darker, the group inside became louder. I liked sitting outside because I did not like crowds. That's when I noticed a couple of people leaving the lake house. Derek had long blonde hair. Even in the darkness, I could see it was him. With him was the young lady that he'd been hunting all evening. It appeared that Derek had worn her down and she had succumbed to his loving words. Jim and I watched as he removed his shirt as they walked to the end of the boat dock. I had a good idea what was about to transpire in the boat we used for water skiing. I was not going to be the one to clean up that mess. Jim apparently was thinking the same thing. After watching the two silhouettes at the end of the dock, the young lady hopped into the boat. Derek was struggling to get a knot in his swimsuit drawstring undone. After a short struggle, Derek's shorts were off. In case you didn't know, light colors reflect light. The funny thing about the human body, especially in the summer, is what the sun doesn't touch stays extremely white on a Caucasian. Before Jim and I stood a full moon, but not the moon that we all enjoy on that hot July evening. This was Derek's moon, and it looked like two soft white light bulbs glowing in the darkness. To Jim, well, it was the perfect target. Jim usually doesn't say much, and tonight was no exception. He just let out a little giggle and produced a bottle rocket from the fireworks stash. He slowly held it up to his cigarette and lit the fuse. The sparks danced like a welder placing a hot bead on a fresh piece of steel. Jim leaned back in his lawn chair, pointed the bottle rocket in the direction of Derek's white ass, and waited. With a loud swoosh, the bottle rocket was on its way to the intended target. It reminded me of the Patriot missiles we saw on television during the first Gulf War. Now, bottle rockets are notoriously inaccurate. I don't know where this bottle rocket came from, but it must have had smart technology. As the sparks streamed toward Derek's white ass, it looked like a tracer round from an M60 machine gun. The bottle rocket flew straight and true, and the moment it contacted Derek's flesh, it exploded. Sounds tend to carry over water. On a quiet night, you can make out conversations from clear across the lake. I can say with reasonable certainty that Derek's screams were heard in the next county, maybe even the real moon. "Bullseye!" Jim exclaimed. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. Jim calmly sat there like he knew exactly what was going to happen from the second he lit the fuse. I was laughing so hard I was hyperventilating. The young lady jumped out of the boat and ran back up to the lake house. Derek was still down on the dock. And I mean down. Jim and I were still laughing. Poor Derek. He thought he was going to make his mark on yet another young lady. Unfortunately for him, all he received was a painful burn on his left butt cheek. I don't know if Derek ever figured out it was Jim that shot him with the bottle rocket. but it was truly one of the funniest things I'd ever seen happen. I loved the lake and I never wanted these days to end. But they did. On the move. I got up early that day. It was cold. The ground was white with snow. With 2 years of college under my belt, I had unknowingly set the wheels in motion that would define a great deal of my life. Today was the day I left for military basic training. Considering I spent the prior evening cross-country skiing in foot-deep snow, some warm San Antonio, Texas weather sounded nice. I won't go into detail about basic military training. For me, it was rather uneventful. Like Forrest Gump, it was easy for me to simply do what I was told. What can be said is that basic training, regardless of the branch, is a complete culture shock. If it was a new concept, it would probably be promoted as a hit reality television show. People from all over the United States are put into a room to live together for many weeks. These people have different values, beliefs, and quite a bit different views on work ethics. There were people that had accents I couldn't even understand. There were fights, big and physical fights. I think it's part of the whole process, because like a well-oiled machine, in the end, everyone seemed to be on the same team and the page when we graduated. After basic training, I came back home to start my life. The plan was to find a job and finish my last 2 years of college. I wanted that bachelor's degree. The military offered the benefits and tools that I needed to achieve that goal. I found a quiet one-room efficiency in the north part of the city. You could call it 2 rooms if you count the bathroom. I had a hot plate for a kitchen, a small fridge, and a daybed. It was perfect. I loved guard drills. I was a combat arms training and maintenance instructor. CADM. We were assigned to the Security Forces flight, wore bright red baseball caps that read Combat Arms in bold black letters. I felt a sense of family with my guard unit. I loved my job as an armor and instructor. Hours of practice gave me confidence in my marksmanship and instructional abilities. Receiving a small paycheck was also a great perk. The 1984 Pontiac Grand Prix I drove in high school still ticked along, so I had no vehicle payment. The small commission check from my job and treadmill and exercise equipment sales paid for food and rent. This wouldn't make me rich, but I was maintaining, and more importantly, stable. Guns and stuff. Just because a person is good at something doesn't necessarily mean that they're in love with it. There are people that are awesome at listening to others, for example, and then they offer guidance and advice. Some of those people cannot stand listening to another person's problems, but they do it because it helps others, and they just happen to be good at it. My talent seemed to be marksmanship. It was a challenge and a perishable skill. Years of shooting as a child, almost daily, honed my marksmanship skills. Shooting, like many sports, always gave an opportunity for an improvement. My dad still tells the story of how upset my mother would get at me because I would shoot the clothespins off the wire of her clothesline. Considering my rural upbringing, guns were more a part of life than just a topic at a party gathering. Everyone had them, everyone used them for either hunting or home defense. The thought of someone taking a gun and using it to enter a building or a school to inflict harm upon others was not even conceivable. It may come as a surprise to those that know me, but for all the years of shooting and training, guns were mere tools and really provided me no interest. Shooting is like knowledge. I thought of it as a honed skill that could keep me alive and protect others. Other than that, I don't dream about shooting perfect scores or owning the latest gun. I can hold my own with the best of them at shooting competition, but if I never participated in the activity, I'd be fine with that. Make no mistake, I have several guns, and one is with me nearly everywhere I go. More importantly, I know how to use each and every one of them. Fortunately, my career allows me to arm myself. Anything can happen, and it's a big, bad world out there. Deputy Dan. An opportunity arose out of the blue, or in this case, brown. In the newspaper classified section, the sheriff's office was looking for applicants to be part-time reserve deputies. Essentially, the sheriff's office would provide all of the necessary training to become part-time peace officer for their department. Candidates would work in the jail with a deputy, but were needed primarily for special events. It was truly my first taste of authority versus the public. In a small community such as this, oftentimes authority involves the enforcement of laws against people you've known your entire life. I was okay with that challenge. I applied, interviewed, and didn't even come anywhere close to getting the position. After about 4 or 5 months, the advertisement came out again. This time I was more prepared and was selected. The class I started with are primarily now full-time officers, deputies, or federal agents. And there's surely one from the group who will become sheriff of the county of which I was given my first taste of civilian law enforcement. But at that time, all I knew I was Deputy Dan and had a part-time peace officer license ready to take on the world. USA. Growing up watching the Olympics was always fascinating. So when my first true deployment came up, it seemed more of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity than work. It was the summer of 1996 and the Olympics were held in Atlanta, Georgia. My unit was given the opportunity to be part of the supplemental security force in support of the Olympic operations. After 2 years as a volunteer deputy, I'd not even left the state. Being part of a security at the Olympics was an opportunity to not only see but be part of history. My unit hummed down to Atlanta on a C-130 military transport plane. We were herded through long lines and given credentials. The anticipation of what venue we would be supporting made my heart race. We were then transported to our barracks on a bus. The barracks weren't barracks at all. The barracks was an old airline training facility full of bunk beds. Inside the building was a massive open room the size of a closed Kmart. It was dark because people were working different shifts. The air was stale and smelled of foot powder, Bengay, and mold. This would be our home for the deployment. It didn't matter. It was the Olympics. The day finally came when we were told what venue we would be supporting. I was in full anticipation mode. Would it be track and field? Or maybe basketball? This was the year of the dream team. Please let it be basketball. Not even close. The expression on my face was probably like the first runner-up at the Miss USA competition. Not so happy. Women's field hockey was my assignment. Thinking apparently out loud, I said, I don't even know what the hell that is. Hey, no offense to field hockey athletes around the world, but being from North Dakota, it just isn't on the list of extracurricular activities. In North Dakota, hockey is typically associated with stinky gloves, emotional fans, and ice. Field hockey or not, this is going to be an experience, and I was excited to be there. Maybe this field hockey thing would be completely awesome. Field hockey for me was not awesome. All of the running and strange rules. I did look forward to people watching and potential days off. This was a new world that needed exploring. There was a magic in the air simply because it was the Olympics. My job was mostly smiling and being friendly to people passing by my post. Reality was setting in, and as far as my role at Olympic security was concerned, I was as important as a traffic cone. Finally, a day off came to explore Atlanta. Another guy from my unit and I took off to see what type of shenanigans were afoot in this magic place. We found a jazz sax musician promoting his CD, a street performer showing off his magic skills, and a local guy who wanted to show us a shortcut to Olympic Village. What a nice guy. Something didn't seem right about this local, though. After about a mile of walking, this nice guy told us that around the next corner was his crew and that we had best pay him so his crew didn't have to come and collect. My suspicions were confirmed. This was no nice guy. I grabbed the local and told him, "Listen, douche, I'll ruin everyone's day right now if you don't run." I had been working on my communication skills, and apparently in this instant, it paid off. The local quickly submitted and scurried off down the street in search of his next potential victim. We walked on, minus the local, towards Olympic Village and Park. Obviously unfamiliar with the area, we headed towards the sound of the music, crowds, and what we knew was Olympic Park. We were about 2 to 3 blocks away when all hell broke loose. Pop, thud. Sounds not like a shotgun, bigger, more aggressive, ripped through the noise of the bustling crowd. What was happening? The music, well, it didn't stop right away, but it just kind of died off, one instrument by one instrument. People began rushing in all directions. Chaos. We needed to get somewhere other than here. There was something not right. We quickly learned that the sharp noise we heard was some sort of explosion in Olympic Park. We heard that people had been injured. We needed to contact other members of our guard unit. We fought our way back to the train terminal. It was going to be a longer than normal ride back to the barracks. Because of the chaos that ensued after the explosion, several thousand people were on the move. It took nearly 2 hours to get back to our barracks. We were the last to report in to our lieutenant. Thankfully, all our members were accounted for and safe. To date myself just a little, I stood in line for a local payphone, calling card in hand. We were instructed to phone our relatives and inform them that we were safe, yet provide no further information. I don't believe anyone had a cell phone, nor were they very prevalent at the time. Regardless, I could not afford a cell phone if I had wanted one. I tried several times that day to call home using my calling card. However, all the circuits were busy. After numerous attempts, I was able to contact a friend and have them pass the information regarding my safety to my family. I lay down on my bunk after the call and stared at the stain on the tile ceiling. Today, I was almost robbed and witnessed a violent act that would become part of American history. I volunteered to work every day until the end of the deployment because here in Atlanta, days off were absolutely exhausting. I put my headphones on and fell asleep to my Meat Puppet CD. An uncertain future. There's always that point in life where your future is anything but certain. In college, taking expensive classes that meant very little, the direction of my life had seemed to have taken some sort of hiatus. I had my guard drills, my work, volunteer deputy gig, and school. There were no potential career leads, and my impending graduation from college was just around the corner. I had decided that I was built for the law enforcement machine. It was who I was. Law enforcement positions in the area were not easy to come by. I would need to make myself marketable. I did realize at the time, but I had already started this process. My choice to finish college studies, volunteer, and work would eventually pay off. After 2 years of collegiate boredom and selling treadmills at a local retailer, the light at the end of this tunnel was shining bright. Taking 1 or 2 summer classes helped shorten my educational path, and I was now only 3 credits short, so it appeared I had only 1 class left to take. Upon speaking to my advisor, I was told that I never received my physical education credits from basic training. The ROTC staff signed off on those credits. Just like that, in a matter of 2 hours, I had unexpectedly graduated from college. This was not part of the plan, but it was welcomed. In May 1996, I graduated with my bachelor's degree in sociology from North Dakota State University. Go Bison. I was not a fan of school. A little restless to start my life, I didn't care to reminisce about all the good old days. I preferred to look forward and tackle what was next. There were still 2 years of eligibility left on my GI Bill, but I'd already achieved my goal. I had to find a new tunnel. You have to try. If you want to get hired, you must try. That means filling out endless applications and submitting them via the U.S. Postal Service. Please remember, this is a time where word processing programs and email were inconceivable things of the future. Slowly and methodically, I typed application after application to various law enforcement agencies. I knew that some of the smaller agencies' budgets were probably tight. That meant a good candidate that had already been to the initial training would be a marketable item on the resume. The two most prolific applications arrived in the mail: the North Dakota State Highway Patrol and the Fargo Police Department. I had my eyes set on the North Dakota Highway Patrol. The idea of my own squad car out there on the road wearing that big round hat was almost too irresistible. Experience told me that a handwritten application typically go to the bottom of either a pile or the wastebasket. Turning on the electric typewriter, the warm air blew out in sync with the cooling fan. With the snap of each key, letter by letter was imprinted on the applications. It took 2 separate afternoons slowly typing these applications. Once completed, they were mailed to their respective destinations. Now the waiting game began. I received a letter from the North Dakota Highway Patrol indicating that I had been selected for further testing and an interview. Early in the morning, my dad packed me up in our diesel Suburban, and we started our adventure out to Bismarck, North Dakota, the state capital. It was a sloppy time of year where passing vehicles sprayed slush and salt on our windows. The windshield washer pump was not working correctly, so Dad carried several 1-gallon jugs of water to rinse off the windshield when we could no longer safely see the road. The testing was straightforward, and I thought I did well. Notifications of who was to continue in the process would be sent out at a later time. The excitement was building inside me. I had accepted that if I was going to get into law enforcement, it would be as a North Dakota state trooper. Basic training again. The military afforded me several opportunities. One of the benefits at the time was a collegiate tuition waiver. The second was the GI Bill, a monthly tax-free subsidy. About 2 months after I submitted my applications for various departments, I applied for and was accepted into a privately run peace officer training program. The program provided all of the necessary requirements to become eligible to be a full-time police officer. If I graduated and was hired by a department, I would need no further required training other than what the department would mandate. Luckily, this was a college and my tuition waiver applied. I had no apartment, just my dorm room. I was essentially homeless if I left the campus on the weekends. There was no way I was telling anyone this. I was doing it on my own. My GI Bill was my income, and without it, I would have had to figure out how to even fill my gas tank. Basic peace officer training was something that seemed to fit me like a glove. We had a cast of characters from all over the state. There was a Native American from one of the reservations, a husband, wife, and brother from a small town in the southeast part of the state. There were 2 mothers that decided that law enforcement was something that they wanted to pursue. There were loud people, quiet people, and those that were right down the middle. This was going to be a good time. From day one, I hit it off with PJ. To this day, PJ and I speak on a regular basis. PJ was a big dude. Growing up on or near one of the local reservations, PJ had seen and lived some awesome experiences. Incredibly positive, witty, and willing to play a joke on the best of people, PJ and I would pull some shenanigans on everyone, including each other. The training in this program seemed to come as if it had always been part of me. The list of instructors included the course facilitator, a guy that owned a meat market and his assistant, a personal trainer, defense attorney, and several guest instructors. The program coordinator was super motivated. He was approachable and lived his entire life on the thin blue line, a real cop's cop. The physical training block was typically scheduled for early morning hours. The personal trainer, for a mid-40s woman who clearly had 0% body fat, was the epitome of a morning person. It was always the same routine. "Today we're going to start with the mile," she would proclaim. I hated that mile warm-up. PJ was always able to imitate her perfectly. After our mile warm-up, the true torture began. We were introduced to planks, steps, isometrics, and sprints. It was hard to hate the hard body instructor. Some mornings she put us through hell, but she was the kind of person you just didn't want to disappoint. At the time of my initial training, defensive tactics were the control techniques that were taught to law enforcement officers to safely take subjects into custody and encourage compliance from uncooperative individuals. It included grips, holds, and pressure points. This training was taught by a small local man who had some type of ninja degree black belt. He was terrifyingly calm, spoke quietly, and demonstrated on his poor assistant how he was able to just kick someone's ass at the drop of a hat. At a demonstration during one of our blocks of instruction, his assistant was to attack him. It was like watching an episode of Kung Fu. The assistant approached the instructor from multiple angles. Each time, the assistant ended up flying through the air and on the ground. The last attempt was the worst for the assistant. Coming in at 100%, the assistant grabbed the instructor's uniform. In the blink of an eye, the instructor was behind the assistant and had some crazy hold that incorporated the assistant's own shirt. In a matter of seconds, it was lights out. The assistant laid motionless on the mat. The instructor picked up the victim's feet and slapped them hard. Slowly, the assistant's eyes opened, and he sat in an upright position. I'd never seen anything like it, nor do I know the customs and courtesies of a dojo. I began to clap, which caused the others to clap. Another lesson that I may never use is don't clap in a dojo. Scenarios. Scenario-based training is a double-edged sword. It affords students the opportunity to practice skills and make mistakes in a safe environment. If the scenario is good, it's winnable. Also, if the scenario is good, it can also be failed. This balance has created both positive and negative feedback experiences. An overzealous instructor can create a scenario that is so far-fetched that it will frustrate the student and nothing is learned. This is unfortunately the case at several training academies. A good scenario can be simple, maybe with a twist that simply challenges the student, but also can still be completed successfully. Scenarios are part of almost every training I've attended related to law enforcement. As our training progressed, we were measured on our retention of handcuffing, defensive tactics, the law, and verbal confrontation by having to complete a variety of scenarios. PJ and I teamed up and entered the hallway while one of our scenarios was being arranged. We were told that a fellow student and an instructor would be the role players for the scenario. The story was that we were a double car, 2 officers patrolling together, being called to a bar where a female subject was intoxicated and refusing to leave. This seemed to be a straightforward situation, but if it was a real call, there would be a variety of inherent dangers we would have to take into consideration. To describe PJ and me at the time would be rather comical. We both had some size to us. I was into weightlifting and PJ, he was just a big dude. Together, I'm sure we would look as if we could have been the contending World Wrestling Federation tag team. As our scenario began, PJ and I cruised through the door to the scenario. Sitting in the middle of the mat room was a chair and our problem female, one of our fellow classmates. The other instructor was posing as the bartender. The bartender told us that the female had been drinking heavily for several hours and was refusing to leave. The student was really into her role. She began acting drunk and cussing at the bartender and at us. "Police, time to go, ma'am. The bar's closing. We'll get you home," I said. She shot a line of profanities at us and refused to move. It's interesting how comfortable the student was in her role. Maybe she was reliving an experience that happened to her in real life? Without a moment's hesitation, I grabbed her arm and part of her shirt, and PJ grabbed her other arm and shirt sleeve. This brought our female subject immediately to her feet. Her mistake was to really get into her role and want to resist. I pulled to the right, and PJ pulled to the left. This motion tore the girl's V-neck t-shirt from the point of the V front and back. And there she stood, D-size breast holstered by her bra in front of everyone. Must have been like that dream many people have, the one where you're naked in front of the class. However, she really was missing her top now in front of her class. Without missing a beat, PJ said, "Stop fighting with us, or the pants are next." "Out of roll!" screamed the instructor. We must have passed the scenario as we ultimately were able to move on to the next block of instruction. However, PJ and I were not asked to complete any further scenarios that day. Domestic violence. As the blocks of instruction at the academy progressed, so did the intensity of our scenarios. With training weapons by our side, the instructors informed us that we would be responding as two officers to a domestic where the male subject was possibly armed. Guess what? PJ and I got teamed up again to deal with this. As we climbed the stairs, training weapons out, we encountered an individual role player who was not one of our classmates. The role player was an instructor and a police officer from the Bismarck Police Department. We had the subject stand as we went through the proper clearing procedures before we went hands-on with him. As we approached, his compliance deteriorated. This time, PJ and I were on the same page and moved with sumo-like swiftness. If you ever had to lift a box that you thought was heavy, you prepared to lift it, only to realize after throwing it across the room that it was empty, you know what happened next. The suspect left the ground and was propelled into a makeshift wall. The wall did not hold the role player. He passed through it as if it were not even there. The wall was simply placed there to move the configuration of the room as well as shield the other students from seeing what the scenario entailed. Standing before us were the next students anxiously awaiting their scenario. "Jesus, you two, out of roll!" screamed the instructor. For us, the scenarios had ended. The irony of that day is the role player that was thrown through the wall still speaks of it. After my military deployment and position at the federal agency, he became my partner. Pepper spray day. I do not need to be shot to know what it feels like. I do not need to be hit with a taser to know what it feels like. I also did not believe I needed to be pepper sprayed to know it hurt like hell. In reality, a person should experience 2 out of 3 to understand how to cope with the effects should it happen in the course of his or her job. Learning about the effects of pepper spray was interesting. As one of the less than lethal tools we would be potentially carrying, we were required to have pepper spray blasted in our eyes, then fight through a brief scenario. Motivated and wanting to just get it over with, I volunteered to go forward to the front of the line. The instructor told me that they would be using a newer pepper foam, lime green in color. Whatever, let's just get it done and go through it, I thought to myself. Before I got that thought out of my head, the foam impacted my forehead, eyes, and nose. There was really nothing at first, but then the fires of hell started to burn my very white Norwegian skin. This sucked bad. I completed the handcuffing scenario and immediately went for the water. The cool water soothed the burning, but the second it was taken away, the fire returned with a vengeance. What seemed like an eternity was probably only 20 minutes of applying cold water, waiting, burning, and applying more cold water. PJ was laughing uncontrollably. All he could see was a lime green blob on my face. It looked like Slimer from Ghostbusters riding on my head. Could not wait for his turn. What they tell you, you often soon forget, is the effects that pepper spray can come back in a short time later if moisture is applied to the area where the pepper spray contacted. One by one, each student completed their pepper spray torture. One of the smaller, more timid students really took the spray hard. I figured that's why after the scenarios and pepper spray, we were done for the day, and it was off to the showers. There were a series of about 5 individual showers with privacy curtains at the training facility. Students would not often have to wait their turn. As I was waiting in line, I heard the grunts and groans and moans of pain from individual showers as people started to relive the effects of the pepper spray as the water sprayed on their faces. PJ came barreling out of the shower as naked as the day he was born, grabbed a towel and covered his eyes like, "Oh my God, more water." He turned to go back into his individual shower to try and alleviate some of this pain. With his eyes closed, PJ He misjudged the entrance of a shower and headed for the occupied shower that was next to his. Inside that shower was the quiet, timid student that was struggling with his own pepper spray issues. His nightmare was about to get worse. Could I have said something? I most certainly could have. Would you have said something? In our line of work, I would guess not. Inside that shower were two naked students who would soon become very aware of PJ's error. It didn't take long before the complaints of burning eyes turned to the shouting of a terrified student sharing a very intimate space by a larger student who inadvertently entered and started sharing a shower with him. You'd think there'd be apologies, but there was more confusion. Get the hell out of here, the student yelled. What are you doing in my shower? PJ shot back. I typically have excellent bladder control, but I had to run to the stall because I don't think I've ever laughed that hard in my life. Offers coming. Nearly 3/4 of the way through the training academy, a group of us decided to test for the Fargo Police Department. I had not heard anything from the North Dakota Highway Patrol yet, so police testing proceeded. I whizzed through the test, not expecting much of anything. There were at least a couple hundred people applying for approximately 4 positions. I didn't really think much of this process, as I was surely going to be a state trooper. Once the test was completed, we all headed back to the academy to focus on completing our training. Approximately 2 weeks later, I was notified by the Fargo Police Department and the Highway Patrol that I was in the top 5 candidates for both departments. I was also told I needed to decide which direction I would pursue. Because it was uncertain where troopers are stationed and that I'd have to attend their academy all over again, I decided to pursue employment with the Fargo Police Department. Jokers. Playing practical jokes on one another is just part of what law enforcement officers do. If you're going to play the joke, you best be able to be the recipient in kind. After the shower incident and ribbing I gave PJ, I knew it was a matter of time before he retaliated. At the time, I shared a dorm room with another student. When you entered the room, there was a closet on the left and right side, as well as a bed and a desk. One side of the small room mirrored the other side of the room. I had something I needed to do after class one day and walked back to our room. When I got there, I noticed that my dorm room door was cracked open. My roommate was notorious for getting to lock our door. PJ and his roommate were immediately next door to us. I knew he'd been waiting just like a sniper in the grass for the perfect opportunity. I slowly opened the door with my foot, and the lights were off. I could hear giggling like a bunch of teenagers coming from PJ's room. As I quickly flipped on the light, I was expecting the room to be empty, on fire, covered in shaving cream, something. When the light revealed the room, it took me about 5 seconds to realize what had happened. There was no shaving cream. It was not on fire. But instead it was neat and tidy, but not as we had left it earlier in the day. PJ had taken every item, and I mean every item, and perfectly switched them from one side of the room to the other. The clothes in the closets to the trash and the garbage. It was as if someone had taken a picture and just reversed the image. I guess it could have been worse. My roommate and I just left it the way it was for the remainder of our training. However, vengeance would be tenfold, swift and merciless, however. The night before graduation was going to be the perfect time for retaliation. It had been about 2 weeks since our room had been switched from one side to the other. Security and vigilance can get lax with time. When security is in a routine and nothing happens, it provides the opportunity. The opportunity came for me when PJ left his door open and unattended. PJ's roommate was gone until later that evening. PJ had a desk duty outside the dorm bay. I had at least 1 hour before I would be detected. I entered the room and slowly loosened every bolt that secured the supporting bars on PJ's bed. Also, PJ had been complaining about my roommate's alarm clock. There was something definitely wrong with it. Because PJ was next door, this alarm would also wake him. I don't know how to describe the sound of this alarm clock. It sounded like a mother cow starting to move from her gut, letting it pass through her body and eventually out her mouth. As the moo got closer to her mouth, it also got progressively louder. The alarm was so guttural, it vibrated the clock all over the concrete floor where my roommate had it sitting. It was a horrible sound that woke up at least half the dorm bay. I took this alarm clock and I placed it under PJ's bed and set it for 4 a.m. I didn't sleep much that night. I kept checking my watch, just waiting. And when 3:59 turned to 4 a.m., the early morning silence was disturbed by what started like a soft hum. Gradually, the hum turned into a painful moan, accompanied by a series of bumps and thuds. The alarm had started to do its dance on the concrete floor under PJ's bed. The only sound louder than the alarm was PJ's voice. "What the hell? Come on, you assholes!" I was laughing so hard it hurt. The alarm had performed perfectly. Suddenly, I heard a series of smashes, and a groan of the alarm clock abruptly died off. "You guys are dicks," yelled PJ through the wall. I heard him walking around in his room, kicking what was left of the alarm clock towards the door. Suddenly, there was a loud crash, louder than the first, sounding like a car wreck. It was followed by the sound of metal meeting concrete, and accompanied by a clang of pieces of the bed sliding across the polished floor. "Come on!" As PJ plopped down on his bed, it systematically disassembled with him in it. It was perfect, and we were up the rest of the night. The next day was graduation, and I would never speak or see to half of these people after that day, but I would never forget them. Part 2. The Police Officer. After a series of background checks, physical assessments, and a polygraph, I was offered a position as a police officer with the Fargo Police Department. Could not believe that I was getting paid to do this job. Being a salaried employee with health benefits of my own was all new to me. My tiny one-room apartment was upgraded to a 2-bedroom, and my vehicle situation was also about to change. I never had a credit card, nor had I really taken on any type of loan. My credit was not bad, just non-existent. My parents agreed to co-sign a loan for a vehicle. All the changes were a bit overwhelming, but in a good way. It was 1997, and we had a ton of snow that winter. I managed to get through all 3 phases of my field training, despite the epic weather, and enter my 1-year probationary period. I wore the uniform proudly and will never forget my first shift as a solo officer. Because of the flood, we did not have enough squad cars available, so I was driving one of our K-9 officers' Chevy Blazer. I worked the power shift, and because I was now an extra officer on the shift, I was assigned as the city rover. I responded to whatever call dispatch needed handled. I enjoyed the challenge so much I believed I would never leave this job. Ever. The snow caused a history-making flood. After the flood cleanup in the late spring of 1997, I had learned that a cop in an apartment could be quite a hassle for a young officer. Everyone in the building knew what you did, and if there was a problem, there was a knock at your door. To get some privacy, I decided it was time to go house shopping. With the help of a local realtor, I found a small house in a very quiet neighborhood. Walking through this house, I found it was bright, warm, and it really felt like home. An offer for the home was made at about 11 a.m. that day. Home is truly where the heart can be found. I went to my parents' farm and discussed the house and the offer I'd made earlier that day. On the way back into town that evening, I received a call from my realtor. She told me that the offer on the house had been accepted. It was an amazing feeling. So amazing that I pulled over on the side of the road and threw up just a little. Not knowing exactly how mortgages and homeownership worked, I recalled every horror story ever told to me about owning a home. Ultimately, it was the best decision of my life up to that time, and I own the house to this day. My life was on track, and I was ready for the ride. Could they really be paying me to do this job? At the end of my shift, I could just not wait to get back to work. Sharing sacred stories. I will say that most cops are a little hesitant to share certain stories with people outside the thin blue line. I know that as an officer, you must be a representative of every social culture. Being a representative requires trust. A cop by nature does not want to violate the trust of their brothers and sisters or those who they're sworn to protect. Yes, like anywhere, there are bad apples. My point is that cops sometimes don't know what reaction we are going to get if we start with one of our war stories. Well, this is a book of war stories from every social culture that emergency services may encounter. Some are good, some are sad, some you may have handled differently than I did. What it comes down to is, like most, we do the best we can with what we have at the time. Field training. When a new officer enters field training, they are held to an unreasonable standards and unattainable goals. This is by design. Candidates are to learn by doing, whether that leads to success or failure. The goal of the program is to team a new recruit with an experienced officer known as field training officers or FTOs. 3 FTOs guide the recruit through 3 phases of training. The recruit will also work with 3 different shifts. During the last week of field training, the officer is sent back to his or her original officer for a final evaluation. The standards are very high during field training. At the end of every shift, the FTO evaluates the recruit's performance while working the shift. The key to success is making it through the program is to get to know each FTO, listen, and do as you're told. Oh, and also, don't get your FTO hurt. Should a recruit's shift evaluation consist of an ass chewing for safety, lack of common sense, or missed contraband, they will know they had a bad shift. It's not the end of the world, however. They'll need to do exceptionally well the next shift. Should the recruit's evaluation have comments regarding frayed bootlaces or less polished brass, a recruit can take that information as a compliment. The FTO had to look hard to find something the recruit could improve on during that specific shift. I categorize my FTOs into the down-to-earth, the eccentric, and the consummate professional. If a recruit consistently fails to achieve the goals of the program, they are often dismissed. On very rare occasions, recruits that may or may not have potential can be extended for additional training. It is often joked that these candidates are sometimes later in the career called sergeant, lieutenant, or even deputy chief. Phase 1. The down-to-earth. I'm all about respect. To this day, I respect my Phase 1 FTO. I loved this job, and I knew he had a lot to teach me. He was a call officer with years of experience that I could quickly begin to emulate. He was an avid dog lover, so our shifts often consisted of listening to talk radio and speaking about dogs. I didn't know right away, but he used these things to help teach me about multitasking. He would often pick an address and say, "Take me there, the quickest, most direct route." This was at a time before GPS. I had torn the map out of an old phone book to learn the streets of which I now patrolled. I studied this map every chance I could. While we traveled to each address, he would start talking about dogs, dog shows, or make comments about what was being discussed on the Laura Schlesinger radio show. I was so intent on listening to what he had to say, I would oftentimes unknowingly drive past the address I was seeking for the quickest, most direct route. When I would realize my mistake, I would look over at him. He would sit straight forward in his seat with a grin on his face, chuckling. I know this was a teaching point, but what he didn't know was I was also learning about him. I only admit to falling for this tactic once, maybe 2 times. The last time, I sat outside the address while he finished his story about dog training. "Why'd you stop?" he asked. "It's because we're here," I responded. Just like that, the distract the driver with the random dog facts game was over. It had been cold, and I was 3 weeks into my Phase 1 training with my FTO, when I felt I had a good handle on his personality. A strange thing occurs when you work with someone day after day. You start to finish their sentences, and know what they're going to do before they even do it. Sometimes even starting to kind of look like each other. We both wore our stocking hats with the bottom portion rolled tight. At one call, one of the people asked when we arrested them if I was the FTO's son. I would believe I was given a high mark on my shift for that evaluation for some reason. Working an early evening shift one night, we received a call of a disturbance at the Taco Bell drive-thru. When we arrived, there was a car sitting at an angle blocking the rest of the vehicles from entering the drive-thru. We approached the driver, who was yelling inside his car. I could smell the alcohol the second the door flew open. When the door flew open, the driver started to get out of the vehicle. He continued to exit the vehicle. He was huge. This guy had to play football or something. My FTO let me take the call. I asked the driver what the problem was. He turned and shot me a wide-eyed stare. His mouth was open and his teeth were clenched together like a dog. It was sounding a warning growl. I saw my FTO move into the giant driver's blind spot. "Why don't you just kill me now?" the driver screamed, like a crocodile shooting out of the water for some prey. My FTO slipped in close with his leg out. I took 2 steps and gave the driver a shove. The driver stumbled back, tripped over my FTO's outstretched leg, and we both immediately landed on his back. Needless to say, the driver refused all tests offered for driving under the influence. He was arrested and taken to jail. Phase 2. The Consummate Professional. After successfully completing Phase 1, I moved on to a different FTO, a real cop's cop, the epitome of a police officer of whom I still hold the highest regard. On a cold North Dakota night, we received first snow of the year. It was still a balmy 38 degrees, so white covering wouldn't last long. 2 hours to go, and I would be done with Phase 2 and on to Phase 3 of field training program. I had my celebration plans all in order. I would go home, have some cereal, go to bed, and wait to go back to work. One major call missing from my training portfolio was an unattended 103. An unattended 103 meant that someone had died an unattended death, and the police would need to treat it as a crime scene until otherwise notified. Hearing the call come across the radio of an unattended 103 miles away from my assigned beat made me think, sucks to be you. My FTO, however, picked up the microphone and jumped the call. He volunteered to take us on that call, away from our assigned beat, for training purposes. Oh, by the way, this individual 103 had not been checked on for a week and a half. Now, I can deal with a lot. I can deal with life and death. What I struggle with are the natural things that happen with life and death. I'm speaking of vomit, defecation, spit, and other odors associated with the expiration of the human body. When we arrived at the scene, I climbed a set of stairs that appeared to be made for people half my size and with twice my endurance. When I got halfway up, I was introduced to the smell of death. Not just what death looked like, but also how it permeated your sinuses. To this day, I can pick that odor out from miles away. As I reached the top of the stairs, the odor was nearly unbearable. I opened the door and was greeted by my first dead body. A large man, dressed in only his underwear, had fallen face first into a radiant heater. He'd been there for about a week and a half. His body had evacuated his bowels into his white underwear, and his butt was straight in the air. Another FTO and trainee arrived at the scene. More training for everyone. The foul smell was just overpowering. My sergeant for Phase 2 was a consummate professional and perfectionist. Probably one of the smartest cops regarding case law, but with very minimal people skills. The other trainee and I figured out if we covered our noses with our department-issued turtlenecks, it would help suppress the smell. My sergeant told us to get over it and do our jobs. After the investigative steps were completed, I felt I'd learned enough. The local funeral home had been standing by to take the man's body. I heard the clanking of a cart coming up that dangerous stairway. Pushing the cart were 2 men that appeared to be in their late 70s who were struggling with the cart itself. I knew how this was going to go. After my 8th or 9th pair of rubber gloves, we managed to get the deceased into the traditional body bag. This guy was 300 pounds plus of literal dead weight. I had enough. I said I would take the bottom of the cart and just kind of guide it while the two old funeral home people would work together managing the top end. Yeah, I expect people to do their jobs. Apparently the dead body bag zipper upper and strapped to the cart guy was on vacation that day, because when we were about 3 steps from the bottom, one of the funeral home personnel let go. The cart pushed me against the wall, sending a 300-pound dead body off the cart. The force unzipped the bag and the body, half in the bag. We ended up in a waltz position against the wall. Like melting snow on a warm windshield, I slowly slid down past my dance partner and helped the two older men take the cart to their waiting vehicle. Even with the criticism from the sergeant I had received earlier, I still got the best scores on my FTO report. No tarnished brass, no frayed boots, just, you did good. I went back to my apartment thinking I would do what I did every night after work. Stopped by the grocery store, picked up some food. I hopped in the shower to get the smell of death off me. I could not get that smell out of my nose, however, no matter how much I scrubbed. I turned on the TV, sat down on the floor with some fried chicken. What a waste that grocery store run had been. I threw it all away, took a second shower, and went to bed. Traffic enforcement was highly graded in the FTO program. Standing on a road with moving traffic is always dangerous. My Phase 2 FTO always kept his composure. I would say that he was one of the more safety-conscious officers I would ever meet. One thing that they really didn't touch on at the academy were the many types of different radars used for measuring speed. I knew what a radar was, just didn't realize there were so many models out there. Towards the end of my Phase 2, my FTO decided that we should do a little stationary radar on one of the city's busier 4-lane roads. It took great pains to back my squad car into a not-so-obvious position. I looked at the KR-10 radar gun with some confusion. I'd only ever used one of these units while doing moving radar. Could not figure out how I was going to get that radar gun off the windshield and pointed at oncoming traffic. So, with a fast jerk, I pulled the radar, gun, bracket, and accompanying suction cups right off the front windshield and pointed the whole works out the driver's side window. Must have looked like a bazooka to oncoming traffic. My FTO lost it. He started laughing hysterically. When I explained to them I had never used one of these things before, he showed me how, with minimal effort, the radar gun gently glides off the bracket for handheld use. I'll say this, when oncoming traffic saw this large cannon pointed out the window of the squad car, they definitely slowed down. I didn't write one speeding citation that morning, but we both had a great laugh. My Phase 2 FDO, he was talented, a mentor and a friend that any new officer would aspire to be. For that, I thank him. He has moved into a different direction now, but his mentoring and helping children as a counselor is exactly where he needs to be. Phase 3, the eccentric. Phase 3 of field training took me into the heart of the North Dakota winter. The snow was deep, and the temperature was deadly cold. My field training became something of a unique situation. We could not get through the streets in conventional vehicles. Instead of the Crown Victoria that only had rear-wheel drive, we opted for generic Ford Broncos from the city garage. These Broncos were equipped with four-wheel drive, but did not have the police lights or other emergency equipment. My Phase 3 FTO was quite a character. Infatuated with his dog and his sump pump, we would have to take a drive by his house several times per shift to check on both. Great, another dog lover, I thought. It was strange trying to do police work in a non-police vehicle. A great deal of the evaluated criteria required traffic stops and other police work. Because of all this deadly weather, we were simply there to respond to calls. My FTO was infatuated with DUI arrests. He told me if I was able to get a DUI arrest in an unmarked city-owned Bronco during a blizzard, I would pass Phase 3 with no problem. On the first night, I did just that. From that day forward, he decided he no longer needed to sit in the front seat of the Bronco. Drunk drivers were the focus, and he was clearly there only to observe. At some point during his off hours, he had constructed a portable desk. This desk was more like an activity center on a child's stand-up walker. It had a pen holder, clip for a magazine, and a makeshift coffee cup holder. When we got into the vehicle, he would climb into the back seat and put his FTO activity center over his lap. Phase 3 training was coming to an end, and thus far, I learned how to construct a portable table with an optional coffee holder for a Ford Bronco. It's going to get wet. After completing the field training program, all successful graduates enter a 1-year probationary period. It is one of those things that you initially think about, but then you just settle in and do what you're trained to do. Because of the huge amount of snowfall the prior winter, the spring was going to bring a great challenges for the city of Fargo. Geographically, I would describe it as the drain of a bathtub sitting low in the Red River Valley, and water finds the path of least resistance. The fears of a 100-year flood began to mount as the snow began to melt. Flood was an understatement. It was going to be a disaster for not only Fargo, but many of the other towns and cities that domicile along the Red River of the North's banks. The best news I received was that all the officers would be working 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week until further notice. I really didn't have anything else going on in my life, so this was great. I'd worked hard to be where I was at, and my only fear was I didn't want to fail. That was all on me, so I dedicated my whole life to becoming the best officer I could possibly be. Logistically, having all your officers working every single day poses vehicle issues. Because we had more officers working than vehicles, I was assigned one of our night shift officers' K9 vehicles. This was even better considering it was a small SUV with K9 markings on the front and back. I was assigned unit number 315, which indicated that I had no specific area and was considered the city rover. Putting this into perspective, the police department took a brand new probationary officer, made him the city rover who was driving a high-profile K9 vehicle. I was good with that and rove the city I did. Honestly, I don't think they had a choice. The water in the river was rising and we were incredibly busy. Some officers were even lugging sandbags in their uniforms to help build massive wall in the war against the water. As my radio crackled, I received my first call for service as a police officer. It was a dog that someone had found and requested the police to take him to the pound. Now, this was not the lights and siren call that I was hoping for, but again, you have to start somewhere. At the time of this call, I didn't actually put all the pieces of the puzzle together. When I arrived at the home the dog had been found at, the people gave me a long stare. Looking at my K9 vehicle, I explained to them that I was simply driving it due to the lack of vehicles. Satisfied, they produced the dog that they had found. The people told me that he'd been fed, watered, and even taken a nap. His name tag read Taco. I estimated his weight about 8 pounds. His big eyes looked down as they handed him to me. Taco was timid, but a healthy Chihuahua. When we take a found animal to the pound, the staff there ensured of its health and safety. I typically would try to do everything I could to find the animal's owner. Kind of a joker, so I figured Taco had a traumatic day and we're going to have a little fun. I placed Taco in the passenger seat of my squad car and off we went, but we weren't going to the pound. Taco was going to be my partner for a while. Taco and I took off, preparing to fight crime in the city. I received several laughs and stares that day. To see a K9 vehicle patrolling the streets with a bald cop and an 8-pound Chihuahua with his head out the window nearly caused a couple of traffic accidents. Taco obviously was used to riding a vehicle and was loving this newfound authority. Taco and I made a couple traffic stops that day. We even responded to someone stealing another person's sandbags from a berm they created to prevent the floodwaters. I did enjoy introducing my new partner as Officer Taco. I'd be lying if I told you kind of thought of making him part of my one-person family should no one claim him. As the calls quieted, Taco and I headed to the local park. It was a cold day, but the kids that had been cooped up all winter didn't seem to mind. As I pulled into the parking lot, many of the children came running. I enjoyed this part of my job, handing out stickers, talking with parents, and interacting with the public. Considering our canine officers typically work the night shift, the kids were especially excited to see the potential of meeting one of the local police dogs. Expecting an 80-pound German Shepherd to come flying out of the vehicle, the kids were confused at Taco, the 8-pound law enforcement machine. I simply explained that Officer Taco can get into the smallest of places, where larger dogs cannot. Some of the parents were desperately trying to conceal their laughter. As for Taco, he was in his glory, all of the children petting him and caressing him. In the distance, one of the kids came running. "Taco!" they exclaimed. Obviously a familiar voice to Taco, he shot towards the little girl. I knew then Taco's days working the streets as a canine officer were coming to an end. The little girl told me that she knew Taco's owner and provided the address. I brought Taco home soon after, but not until he got a little treat from me. His owner was an older woman. She told me that Taco had been with her for about 4 years and is like a child. Taco was a gift from her husband who had recently passed. She said Taco was pretty much the last link she had to her late husband. Taco appeared to be an important part of her life. Little did she know, he was kind of important to mine as well. The short time that Taco and I had together taught me firsthand the importance of community-oriented policing. Stopping at a park, simply to hand out stickers, Taco was identified and brought home. Everybody won that day. I would go on to take several other animal calls in my career, but I would never encounter another Taco. Train wreck. I had been on patrol for nearly 2 years at the time of the train wreck. My car was my office, referred to as the Batmobile. Sure, every department has one. Officers at my department were often alone in their cars and relied on other single cars for any type of backup. During the period of the day where the two shifts are simultaneously working, there's a shortage of patrol cars. This would require officers to double up so the other shift also had vehicles. The downtown officers in Fargo had pretty much identified most of the transients that called the streets their home. The vast majority of the transients had some sort of dependency or addiction issues. In the winter months, the bitter cold could prove a fatal adversary for some of our Fargo street residents. As a downtown beat officer, I would often watch the transients closely to simply ensure their safety. I was the driver of a double car patrolling the downtown beat when the other officer I was with and I saw a man staggering as he walked on one of the sidewalks. It was a quiet night in general, so we decided to follow him to make sure he had a safe place to sleep off his ailment. The man stumbled towards the north border of the downtown area. He didn't have the typical dress or gait of an intoxicated transient. He walked a little more purposefully, with a slight stagger. Approximately 15 minutes had passed when the man reached the railroad tracks at 4th Street North, just shy of 7th Avenue North. In the distance, you could hear the familiar horn of a westbound train ready to rumble through the downtown area. I guess the train was about a quarter-mile away at the time. This is where the man stopped, on the tracks. I parked the squad car about 150 feet from the intersection and got out of the vehicle. I swear a lot. I still do. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing. I also often ask questions and don't really expect answers. This is one of those times. What the hell is that guy doing? I asked myself, apparently out loud. The train's horn blasted again. I could feel the ground start to shake under my feet. The man was still standing on the tracks, with his back to us, head down. The red lights at the intersection had been activated, and the man was slowly surrounded by the cross arms and the flashings of the red beacons. We both yelled at him, "Get off the tracks!" The man, he just stood there. I looked to my right as the light of the train grew larger and larger. I guess the train was no more than 75 yards from the intersection at that point. When I turned my attention back to the man, I expected to see him stumbling away from the train tracks. Instead, I witnessed one of the most terrifying sights that still haunts me to this day. The man had turned, facing the train, head down, arms out in a crucifix position. At this point, time stopped. Or sped up. I don't know which. I didn't think I ran, but I had. I ran at a man who was clearly trying to end his life by being struck by a train. I don't know if I yelled, and I doubt he would have heard me if I did. I do remember how much the ground shook as I got closer to the man. The air felt like it was coaxing me closer and closer to my destiny. I took one glance to the right to see if I could make it. I don't recall seeing the light on the train, learning later that the reason was because it was so close that the beam was projected well over my location. I know how to tackle someone. I mean, I played a little football in my day. I tackled him at the waist, which any collegiate football coach would have been proud. We hit the ground hard. So hard my portable radio microphone went flying around like a helicopter propeller. I looked back quickly to find the other officer that was with me, but I saw nothing but tons of fast-moving steel barreling westbound. If you've ever been too close to a train when it goes past you, you know that there's a strange vacuum-like phenomenon that happens. The air pulls you towards the train as it travels past. That vacuum of the train pulled at me and the man that I'd tackled. Now, to make matters worse, he began to fight with me, screaming he wanted to die or something like that. I wasn't sure as my hearing was still not functioning like it should. Who the hell was my partner? The ground shook and the sound of steel on steel was deafening. The smell of diesel and the roar of the train made it impossible for me to even hear what words were coming out of my own mouth at the time. The sensation of two large hands pulling us closer to this moving hunk of metal increased with every passing car. I managed to get a foothold on what I believe was a railroad tie or something sturdy. I knew if I could hang on to this guy and keep my footing, the train would eventually pass by. The details of what happened next are something I only recently started remembering. It was as if someone hit the fast forward button. I'm a solid guy, about 245 pounds. I remember the sensation of someone grabbing the neck portion of my vest and ripping me to my feet. I looked at the person and it was a fireman. I looked around as if I was on a stage with an audience of police, fire, and EMS. My hearing started to come back to me. There were sirens and lights everywhere. I was confused. Focusing on one particular squad car that was clearly way out of their jurisdiction, I wondered, what the hell are they doing here? What was everybody doing here? Are you okay? Hey, are you okay? I looked at the fireman and said, yeah, why? Where's my shoulder mic? I kept asking. This short interaction seems kind of funny now, but I didn't know why these people kept asking me if I was okay. I saw other police officers take the man from the railroad tracks into their custody and ultimately to the hospital. The train had passed by and I was finally able to locate my shoulder mic. I turned and saw the officer that was with me standing on the opposite side of the tracks. That officer was probably and still is one of the most composed people I've ever met. In that moment, the officer looked physically different, upset, concerned, scared. I don't know or exactly remember. I could see that the officer was talking on his shoulder mic, but I couldn't hear what was said. I couldn't fully hear until sometime later. Back at the station, I recall giving the shift sergeant a debriefing on what I could remember. It was clearly the worst debrief I've ever attempted. I felt confused, almost like being awakened from a deep sleep or dream. I just wanted to get back in my car and go back to work. So I did. The human mind is an amazing thing. It does whatever it takes to protect what feeds it. It will distort and numb sensations, trauma, and memory simply to function at its optimum. In short, I was numb. Numb to the facts that occurred just an hour or so before. That decision to hop in a single squad car by myself and finish my shift changed my life. It was the wrong decision. In the time when I was a proud patrol officer, I am certain that the same wrong decision was made countless times at countless departments all over the world. It was a world balanced by bravery and bravado. We are cops. We're strong. We handle whatever you put in front of us and ask for more. As times change, so does departmental policy. Education and outreach have developed crisis teams and peer support within many departments. If this situation were to happen today, that officer would be given peer support, sent home, and would be monitored by a fellow officer and given some sort of counseling. Right or wrong, I was ridiculed for trying to be a super cop and put right back out on the street. At the time, I didn't think anything of it. Hell, I was the new guy around there. Now, I know it was the wrong thing for the department to do. I survived it. I was lucky. Now, though, I tell these stories so my brothers and sisters know that their fight is not one they need to wage alone. It is okay to ask for help. I challenge you. I beg you to reach out to someone. You may be surprised at how many similar demons people fight daily. Recently, through some very aggressive prolonged exposure work, I started to recall some of the intimate details of this one incident. This therapeutic work is difficult but quite amazing. You work through an incident over and over to reduce the intensity of the memory. A born skeptic, I thought this might be a waste of everyone's time. One thing that is really incredible about therapy, though, are the strange and seemingly insignificant details I began to remember. For instance, in the train incident, I wore my uniform home that morning. That was quite odd for me. Typically, I would dress at work and take my uniform off at the end of the shift and bring it home for laundering. That morning, though, I hopped in my Jeep and I drove straight home. When I arrived at my house, I removed all my equipment and immediately threw my uniform in the laundry. That is something I reserved from when I woke up. What can I say? I like to be fresh. While these small changes in behavior may seem insignificant, they signal deeper issues. At the time, I lived alone in my small Cape Cod-style house. When I got home, after the train incident, I noticed that my answering machine was blinking with one message. A paramedic, a dear friend of mine, had called and left me a message to see if I was okay. Why does everyone keep asking me that? I mumbled out loud. I have and will say this now to my paramedic friend. Thank you. You have no idea what an impact that one call had on my life. I sat down in my chair after listening to that voice message. As I always did after work, I turned on the TV and stared at it as I always did. After a short moment, I caught myself in a daydream. That short moment was about 30 minutes long. In that time, my mind kept trying to recall the previous evening's events. Something clicked, and like a heavy blanket they put on you for an x-ray, the gravity of what I could remember started to creep back into my mind. Shortly after that evening, I had the opportunity to listen to the radio traffic from the evening of the train incident. Even though they were playing it for me, I heard or was listening to bits and pieces. I was terrified but told no one. I didn't remember 2/3 of this. What was wrong with me? I would just smile and shake my head. I started to realize why people kept asking if I was physically okay. Aside from some scrapes, I was physically okay, but I was in mental turmoil. If you read the reported events, it captures the facts as it should. Officer ran, tackled subject, you know the drill. This is where the dispatchers come in. They don't get the reports. They get the raw yelling, screaming, and emotions. When I listened to that recording of events that occurred, I sat quietly. I thanked them for playing it back to me, and I left the dispatch center. I found the nearest bathroom, and for lack of a better term, I lost my shit. I thought about everything I put all those people through that night. The terror of a brother in trouble, maybe dead. So much respect for dispatchers. Without them, I would have been in deep trouble many, many times. What ensued after the train event were radio interviews, media stories, press conferences, city commission meetings. Came into work sometime after the incident and found an envelope in my mailbox. The letter said I was being awarded the City of Fargo's Medal of Valor for risking my life to save another. I try to live a humble life. I really did not want any of this type of attention. After opening the envelope, I made my way into the locker room. Inside that locker room was one of the officers I respected the most. I had the letter in my hand and I told him what it was. He said, "Yeah, I know. You earned it." Didn't feel like things that happened. I earned it all. Fate, luck, bad luck, who can control that? To me, it was like earning a case of the flu. Inside the same envelope, I found I had neglected a second piece of paper. It
It was a summary of events written by the officer who was with me that night. He had a front row seat to this incident. As I read what was written, I couldn't believe it. I don't remember hardly any of these details. Images of that officer standing there after the train passed and flashed through my mind. A flood of emotions went through me all at once. One emotion that prevailed was guilt. Felt guilty all those emergency services had to come to that scene because of me. Felt guilty of what I put that officer through that night. I grabbed that guilty emotion. I packed it away for nearly 2 decades. It wouldn't be till about 19 years later that I would realize how much that one moment in time and everything that followed would change my whole perspective on life. With some great guidance, I was able to recall the radio traffic from that evening. Specifically, my officers telling dispatch that the train was so close they didn't know if I had made it or not. I still felt incredibly guilty because that night, those people had a front row seat to what they thought was an officer being killed. There will always probably be gaps for me regarding this incident, but organizing, remembering, apologizing, letting go has helped me value saving a life and being alive. I'm not complaining, and I'm not looking for sympathy. But I also want people to know that having a paramedic friend call, as seemingly small gesture as that was, later would save my life. I didn't realize I almost died that night until about 7 years later. Unfortunately for 2 of my fellow brothers, that paramedic call never came for them when they needed it, and I lost them. That's a whole nother story. And that medal of valor, well, it was packed away until recently. My angel of a wife told me it was time to display it on a shelf. I didn't know what that meant, but in her wise way she was telling me it was time to tell my story. So there it sits, on the shelf staring at me, but now I stare right back. This and many other incidents became part of my life and dominated my thoughts. It contributed to unnecessary risk-taking and other confusing actions. It became part of my abyss, and it was staring me right in the face. Making that notification. Most emergency personnel today appear very young to me. Digging through some old photos, I found a picture of me as a young cop with a flat-top haircut. I was standing in my parents' living room in my uniform. I had every accessory known to man on my gun belt. If I were to have fallen in something as shallow as a mud puddle, I surely would have drowned. I looked young too, but inside, I was incredibly old. That moral blanket that protected me as a child had developed holes like the stars in the night sky. As we get older, we tend to submit more to life's plan than when we're young. Dents in our armor act like a shock collar on a dog. When life decides it's time, we don't get a trial to plead our case. This next story is a tough one. Intentionally vague to honor and protect the family, it had a profound impact on my life. Specific details are left out because it's just the right thing to do. Imagine your children are now young adults, making something of themselves. They work, they live at home to save money. As parents, you're walking that empty nester line of being fortunate enough to have family dinner together and yet wondering if they'll ever move out. That perhaps was the case with this family in this incident. I was called to a business at the beginning of my shift. What I was met with did not even seem real to me. This young adult, about my age at the time, had gone to work that evening. At some point during his shift, a freak accident had mercilessly taken his life. The scene was gruesome and still plays in my head today. The sights, sounds, smells of that facility became ingrained in my senses. Any similar stimulus I receive now, years later, bring back the memory of that night. After the scene was processed and deemed not necessarily a police matter, my duty was not over. With the chaplain, we made our way to notify the family of this tragedy. It's one of the most miserable experiences of my life. As I stood there, I can't even tell you what was said. I remember my heart aching for these parents. Here I was, a young man, about the same age as their child, bearing the news a parent never wants to hear. I aged a great deal that evening. Sometime later, I watched the 2009 film Taking Chance, starring Kevin Bacon and directed by Ross Katz. The main character's job was to escort his fellow fallen Marine home. Although it was a powerful movie, I know these heroes do exist. It's not the same situation, but the substance of this film brought back the memory of telling those poor parents of their son's death, another memory that has been pushed as far back in my mental closet as possible. Been down this road before. I don't know what it is or was, but trouble seemed to follow me like an annoying sibling. Nothing was ever as it seemed while on patrol. Traffic stop turned into predatory sex offender arrests. Abandoned property turned into drug warrants. When you thought you'd seen just about everything, something new would present itself. Working the downtown beat was my passion. I loved the action on the weekends. With 3 major colleges in the metro area, there was bound to be some excitement almost every night. I was doing my evening shift rotation, which overlapped with the night shift. I'd been patrolling for 3 years, making traffic stops, responding to calls, planning when and where to eat. That evening, I saw a car driving about 50 miles an hour and then exit into an alley. The vehicle hit an approach, causing it to launch into the air. I quickly caught up with the vehicle, calling out to the dispatch the location and direction. The second I turned on my lights, the vehicle veered to the side of the road and 2 occupants jumped out. Like deer being chased like a hunter, they ran in separate directions. I told you I played a little college football in my day. I would never consider a marathon, but for 200 yards, you best have your running shoes on. After 200 yards, my speed that night was like a fruit stripe gums flavor. It quickly disappeared. I was gaining on the driver, yelling, "Police, stop!" I informed dispatch the direction the individuals were running. The gap between me and the driver closed quickly. To this day, I do not know why, but the driver ran directly down the middle of the street. A beautiful tackle ended this foot pursuit. A double car had stopped and brought my squad car to where I flopped on top of the driver. Handcuffed and searched, we were off to the county jail where the driver was booked on a variety of charges. Another unit had located and arrested the passenger. I left the jail, which was attached to the courthouse. My squad car phone rang, so I parked short of the courthouse facing the parking lot. It was Sunday, so the lot was typically empty. On the phone was the father of the person I just arrested. He was irate that the police department had arrested his son, but at that point, something caught my attention, and his voice was just a soft irritation in my ear. In the parking lot of the courthouse was a lone vehicle. The irate father on the phone became more of an annoyance than he was worth. In the middle of his temper tantrum, I just simply hung up. The courthouse parking lot sat across the street from the main entrance. A single vehicle, with the driver's side door open, sat facing the building. There were 2 legs hanging out of the vehicle. On the surface, this looked like someone was working on stealing a radio out of a car. It was about 6 p.m. in summer, so there were at least 3 hours of daylight left in the day. I radioed dispatch and told them what I was observing. The beat officer, my good friend Ezzy, said he would head my way. We rolled up as quietly as we could on this car. As we approached the vehicle, the legs turned into a full figure of a man. He quickly jumped up and sat down in the seat of the car. I said, "Police, what's going on tonight?" The man looked dazed. He mumbled as he spoke, and both of his hands were on the steering wheel. The vehicle appeared as if he'd been living out of it for some time. Before I could get out my next question, as he yelled, "Gun!" As he grabbed an SKS rifle with a scope from an area within the man's reach. This is an older Volkswagen Beetle, so everything was within his reach. I grabbed the man and put him prone on the ground. He struggled only briefly, but his mumbling and quiet behavior continued. What unraveled next sent chills down my spine. The man started to speak quietly. He told me that he was mad at a judge because the judge had taken his K-bar knife from him at a court proceeding. The man said he'd been sitting in the parking lot watching and waiting for the right moment to shoot his way in the building. The man had been watching the sheriff's deputy with his rifle scope and as the deputy worked in his office. The man was going to shoot the security guard and anyone that got in his way as he went searching for the judge and his knife. He'd been planning this event since the judge had ordered this weapon, a K-bar knife, removed from his possession. Inside this vehicle was a mess of clothes, papers, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition for his rifle. There was also some sort of escape and evasion manual. Also inside the vehicle were galvanized pipes threaded at the end caps, consistent with the construction of pipe bombs. There were a variety of nuts and bolts also near the pipe material. The man told me that he had planted pipe bombs around the perimeter of the courthouse. I notified my sergeant, who in turn notified the newly formed and very local bomb technician squad. After a cursory search around the courthouse, no pipe bombs were located. The man eventually admitted that he lied about placing the pipe bombs. I was determined that the man was a deserter based on some of the property in his vehicle. He in fact was AWOL from the military. He was arrested and taken to the hospital for a mental evaluation. Ezzy and I returned to the station. We were both still amazed that this could have potentially happened in our small city. We did share a morbid but good laugh at all the planning this man did, though. He was going to make his escape in a blaze orange Volkswagen Beetle with green Colorado license plates. No one would notice that, of course. What ensued again was a media storm. National news outlets picked up on this story. I was amazed. Ezzy and I were both awarded meritorious service medals from our department. The county commission recognized us for being at the right place at the right time. For this incident, I'm grateful. I'm grateful that I was lucky enough to be in the place I was before it occurred. I'm grateful that Ezzy was so close and backed me up as he did so many times. We always kept each other safe. I don't know what demons or memories haunted Ezzy or anyone else at the time. I wish I did. I know personally I was focused on taking the highest risk calls and just waiting for the most dangerous situations. I was so wrapped up in life and being a cop. Now looking back, I realized I should have stopped, taken a breath, and look what was going on around me. But at the time, still reeling from train incidents and potential active shooter situations, I look forward to any dangerous call within the city. About a year later, Ezzy took a position with a different department. We would never speak again, nor would I hear that infectious laugh. Several years later, on my birthday, I lost Ezzy. Whatever was haunting him, it took him. I should have known. Sorry I was so blind, buddy. I didn't know. Brother Tim. When my brother said that he wanted to do a ride-along, I told him that he should wait until it was the weekend. He had ridden with me once before, maybe twice, on a weekday, but it had been a less than exciting evening, and weekends usually brought out a more realistic experience of law enforcement. We made up different identities for my brother as he rode along with me, depending on the type of people we came into contact with during the shift. First, he was just some guy that I picked up alongside the road. Then he was Special Agent Tim of the Undergarment Inspection Service. You would be surprised how few people questioned that credential. But by far, my favorite brother's persona was Brother Tim, the Bible-singing police car evangelist. Everyone seemed to love Brother Tim. I really wanted to show Brother Tim the kind of stuff that went on after dark in the downtown area. There were plenty of opportunities for Brother Tim to spread the good word, one citizen at a time, and this night, Brother Tim would not be disappointed. Although Fargo is relatively small, cool weekends in the fall are quite active in the downtown area. With the colleges back in session and football in full roar, students migrate to the downtown area to celebrate their wins and drown their sorrow and their losses in copious amounts of whatever is on special. This summer night started out in the briefing room. The swing shift was searching for a person that reportedly brandished a handgun in the downtown area. The report gave a detailed description of the individual. I had logged enough hours downtown to have a pretty good idea of who this mysterious person was and where exactly he lived. Other officers working that beat must have come to the same conclusion, as they had already knocked on the door of the suspect's pay by the day or month apartment door and had received no answer. The report was that the suspect appeared to be aggressive and walking with no purpose. The complaint also mentioned something about the suspect being high on painkillers. Brother Tim and I mounted old Squad 83. As in the past, I reminded Brother Tim how to remove the shotgun from the rack if need be. I always felt comfort when someone who knew how to effectively use a shotgun was sitting next to me in the squad car. Brother Tim was no exception. He had years of bird hunting under his belt with that very brand of shotgun. We started checking the local areas where we thought the suspect might be hanging out or hiding. Another officer was placed about a block north of the suspect's downtown apartment building to conduct surveillance. This was a difficult task as it was dark, the weekend, and the downtown was alive with traffic and crowds standing around talking and bar hopping. More reports of an individual matching a similar description started coming in from all areas adjacent to the downtown area. We checked out every reported sighting with no success. The swing shift beat officer and I decided to search a large apartment building near the residence of our suspect. The building was rather iconic. If you worked downtown, you could bet you would be called to this building at least once a shift. On cold nights, transients would sneak into the basement where it was warm and sleep off whatever was ailing them. It seemed logical that this would be a place to at least eliminate as a potential hiding place. Brother Tim, dressed as a civilian, posted in the public hallway of the main floor. The swing shift officer and I started searching the basement. Some basements are a pure dungeon. The stairs for this basement looked like you were descending into hell. This basement was a dungeon. Flashlights beaming, we searched corner to corner. Surprisingly, no transients and no suspect were there. Just a bunch of old clothes. We made our way back up to Brother Tim. The building consisted of about 5 floors. On the main floor there was a business office. The owner, who was well known to officers, maintained his residence in the building. The rest of the building had a variety of apartments and a cast of characters whose nightly performances kept the beat officers busy. The owner was known for giving those who were struggling a chance. The owner often allowed certain tenants lower rent rates and flexible terms. Some of the residents of the building were down on their luck, others had legal troubles. Some residents just lived there because of the convenience of downtown. We climbed the stairs of the building, searching stairwells and resident floors. On most nights, you could hear music, yelling, and partying, but on this night, it was the quietest I'd ever heard this building. It was a weird feeling. Standing in one of the stairwells, the beat officer, Brother Tim, and I were contemplating our next move. The stairwells in this old brick building were wide. Because of the concrete and brick, the sounds were amplified. When someone spoke, the sound echoed off the concrete floors and walls, looking for somewhere to escape. Brother Tim said that he could hear running water. I could also hear it, and had never heard that noise before in this building. It wasn't like water gushing onto the floor, more like running through pipes at a rapid rate. The sound of running water has a profound effect on me. In law enforcement, if there's an opportunity to take a bathroom break, it should be taken. I thought it'd be a good time to run back to the station and take that bathroom break, so we left the building, certain our suspect was not there. Whether you're a cop, a farmer, a doctor, or a homemaker, things tend to get routine. Small but obvious indicators or stimuli can unintentionally be overlooked. I'm not speaking about blood on the wall or shoe prints being left at a burglary scene. I'm referring to more faint sounds, smells, or just something that you can't quite place or put into perspective enough to come to any sort of conclusion. Because these indicators can seem harmless at the time, they are typically noted but not acted upon. In hindsight, these indicators can reveal a great deal of what was occurring at the time. Man, do I feel better, I told Brother Tim after the bathroom break. We got back into Squad 83 and headed westbound towards the action of Broadway. A sudden chirp of the radio and a voice of the officer on surveillance broke the silence. The officer indicated that an individual matching the suspect's description was walking southbound on Broadway. which was also happened to be right in front of where the apartment where the suspect lived. I pulled my squad car up slowly so I could just make out the sidewalk on the corner that met Broadway. I told Brother Tim to stay in the car unless notified. I also reminded him of how to get the shotgun out in case my ass needed saving. I decided to make the rest of the corner on foot instead of in the car. I left about half the car exposed in case I needed to back to it for cover. There were several people walking up and down the sidewalk. I made my way around the corner where there were more people and cars slowly cruising up and down the street. I was about halfway up the block south of the suspect's apartment, and I scanned for the suspect. If I have to shoot, this is going to be really tough, I thought to myself. So many people and cars. Bingo. There's the suspect. I said to myself as I realized it was exactly who I thought it was. I started snaking my way towards the suspect. The suspect was 150 feet away, walking slowly and directly at me. The pedestrians on the sidewalk provided excellent concealment. In my ears, I can hear my heart beating like a drum. I told dispatch I was going to be out with the suspect, matching the description from the earlier complaint. As I walked toward the suspect, still concealed by the sidewalk traffic, I kept trying to formulate a plan in my head to keep them from becoming victims if I had to exchange gunfire with this person. It was clear to me the suspect had not seen me. Yet, 50 feet now. I had a clear view of his hands and waist, and head. A million thoughts raced through my head. I reminded myself, even though I know this person, he is a suspect and safety is paramount. Then, as luck would have it, a familiar face. A local resident I'd known since the day I started in law enforcement was standing on the street corner. Motioned to the resident in the direction of the suspect. The resident confirmed the suspect's name. Now, doing a little Monday morning quarterbacking, what I did next, I may or may not do differently today. So, what would you do? Some would draw their weapon and charge, others would wait for backup and arrive on the scene, and some may not do anything at all and wait for a younger officer to get there and deal with the suspect. The interesting thing with law enforcement, there is a right where the majority of people live and a wrong of which we try to avoid. And then there's that subjective ground in the middle where there is really no definite right or wrong, and where doing the right thing still may be the wrong, and vice versa. In a world of perception versus reality is a daily balancing act where the goal is survival and the upholding of the oath of which was taken on the first day we became an officer. That is where we live. The details of each circumstance, although they may appear similar, can be quite different than the next. I had dealt with this person a few times in the past. I would not say it was all positive, but the suspect knew who I was. It would not be out of character for me to approach him like any other day. With a crowded street, vehicles slowly rolling by, and other officers rapidly approaching, I decided to conduct what's called a Terry stop, or otherwise known as a stop and frisk. Police may conduct a Terry stop when they have a reasonable suspicion that an individual is armed, engaged in criminal conduct, or about to be engaged in criminal conduct. At this point, the officer may briefly stop and detain an individual for a pat-down search of the outer clothing. The Fourth Amendment considers a Terry stop as a seizure. 10 feet now is all that separated me from the suspect. I came from an angle to his left shoulder. "Hey there, police, what's your name?" The suspect stopped dead in his tracks. What the suspect did not know is that my weapon was at the ready alongside my right leg. Pedestrians seemed now to steer wide of this pending confrontation between the young police officer and the suspect. The suspect mumbled his name, and now that I had that confirmation, like a statue, the suspect kept their hands motionless. "You have any weapons on you?" No answer, just a blank stare from his glossy eyes. Like in an old Western movie, when two people meet in the street because one had been called out, the pedestrians scattered into nooks and crannies and alleys. must have been apparent to everyone standing around there was about to be some sort of law enforcement action. Just then, I see another officer moving quickly on foot directly behind the suspect. I would have to move one way or the other should I need to engage this person. Mind if I check? I asked. Again, no answer, but instead a reaction. I slowly moved to the suspect's blind spot and holstered. Slowly the suspect raised his hands straight in the air. As his shirt raised from his belt line, an undeniable shine of a large handgun presented itself, and the suspect started to turn. "Gun?" I yelled. I don't remember which of the department-approved takedown techniques I applied, but it worked well. He ended up face down, hands out on the sidewalk with my knee in his upper back. The other officer ended up in the same position on the other side of the suspect. "Knife!" the other officer yelled. The suspect had a large butcher knife concealed in the small of his back. I handcuffed him just as two more squads and the shift sergeant pulled up to the scene. A crowd gathered across the street watching the activity. The suspect was not answering any questions. Another officer took the shiny 1911 .45 caliber handgun and knife and secured them. The shift sergeant and I began to search the suspect. His pockets were full of everything imaginable. With him still on the ground, I started removing what seemed to be an endless amount of change from his pocket. Then a pair of Rolex watches, keys, pills, a driver's license. The door of the nearest squad car was open and I could hear the familiar tones that indicated the fire department was going to be dispatched to an apartment building that the beat officer, Brother Tim, and I had searched earlier that evening. I saw the trucks cross Broadway and park. One of the firemen radioed that there was an active fire in one of the apartments, but the door would not open. The shift sergeant and I were still removing items from the suspect's pockets, questioning this individual where he would get a pair of Rolex watches. Then we found something that changed everything. A wallet, which after searching through it clearly did not belong to him. Inside the wallet was the driver's license of the apartment building owner, the same apartment building we'd previously searched. My shift sergeant and I locked eyes and he grabbed for his shoulder microphone. We did not have direct radio link with the fire department, so dispatch had to relay the messages. My shift sergeant asked dispatch to confirm what apartment the fire was at. It was confirmed. The building owner's apartment was on fire. "The water," I said. That was it. Brother Tim heard water rushing through the pipes in the building. It was the sprinkler system to suppress the fire. My shift sergeant told the dispatcher to have the fire department force the door into the apartment, and they did. The suspect was taken to the emergency room by officers and detectives. I went back to my squad car where a wide-eyed Brother Tim was sitting, having watched all this unfold. I told Brother Tim the synopsis of what had happened and what may follow the rest of the evening. Pulled my car around to the avenue side of the apartment building. The fire department appeared to have contained and exterminated the blaze. It was confirmed what we had suspected. Unfortunately, the building owner did not survive what appeared to be a robbery, murder, and arson. We need to establish our perimeter, and the real work was about to begin. I stood outside the car with my shift sergeant and Brother Tim. And Brother Tim said, "Well, I should probably go so you guys can work." And the shift sergeant handed Brother Tim a roll of crime scene tape and requested that he make a tape barrier. Brother Tim grinned from ear to ear. I watched his fellow officer solemnly approach the family of the building owner. I knew what was happening, and I said a little prayer under my breath for all of them. I was summoned back to the police department. Brother Tim had a drive ahead of him, so he called it a night. Met with a detective to assist with the affidavit for a search warrant. Ultimately, the suspect was charged, pleaded guilty, and if not dead now, is in prison to this day. As for Brother Tim, that was the last ride-along he would ever do. I don't know if I ever told Brother Tim how important that one observation he made was in this case. I'll say this, when it comes to crime scene tape, nobody beats Brother Tim. Lucky catch. Luck is abstract. Some may also say that about religion. Regardless of your beliefs, you cannot deny that sometimes you're just in the right place at the right time. The only question at that point is why you were put in that situation. Maybe it was luck, fate perhaps, or God's will. Regardless of belief, we are placed in situations and find we have to participate. Instead of watching the play, life assigns us a role. Sometimes your character is pedestrian number 3, and sometimes you may be singing the lead in Oklahoma. Working the night shift downtown, officers would often patrol in a square 8 blocks by 14 blocks. The amount of calls in that one area could far surpass some of the larger beats in the city. Being a beat officer was very effective in a city this size. Officers could recognize things that seemed harmlessly out of place. On this particular night, it was dark, inky black. I was southbound on North University Drive. Glancing to my right, I noticed a vehicle with its parking lights on. The interior light was also on, but I could not make out what was going on inside. The parking lot, surrounded by an old building that contained businesses that were only open during typical weekdays and typical weekday hours. This vehicle was out of place, so I made a hard right and drove slowly past. I could see that the person in the driver's seat was looking behind into the backseat area. As I drove by, he turned, and our eyes met. You may hear a lot about sixth sense, gut feelings, or another underdefined stimulus. This was an occasion where something was definitely off. I could feel it, but I couldn't define it. I proceeded past the vehicle, giving the driver my best cop stare. Once past the parking lot, I shot around the block for a second look. When I reached North University Drive for the second time, the vehicle was pulling out of the parking lot. North University Drive was a one-way headed south, and this vehicle had nowhere to go but one direction. As the vehicle exited the parking lot, it did not engage its headlights, thankfully, so it gave me a reason to stop it. The vehicle turned sharply south and about a half block in front of me. I turned on my overhead lights and the vehicle immediately pulled over. I could now see 3 heads in the vehicle. They remained motionless. Our department did a very good job of backing each other up on traffic stops. We constantly monitored the radio, and if another unit was on a stop, we did our best to get there and back them up until the end of the stop. Must have been a slow night, as I had a couple of squads come back me up. I approached the vehicle and noticed that the driver was a male, and there were 2 younger passengers, maybe 14 years old, in the back seat. The driver produced a license of which I had dispatch run. He seemed extremely nervous. Typically, we take the license back to the car and run it through our vehicle computer, but I wanted to stay engaged with this individual as I now had my eyes on him. My senses perked up when dispatch came back with 314 HQ. Go ahead, I responded. Are you 104? They asked. Am I 104? Yes, I am 104. This is a question our dispatch asks when you have a subject with a warrant, protection order, or other document placed into the National Crime Information Center, or NCIC, or even the state system known as Quiz. Told the driver to step out of the vehicle and place his hands on the door frame. 10-4, go ahead, I said. I was informed that the driver of the vehicle was on parole for sex offenses. The 2 children in the back seat stated they did not know this person. They would not say exactly how they met the driver of the vehicle. The driver's parole officer contacted me via my squad cell phone. He requested I arrest the driver based on the totality of circumstances I described. Another officer took custody of the juveniles and reunited them with their parents. I called for a hook, that's our slang name for a tow truck, and began to search the subject's vehicle. There were some alcohol containers and candy wrappers strewn about the interior of the vehicle. I grabbed the keys and walked around to the rear. After a quick twist of the key, the trunk lid popped open. I was horrified what I found in the trunk. Video games, stuffed animals, toys, candy, soda. Looked like a Mobile County fair. Based on the whole story that unraveled before me, I could only believe that these seemingly harmless items had one terrible purpose. Sometime later, I traveled with the parole officer to the prison in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I was called to testify at a parole revocation hearing. Upon my testimony, the subject's parole was revoked, and he was placed back into the custody of the Minnesota Department of Corrections. That dark night on University Drive proved to be a good night for me and for the unsuspecting children who were spared the possible horrors of that car's drivers represented. The unexpected. Some, maybe most of my closest calls I ever had were completely spontaneous and typically at the end of my shift. As the downtown beat officer, I spent a great deal of time at the emergency room situated on my beat. Injury accidents, rape victims, or drunk driver blood draws, the ER was always a hub of activity. I developed close relationships with the staff at the ER. One night I had responded to an injury accident on the west edge of the downtown beat. The person's injuries were concerning enough that they earned a ride in an ambulance to the ER. I was able to process the majority of the accident with the exception of the account from the injured individual. As I had many times in the past, I made my way to the ER to speak with the injured party, hoping to collect the details of the accident. I had recently been rewarded by being moved to the day shift. I hated the day shift. Shoplifters, traffic accidents, and brass around the station all day. What most people don't realize about North Dakota is that summers can be quite hot and humid. Any area that has water becomes a perfect breeding habitat for mosquitoes. Our uniforms were black, uncomfortable, and exceptionally hot. I had graduated from bike patrol school earlier that spring with the sole purpose of being allowed to wear shorts while working. Never once rode a bicycle on shift. On the day of this accident, I entered the ER and was welcomed by the familiar faces of the doctors and nurses attending to patients. The staff at the ER were familiar with seeing me walk through the restricted areas. The ER was essentially a large circle of rooms for patient treatment. In the center of the circle were the nurse's station, ambulance desk, and the doctor's workspace. I greeted the familiar faces and headed to my accident victim's room. It was unusually busy for 5:15 p.m. The injuries sustained from the crash did not prevent the victim providing his account of the accident. I completed the required forms and started to make my way back around the circle of treatment rooms. I was walking past the last room prior to exiting the large circle and briefly glanced inside. Inside the room was a large, very belligerent Native American man of whom I had dealt with on numerous occasions. I remembered him from my time working at the jail. When I was a deputy, he'd been arrested for disorderly conduct and had gold paint all over his face. I found out later that the ambulance had come across this male lying on the ground with several abrasions. He was apparently intoxicated and attempted to ride a bicycle down an underpass. The concrete got the best of him. Since the ambulance had brought him to the ER, he had not necessarily been searched for weapons. I would find this out quickly as his eyes met mine. He had a fire in his eyes and was very hostile. Standing about 6'4" and well over 300 pounds, he was a very big man. "You're here for me, aren't you, asshole?" he screamed at me. I assured him I was not there for him. At that moment, he produced a knife and held it towards my direction. As he drew his knife, I instantly drew my gun. My back was literally to the inner circle wall. The medical staff ran out of the room, and an unarmed security guard flanked me on my left. My heart began to thump hard in my chest, keeping in time with both my ears. I knew from several trips inside the ER that my portable radio was completely useless in the confines of the facility. In order to communicate with anyone, we typically had to go to the ambulance desk and call dispatch. I told the security guard to call 911 and tell him 114's in a standoff with an armed male. The medical staff at this facility was and is first class. They immediately began clearing patients as far away from this standoff situation as possible. "Richard, put that knife down right now. You're scaring people in here," I said forcefully. He refused to comply. I could see the knife wasn't huge, but it could definitely deliver fatal blows, especially considering his size and strength. He swayed back and forth. "Fuck you, asshole," he yelled. He held the knife in his left hand, bent elbow, and waist level. He'd not taken a step forward, only side to side, catching himself from falling from the effects of the alcohol. For those of you who've been cops or in law enforcement, you've probably heard of this 21-foot rule. The theory behind the rule is that someone armed with a knife will be able to stab or attack you several times, perhaps fatally, before you could engage them with your firearm 21 feet or closer to you. I was fairly confident that Richard's current level of intoxication would prevent him from moving with any cat-like swiftness towards me. Nonetheless, I wasn't playing. I had to protect not only myself, but the people in the ER. My firearm was out, and I was aimed in. Center mass. "Richard, you need to put that knife down. I am not here for you," I exclaimed. Richard didn't answer. He was backed up to the wall inside the room, and my back was against the wall in the hallway. In my head, my inner voice chimed in. "This is it. This is happening. You're going to have to shoot this guy." "Put it down, Richard." Faster and faster. Thump, thump, thump in my ears. Then another voice. Not the one in my head, but a voice coming from the ground near the doctor's workstation. It sounded like a forceful whisper. "Shoot the fucker," the voice said. "He's in the ER. He won't die," the voice continued. I considered it, as this seemed to be inevitable. Didn't take my eyes off Richard, but I recognized the voice as one of the medical staff at the ER. Furthermore, he did have somewhat of a valid point. It felt like a lifetime had passed, and I don't remember all of the unpleasant conversation that Richard and I were having, but here we were, no closer to a resolution than when we started. That's when Richard took a step forward. I estimated that he was about 20 feet directly in front of me at this point. Thump, thump, thump in my ears. "Don't do this, Richard," I yelled. I also started to squeeze. Slowly. I leveled my sights on my Glock in the center of Richard's face. We were trained not to squeeze a trigger, but to press it. Thump, thump, thump. My heart started to beat in time with my breath. I began my trigger press. "Goodbye, Richard. My center mass target is level with your eyes, and my trigger press is halfway there. This is it." "Richard, if you take one more step, I'm gonna fucking kill you," I yelled. And I squeezed. And I waited for the slack to give rearward motion of the trigger, followed by a violent explosion. This is the worst. Like an alarm clock waking you from a nightmare. Richard's eyes widened, and I could tell that he knew I had every intention of following through with what I had just said. He looked at me, took a step back, and suddenly Richard raised the knife and pointed it towards Owen's own throat. That voice in my head, well, that's a step in the right direction. What seemed like a lifetime had passed. Suddenly the cavalry arrived. I don't know where they all came from, but a sea of police officers surrounding me, pushing me to the back. I holstered my Glock, and I was exhausted. I was pushed to the back of the crowd where I could hear one of the officers, a trained negotiator, and he was able to convince Richard to put the knife down. He was ultimately arrested for terrorizing, which is a Class C felony in the North Dakota Century Code. My work, well, it was done there, and I left and went home. That young security guard, he was sharp. He manipulated all of the surveillance cameras to capture the event as it unfolded. They provided me a copy. I watched it only once, and that's how I can remember this. I didn't need to relive the moment any more than that. The security guard later applied to the police department and became a great police officer. I was grateful to be surrounded by such competent staff that day. But I didn't sleep that night. The images of Richard's forehead and my Glock front sight remain. I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to my heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Football season. I am an alumnus of the North Dakota State University, home of the Bison. NFL greats such as Phil Hansen, Tyrone Braxton, and Carson Wentz graced the turf at this land-grant institution. As a child, I dreamed of playing football for NDSU. At that time, NDSU was a Division II powerhouse. The pitch option offense led by Jeff Benstrom kept you on the edge of your seat the entire game. Ed Schultz was the very vocal and opinionated commentator. At one game at Dakota Field, someone threw a whiskey bottle into the broadcast booth at him. That's North Dakota football. Ed Schultz went on to become a liberal talk show radio personality on MSNBC and then later with some Russian media outlet. A record-setting quarterback himself, he provided animated and detailed commentary during Bison football games. He passed away in 2018. Coaches came and went. Football season and the people who gave the color commentary and directed the players, and the players provided themselves much entertainment for eager audiences. As a police officer, we sometimes had issues with the football players. House parties combined with a liquid courage often resulted in calls to uncooperative coaches and defending their players' actions. The program was starting to suffer at one point because of these issues. Officers told stories of a particular coach who was extremely vocal with the police spitting tobacco accidentally in the officer's direction as he yelled and screamed like a professional wrestling manager. If the program was going to grow, NDSU would need to focus on accountability. They selected a new coach who certainly instilled accountability in his players. When we were called to house parties and did not receive cooperation, he partnered with us to bring these types of behaviors into check. One night, at a known college house party, many of the football players were holed up inside. When we first arrived, the music thumped the ground. Windows were open, and the smell of stale keg beer and urine penetrated the air. Man, I miss college, I thought to myself. When we arrived at the party house, there was a little cooperation. Whoever was inside refused to answer the door. I'm not surprised that the house didn't collapse, the amount of people inside. I wondered how they kept everyone so quiet. A call was placed to the coach at the time. Waking up a coach at 3 a.m. on a Sunday is an ill-advised situation. When the coach arrived, he was very apologetic and requested to speak with those inside. When the temporary tenants saw who was standing next to us, the door opened and the party dispersed, with the exception of those players identified by the coach. The speech that followed would rival any coach's motivational words prior to a state championship game. He didn't yell, but spoke very matter-of-fact. "Did you all have a good time?" he asked. There was always that one in the group that answers, "Yes." "That's great, but I want you to get rested up because come Monday, we'll be conducting some conditioning drills to improve our performance." I respect coaches that follow through, and from what I heard, he most certainly did. I respected him because he was not mainstream and made the conscious effort to do the right thing. I know he ended up coaching in the NFL, and they were lucky to have him. Eligibility. As the city of Fargo grew, so did NDSU. The college made their transition to Division I. That meant the stakes got higher. The recruiting of bigger, faster, stronger players was relentless. I would like to stress the word bigger. Some of these kids were 18 and 19 years old and stood well over 6'6". Most topped the scales at well over 300 pounds. Still wonder sometimes what they were feeding some of these kids. While dealing with some of these gigantic humans, I had to remind myself that even though they were huge, they were still kids. With football season just starting and college in its first week, the calls for service increased during the afternoon and night shifts. One perfect evening, a cool breeze filled the air and the smell of backyard barbecues and campfires. I was working Beat 13 that covered the surrounding campus area. I love this time of year. 213 HQ. Dispatch called. I quickly answered with the anticipation of a possible sorority out of control or people streaking down 12th Avenue North. Attempt to locate a large white male yelling and throwing beer bottles at cars and other people sitting on their porches. The call rang out. I was about a block away from the complaint. I parked my car at the end of the block and I started walking northbound towards campus. He wasn't hard to find. People were pointing at him as I walked quickly in his direction. He was the size of a tree and I was still 30 yards behind him. He was wearing shorts, no shoes, and walking on the sidewalk. He was yelling and throwing glass bottles of beer at cars and the people sitting in the front of their homes. Picked up my pace and went into intercept mode. I heard the radio call out that at least 2 more squads were headed my way, including the campus police. As I got within about 10 yards of this massive human, he turned around and he saw me. The race was on, and I had the clear speed advantage. "Police, stop!" I yelled. That mountain of a human took off running like an elephant from a group of photographers on a safari. HQ-213 in a foot pursuit, northbound University, white male, shorts, no shoes, I huffed as I ran after the large human. He turned to go into between 2 houses. I saw emergency lights coming my way and knew my help would be here shortly. When people run from the police, obviously there's a reason. If you're going to run from the police, make sure you can outrun the police. Don't be 325-pound drunk white guy wearing board shorts and no shoes. When the suspect sprinted to the rear of the house, he turned to see if he'd lost me. He had not. I was right on him. It was dusk and light still emitted through the trees. He looked forward, then turned to check where I was, but that would be the last time. I had already left my feet and was airborne. I hit him as hard as I could in the upper part of his back with my shoulder. He flew off the ground and landed with a thud. A squad car's front bumper stopped inches from his forehead. The officer in the squad car stepped out and stood there for a second with his mouth wide open. From his vantage point, I had just form tackled a guy the size of a building. What I didn't share until later is what really happened. Timing is everything. Combined with a little luck, an illusion can be created to make anyone witnessing an event believe they saw something they really didn't happen. A good magician can make a trick look as if the impossible is possible. I was not a magician, but my timing was perfect that night. Everything regarding the foot pursuit was absolutely true. What I did not share was how Mother Nature helped me out that night. At the same moment my shoulder contacted this massive human, he tripped over a 2-foot ledge of compacted dirt in the alley. I'm sure someone watching this, it would look as if some short cop laid out some crazy NFL form tackle on a wide receiver. That was really not the case. I had to use 2 sets of handcuffs on this guy. I found out he was only 19 years old and was merely a prospect football player. The ride to the jail was interesting. He was a definite shit talker. He was confused as to how everyone else saw someone my size could lay out such a huge guy. When he got a good look at me in the alley by the jail, it didn't get any better. He refused to believe that I was able to hit him so hard that he landed on the ground, knocking the wind out of him. The trash talk continued into the booking room. Booking rooms are amazing places. Countless times I've put up with verbal abuse, threats, promises of bodily harm to me and my family, only to have the person I arrested change their attitude completely while standing in front of that booking counter. What really seemed to get the people the most was the call to mommy. This massive lug was no different. All of the anger, threats, and hostility ended when his mother answered at the other end of the phone. This massive child, who minutes before said he could tear me apart, was reduced to something a Teletubby could bully. The simple sound of his mother's voice changed everything. I felt bad for his mom. Had to have been tough to get that call. The coach later spoke with another officer and asked him if I had any years of college of eligibility left to play football. The funny thing was, I indeed have 2 years left, but no intention of going back. Should have given that offer to the mound of dirt that the prospective player tripped over while running from the police. Door ding. On a rare occasion, my wife would ride with me. There was always an interesting phenomenon that would occur whenever she was riding during the shift. There was not one time where we did not encounter a naked person. I don't know how or why, but she was a magnet for the people wanting to display their flesh. The time of day did not seem to matter. Around 7 p.m. on one ride-along, we were dispatched to a shirtless man who appeared intoxicated, walking down a very busy main avenue. My partner, as he was dispatched, as backup to the call. Quickly spotted the man stumbling down the center of a very busy 4-lane road. It was just getting dark. There was still enough light to keep the street light from illuminating the surrounding area. Cars whizzed by left and right. The man swore and gestured at drivers that honked at him and yelled at him as he told him to get out of the way. I pulled up at an angle and turned my emergency lights on. I could hear them grinding as they rotated. The lights danced across the man's face. I'd never seen him before. As he pulled up also, together we approached the man. The fight was on before we even got a word out. All three of us ended up on our sides by the passenger door of my squad car. The man smelled of body odor, booze, and was slippery with sweat. It was hard to get a handle on him. From the passenger seat of my squad car, my wife was watching Ezzy and I try and capture this slick-skinned drunk. At some point, the man ended up on his hands and knees with Ezzy and me grabbing at his gross and sweaty form. "Stop resisting," I repeated over and over. "I'll fucking kill you guys," he screamed. The man was thrashing around like someone receiving a terrible shock. He was obviously drunk and angry at something. After nearly being hit by several cars, we had to get him off the street. Apparently my wife had seen enough and was eager to help. As the subject tried to stand from his position on all fours, he raised his head toward the passenger side of my car. Without warning, my wife threw open the door, opened and exited to assist us. The door impacted the man's head with a loud thud. The fight was over. He said he was going to kill you guys. I just wanted to help you, my wife said. The man laid on the ground, grabbing his forehead. He was fine, and it sure took the fight out of him. He didn't say a word on the way to the jail. When he was finally booked, he turned and he said to my wife, "That hurt, you bitch." And then he was led to his cell. I'm sure it did hurt. No pants, out of service. I have a passion for animals. I cannot stand to watch one more ASPCA commercial accompanied by Sarah McLachlan singing Arms of an Angel. Those wide-eyed shaking dogs do me in every single time. I actually have had much easier time dealing with human suffering than with animal suffering. I feel as humans, we have much more control over our environment than animals. We had animal control officers that worked primarily day and early swing shifts. This became quite a luxury for officers who worked with those shifts. The night shift was rarely fortunate enough to have a trained animal control officer. We were responsible for the safe apprehension, transport, and booking of whatever creature with which we were dealing. I had been called to a traditional cats in a tree, lost dogs, 2 bats that had collided and got stuck together. Did not care for animal calls because we rarely dealt with animals that were not in some sort of distress. For some reason, most of the animals hated me. Working on a hot July night, I was dispatched to a large bank parking lot in the heart of the city. Dispatch informed me that someone witnessed a dog locked in a hot car. It was a hot night, probably 96 degrees with 80% humidity. This type of weather did not suit me or my polyester uniform well at all. I rolled up to the bank parking lot and located the single vehicle exactly where the caller described it would be parked. Turned on my spotlight and I could clearly see there was a very large German Shepherd sitting in the rear seat. The German Shepherd looked like a passenger just waiting for its driver. How horrible, I thought as I approached the vehicle and tried the doors of the driver's side. Both doors were locked and it appeared all the windows were up. Because it was so hot and the vehicle was not running, I considered smashing the window. This was a big German Shepherd. "Hang in there, buddy," I said, as if the dog knew what I was saying. The dog did not like what I was doing. In short, he was pissed. He growled and snapped at the window. "Hey, settle down, partner. I'm trying to help you," I pleaded. The dog continued to bark and growl at me as if I were trying to harm him. Picked up my shoulder microphone to call a supervisor. I noticed a little detail that I had initially missed upon my tactical approach to the vehicle. As far as I could tell, the vehicle appeared secure. The exception was the rear passenger window, which was all the way down. In a flash, this 85-pound animal of muscle and teeth was out the window. I ran towards the open door of my car. My right foot made it in the squad. but not before the beast of a dog's teeth took hold of my delicate polyester uniform pants. With one violent shake, I was left standing, or what could be considered no pants. If I was a citizen downtown, an arrest for indecent exposure would have surely been imminent. This dog had, with surgical precision, removed 80% of my pants. As I stood there in shock, wearing only my uniform top, gun belt, and boots, I made my move. I jumped in the car and watched the German Shepherd enjoy destroying what was left of my polyester pants. I was safe in my car, and boy did the air conditioning feel good when you don't have any pants on. There had been many naked, pantless persons in my police car. It had just never been me. I was hoping that the surveillance cameras at the bank did not capture this fiasco. The hard part would be trying to phrase this to dispatch, as I would need to travel back to the station for a fresh set of trousers. HQ 314, I called on my radio. Go ahead, the dispatcher responded. Yeah, I'm going to be 10-6 for a bit. Then I laughed. Yes, bit indeed. Had a little fight with a dog, and we'll need some seamstress assistance. I could hear the dispatcher covering her laughter when she approved my request. I took the humiliating and drafty drive back to the station. When I arrived, it would be a safe bet that all eyes in the dispatch center were on the surveillance camera fixed above the heavy steel door that led to the station. Quickly made my way down the stairs. I found my locker and made myself whole again. There was an audible giggle from the dispatchers any time my beat number was called for some time well after this incident. Mother knows best. If you can ever find a law enforcement officer willing to schedule you for a ride-along, I recommend that you do it. It may be a slow shift or maybe an eye-opening experience. It is sometimes difficult when a family member rides with officers, however. There are inherent dangers of which they can be exposed. There are certain restraints a person must follow when you have a belligerent drunk in the rear of your car, for example. When there's a family member riding with you and an intoxicated person's colorful language becomes directed at that family member, it's only natural to take that behavior a bit more personal. I was working the day shift and my mom decided it was time to do the ride-along. I picked a day where maybe we'd have a shoplifter or some traffic accidents to deal with. The dangers of this job were obvious, but having my mother in the car, my shift, well, I would be under a microscope, wanted to show her that not every call involved a life or death struggle. At the time of my mother's ride-along, the city had experienced a rash of church burglaries. Undercover police officers were even given overtime to surveil potential target locations. On that day of the ride-along, dispatch sent us to a house on the eastern portion of my beat. The mother of a juvenile teenager had called dispatch and reported that she thought her son may have acquired some property that did not belong to him. When we arrived at the home, the mother escorted me to the basement. There was a variety of musical instruments and sound equipment. The woman said there was no way her son would be able to purchase all of this equipment. Furthermore, the equipment had the name of the church stamped all over each piece. This is what we call a clue. The woman led me to her son. He was about 16 and rather disrespectful. In the business, I would describe him and other officers as a mouthpiece. There was clearly a probable cause for an arrest. Since he was a juvenile, and it was a felony-level amount of equipment, we would bypass attendant care and go straight to juvenile detention. Attendant care, that was basically a room where adults supervised juveniles that were charged with low-level offenses or even runaways. Walked to my squad car and told my mother a little bit about what was going on with the call. Placed handcuffs on the juvenile and put him in the rear of my squad car. My mother was sitting in the passenger seat. Walked back about 20 feet from my car and was speaking with the juvenile's mother. She was remorseful and somewhat emotionally hurt. Turned around to check on my mother, and I noticed that she was unbelted, turned around and facing the juvenile. Cannot say for sure, but I believe she was reinforcing whatever she was saying with a pointed finger. "Who's that?" the mother asked. "Well, that's my mother, and by the looks of it, she's making a point to your son," I replied. "Good," the woman said, turned around and walked back into her house. I waited until my mother had turned back around in her seat. I wanted nothing to do with that lecture. When I got in the car and shut the door, it was quiet as a cold winter night. No cussing, no swearing, no disrespectful behavior. There were no long series of small sobs coming from the back of my squad car. I looked over at my mother, who was staring straight ahead. She turned towards me with a smile, and we took our little felon to juvenile detention. It could only get easier from there.
The rundown. Most police officers have the ability to hold a conversation, drive, monitor the radio and scanner all at the same time. Multitasking is an important part of the job in any emergency service occupation. If a police officer is not listening to the radio, critical information regarding those around you can be missed. It takes practice and discipline to multitask, be accurate, and be efficient. An officer does not want to have to wait for dispatch to provide them information when they could have even acted seconds sooner. It was a clear night in Fargo, North Dakota. I was a night shift officer and had just come on to shift. There was typically a 2 to 3 hour overlap from the power shifts so that we could keep as many officers on the street as possible. Just before, during, and 2 hours after bar closing, the calls would come pouring into dispatch center. Aside from the usual car accident and traffic stops, it had been a relatively quiet night so far. It had rained just enough to keep the grass as wet as about as a morning dew. The moon and stars had started to poke through the clouds in the sky. I was a single officer car leaving the central garage area. The central garage was a facility where we would store our squad cars that were assigned to us. The central garage was located on Beat 13. It was a medium-sized beat that included an industrial area, one of the largest colleges in the state, and also one of the higher crime rate neighborhoods. The silence of the radio was suddenly broken by an officer's desperate call for help. The officer was on foot at a call. I don't know the circumstances of why the officer ended up on the ground, but a suspect got into a vehicle and attempted to run him over. That call, and any call for help from a fellow police officer, is one you never want to hear. The officer was able to give a description of the vehicle. Tearing out of the parking lot, I headed to the general area where this vehicle had sped away. My heart was racing and my motor roared towards Main Avenue. There it was, just as described by the officer. The radio was wild with traffic. The shift sergeant was able to maneuver behind the vehicle and give chase. As they flew in front of me, another squad joined my side and the three of us gave chase to the suspect. The vehicle was moving fast, but so were we. There was no way in hell this person was getting away. He tried to kill one of my brothers, and we were catching him one way or another. There are so many things to consider when pursuing someone in a vehicle. Add weather conditions, other traffic, a metro area, and pedestrians. The dynamics change every second. Applying all of these and more factors, you can almost guarantee that the violation of the department pursuit policy was in your future. In this case, we needed to get this person before they killed someone. We sped down a major street, easily tripling the posted speed limit. The sight must have looked something like how the Blue Angels fly in their formation. Lights, siren, other vehicles all jumbled together in a hot pursuit. This is dangerous. The trio of cars was approximately 150 feet off the target vehicle's bumper. I could smell my brakes as if they heated, having to prevent a collision from other squad cars. The target vehicle had a choice to head east or west. East would enter an apartment and trailer park community. West would lead him to a T intersection, and if missed, would dead end into the interstate fence. The vehicle chose west. At that point, we backed off. Our police lights illuminated all the surrounding buildings with red, white, and blue flashes. As the target vehicle approached the intersection, I saw its brake lights illuminate. The vehicle left the roadway and went airborne. The front end of the vehicle impacted the berm of the interstate hard enough to make the rear raise in the air, then fall back to the ground. I radioed dispatch. "He 1050'd hard into the berm." We parked our vehicles in a wide diamond and ordered the driver out of the vehicle. The lights still flashed and the sergeant's siren still blared through the sound of passing interstate traffic. The driver stumbled out of the vehicle and laid face down on the wet grass. The sergeant and another officer took the driver into custody, and I cleared the rest of the vehicle. There was a spider web crack in the windshield where it appeared that the driver's forehead had hit due to the impact of the crash. Ultimately, this case went to trial. The courtroom was full of police officers during the closing arguments. The prosecutor reviewed all of the facts that had been introduced during the course of the trial. He took it a step further during his closing arguments. The prosecutor got down on his hands and knees and told the jury, "This is the position the officer was in when the vehicle came directly at him. Who's scared for their life? Who is scared for their life?" A pin dropping would have been audible to anyone in the room. The suspect was convicted and sentenced at a later date. It was a terrible call to hear on the radio and dangerous pursuit that followed. We're lucky no one died. The beginning of the end. A former colleague of mine reminded me of an incident that he and I got involved in one early morning. Like most young officers, I was aggressive. I liked to kick butt and take names. We sorted all the paperwork afterwards. Always on the hunt for potential crime, sometimes that crime would find me. I was working the night shift south of the downtown area. 25th Street is a main artery that runs north and south, just about the center of the city. Airplanes landing at the airport line up on 25th Street prior to landing at the airport. At the time, it was 4 lanes wide, making it very easy to turn around on speeders. The sun had come up, and 25th Street was busy with people driving to get to work. I was headed back to the station for shift change, but figured I may be able to pick off a speeder prior to the end of shift. The radar tone is a steady squelch as cars traveling just above and below the speed limit. I was about to turn my radar off when it went from the familiar squelch to a high-pitched scream. I've never heard a radar tone so high. Like an alarm clock on steroids waking up a teenager, I initially thought that I may have picked up a landing aircraft. That's when I saw the dark sedan headed towards me. It was weaving wildly in and out of moving traffic. I hit the lock button on the target, somewhere between the 89 mile per hour range. That's fast in the city. Normally we would only see motorcycles trying to lose us travel at those dangerous speeds. By the time I was able to turn around on the dark sedan, it was nearly 3 blocks ahead of me. Trying to speak over my siren, I called to dispatch and to other units that the sedan was traveling at dangerous speeds, endangering everyone on the road. The radio came alive with other units headed my way. One officer said the vehicle sounded like it matched the description of a stolen vehicle from an earlier pre-shift briefing. The sergeant kept trying to get on the radio and say, "Cancel the pursuit." I thought to myself, what pursuit? I just turned around and haven't even got to 30 miles per hour yet. As the dark sedan approached the busiest crossing avenue, it crashed into another vehicle, then a light pole. The sedan backed up and sped away down the busy avenue, turning into an apartment complex. Another officer and I found the vehicle and ran the plate. Ironically, it came back to someone that lived in the apartment complex. We knocked on the door and spoke with a woman who said her son had just got home. She said that he was supposed to be home hours ago and just showed up now. Because this young man was fearful of his mother's wrath and ultimately his probation officer's oversight, he endangered the lives of everyone on the road. Well, case solved, and now I'll charge him out. Unfortunately, this was just the beginning. It would be another lesson in trying to do the right thing, yet have it be wrong, in someone else's eyes. When I arrived back at the station, I was met with high fives and pats on the back. I was flying high from the excitement. One person who did not feel obligated to congratulate me, or us for that matter, on a successful caller was the sergeant. He had already taken the time to grab the recording of the radio traffic and was furious. He felt we disobeyed his order to cancel the pursuit or chase, a chase that really never occurred. He was livid that he could not get on the radio due to all the other officers' radio traffic. Somehow that was also my fault. What transpired was me going into private interview rooms almost daily to review department policy and dispatch recordings. The same sergeant had some mathematical formula that was just not adding up to make his theory of the incident work. I told him I was driving no more than 30 miles per hour throughout the incident. That statement did not hold water for him, but numbers don't lie, Every day, before and after my shift, we would go through the same thing, yet nothing ever changed. I'll give him this, the audio recording, that sounded bad. As I spoke on the radio, you could not only hear my siren, but my tires squealing on the early morning pavement. It's funny now, but sure did not help my case at all. What actually happened was I used my lights and siren to turn around. They remained on through the first radio transmission, then were turned off. He didn't buy it, and it was starting to piss me off. After what seemed to be like the 15th session with the sergeant, I told him, "I've had enough of this shit. Do what you have to do." The problem he had was his elaborate formula to include the times logged by the dispatcher were spot on for what I told him and consistently reported. He took an administrative swing at me and missed. Where he certainly didn't connect with me was questioning my integrity. He did everything in his power to try and discredit what actually happened, but it didn't add up. What he also did was reinforce the way I see how things worked at certain managerial levels, and I wanted no part of it. I see now that this was the beginning of the end for me at the department. It put a terrible taste in my mouth that lingered, no matter how many times I tried to spit it out. Taking unnecessary risks. Sorry to all my former coworkers. I took some unnecessary risks and made some tactical decisions that in hindsight were just plain irresponsible and stupid. Thankfully, no one ever got hurt from these decisions made from sheer bravado, but they were still bad. After a series of stressful incidents while at work, I found myself like an alligator in a murky pond waiting for prey. Give me the good calls, not the stolen bikes and broken windows. I want fast-paced, high stress, and violence. My non-professional term for this is Tackleberry syndrome. Cadet and eventually officer, Tackleberry was the over-aggressive police officer in the movie Police Academy. Although a comedy, there are several other types of Tackleberries out there. I had turned into one of them. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? Excitement, danger, and being able to tell unbelievable stories. This could not be more wrong. Fargo has several trailer parks scattered throughout the city. These trailer parks were like mini cities within the city. I was working the college area, which is a city in itself, when an officer called for assistance regarding an uncooperative individual in one of the north side trailer parks. The initial call was someone allegedly breaking into cars in a trailer park. Now, this is what I was talking about. When I arrived, the officer was situated between her open car door and the body of her squad. With her firearm out, she had her spotlight illuminating an individual in a dark coat. The individual was just a mere silhouette, unidentifiable due to the hood and the large coat they were wearing. The suspect had their head down and their hands in their pockets. I pulled up alongside the other officer and assumed the same position. The female officer was ordering the person to show their hands. The suspect stood like a dark statue and did not comply. This attempt for compliance went on for several minutes, and I had had enough. It was time to put my cape on and do amazing cop things. This is where my stupidity kicked in. I didn't tell the female officer what I was about to do, which was a dumb thing number one. Dumb thing number two is that I actually did it. Like a good soldier in time-tested battle tradition, I snuck from my car, around a trailer house, and flanked the suspect. I had a clear line of sight at the suspect as I was approximately 25 feet over their left shoulder. I'm sure the female officer was wondering where the hell I went. The suspect, hands still in their pockets, had turned their hooded head in the opposite direction of my hiding spot. This was the perfect time. Like a rock shot from a slingshot, I launched towards them. It was another perfect form tackle. The suspect did not resist. The female officer handcuffed them, conducted a search of their person, and placed them in the rear of her squad car. She didn't say anything to me. She didn't need to. What she did give me was a look, and I will never forget that look.
Similar to the look a mother gives a child, a nonverbal scolding that hurts worse than a father's spanking. We never spoke about that call. After thinking about it, she had her gun pointed right at me. It wasn't her fault, it was mine. One false move by that suspect could have caused a shot to be fired. I could have easily been the recipient of that shot. This was a time when I thought I was 10 feet tall and bulletproof. In a moment of clarity, I thought of her having to deal with that type of tragedy, and it shook me. What the hell was I thinking? The answer, well, it's clear. I was not thinking. I was reacting. My actions during this particular call involved poor judgment and just plain stupidity. It was the wrong thing to do then, and even more embarrassing to talk about now. Collateral duties. With many jobs, you may see a small section in the description that says something like other duties as assigned. Some of my other duties included police explorer leader, firearms instructor, and SWAT firearms range safety officer. Collateral duties change with budgets. When our training budget received an increase, so did our firearms training. I loved the SWAT training. This group of individuals were truly brothers. They trained together, laughed together, and fought with each other just like siblings. When it came to getting a job done, all differences were just set aside. They were a well-oiled machine. My job was the range safety officer and firearms instructor. I was also the range safety officer for the sniper teams. By far, the sniper team suited me best. I had some training in that arena regarding range estimation and the ability with the Remington 308. We did annual SWAT training at a military base some distance from the metro area. Marksmanship, automatic weapon fire, urban and rural tactics were just a few items covered during this training. I was usually the bad guy in scenarios. It allowed me to observe the tactics and provide feedback from what I was able to see during each scenario. Like in the police academy, scenarios can be difficult, but winnable. The training venue had several different buildings. To practice some of the techniques as a team, a large 3-level building that resembled a home was the venue. I knew this building well as I had trained there numerous times. There were no windows and plenty of porcupine poop all over the floor. In the first scenario, I was to simply hide in a closet. If you've never had the opportunity to be a bad guy for a scenario involving a SWAT team, it's quite a sight. Other police officers typically make the worst role players because they try way too hard to employ strategy that isn't likely to be encountered on a regular basis. My role was simple: hide in a closet and be compliant when encountered. I was also told not to come out right away. So I sat down in my closet and I waited. There's always a great deal of waiting when you're the bad guy. I heard the thump of boots on a wood floor. The sound methodically moved across the floor below me with voices just over a whisper. The movement would stop, then go again with tiny voices that were quietly speaking back and forth. I could estimate where the group was based simply on the time I had been sitting there. I had been through these scenarios so many times that it made what was happening very predictable. It was important that people that are role players do exactly what's asked of them. Apparently, one of the role players on the first floor decided to do some impromptu scenario editing on the fly. This changed the way the officers interacted with the role players. The cost for that was a set of handcuffs and a close-up view of the porcupine poop. Unfortunately for me, because of this rogue role player's actions, the SWAT team decided to up the level of intensity. That's never a good thing for role player number 2. As the sound of boots came closer, I made it clear to the team that there was someone inside the closet. I figured if I showed my cooperation, I may get some leniency. A familiar sound clanked on the floor, and something that sounded like a bowling ball on a wooden surface came rolling my direction. Let me say, the floors of this structure are not level. As a matter of fact, they slant towards the closet. Rolling into a quiet, dark closet with me was a flashbang. Now, we're all about safety, but sometimes things just happen.
Unfortunately, these things often happen to me. Some situations are just uncontrollable. Without warning, my vision and my hearing were gone. The light pierced my eyes just like a camera flash. The explosion took my hearing and my balance. Before I knew anything else, I was on the floor in handcuffs. At least I was not able to see the porcupine poop on the floor. And I needed to have a serious discussion with that first role player. After recovering from the aftermath of a point-blank flashbang, I discussed sticking to scenario scripts. I volunteered to be a hostage for the next scenario. This would be a low-key role where I provide complete cooperation. I was a victim in this scenario and was hoping to be treated as such. Seated on an uncomfortable chair in the middle of an open room, my head was covered with a blanket. This blanket smelled like it had been between a cowboy and his horse for 8 long, hot, and dusty hours. I'm not sure the SWAT team had the right intel on this scenario. I hear them coming through the door, and there was that same metallic clank hitting the uneven floor. Apparently in this room, the floor is slanted to the center. The metallic object rolled across the floor and basically right underneath my wooden chair. All I could do at this point was to let out an audible sigh. When the flashbang erupted, it sent my smelly blanket flying off my head. I fell backwards onto the floor. Someone really needs to clean up all this crap on the floor, I thought. When you start a scenario, it can be stopped at any time for safety reasons. Once everyone knew I was not injured, the hysterical laughter began. I would be hunting this flashbang guy down at some point. I'd had enough scenarios for one day. We stayed in the barracks during these training days. They were not fancy rooms, but comfortable enough. The last night there was beer. It was a perfect opportunity to play some pranks on colleagues. One of the team leaders had left his room door unlocked, but his ground floor window, well, it was wide open. A couple of us were able to climb into his room and remove every bit of furniture out of his window and reassemble the likeliness of his room outside on the lawn. For that, we were chased down and baptized in the cheapest beer available. That night, I was handed my SWAT shirt and accepted into their brotherhood. It's nice when you have a place to belong. Getting hitched. I'm not the type of person that follows old traditions. The respect and understandings are there, but the concept does not fit me well. I told my friends I would never date a woman with a child. Well, never say never. I fell hard for a single mother. She was working 3 jobs to make it work out for her son. She and her son lived about 2 miles from me. She had long blonde hair that went all the way to the small of her back. Wearing bib overalls and Converse All-Star shoes, I could tell by her fashion sense we would get along just fine. When she spoke, it was out without a filter. The first time I visited her and Jackson, her son, I came bearing gifts, a hockey stick, and other fun gear. He was very excited. We practiced his slap shot right in their living room. Kids that are 3 or so do not have the best aim or coordination. Jackson seemed to love hockey. As he went to drive the puck into the little net, he missed and struck me directly in the groin. I thought death was at my doorstep. "Great shot!" I exclaimed, and he kept on swinging. He was a good boy, full of life and energy. Oh yes, his mom was pretty nice too. One morning, waiting for her to be done with her shift, I could barely keep my eyes open as something came across the news. It was some awful shooting at a school in Colorado. The name of the school was so unique, Columbine. I watched law enforcement, paramedics, and students running with their hands in the air. I could not fathom the tragedy that they were experiencing as they made their way through that school. I called my future wife, and she'd been watching the same horror on the television. Ironically, 10 years later, one of those deputies that was racing across my old television screen became one of my closest friends. We ended up at the same place in the world at the same time. There was no traditional proposal, nor would be a traditional wedding. Las Vegas seemed an appropriate place for us to wed. We arranged the dates of our travel and around the weekend, as neither one of us had much leave to burn. We were married in January of 2000.
We waited until the middle of the month just in case the infamous Y2K bug would cause disasters throughout the world. Getting married in Las Vegas really was an amazing experience. We needed a witness to sign our certificate. The only person readily available was Sonny, our limousine driver. Sonny explained that it was certainly not his first signature on a wedding certificate. What tradition that did follow was the returning to the hotel to seal this sacrament. Hoots, claps, and applause met us as we made our way through the lobby of the gambling floor of our hotel. The anticipation of what was to come was building. We made it to our floor and down the long hallway to our room. Cleaning staff was milling about. I noticed the heavy smell of burning marijuana permeating from the entire floor. I really didn't care and popped open our door. There's no need to close your eyes for what's about to happen next. As we began, our door flew open. A cleaning woman wearing earphones came backing into our room with her cart of cleaning supplies. My very exposed new wife and I stared intently at the cleaning woman, much like we did at the confusing end of the Blair Witch Project movie. Mouths open, eyes fixed on the cleaning lady, I really didn't know what to say. The cleaning lady turned and saw us. I expected her to let out a scream or give an apology. Instead, she just gave a head nod and pulled out her duster and began dusting the dresser and television area. My wife and I caught each other's expression and just lost it. We laughed. The cleaning woman looked at us and laughed. I'm laughing right now. I knew there was something special about this woman, my wife, not the cleaning lady, so I married her. If this was happening right after our vows, I could not imagine the roller coaster she and I were about to endeavor. When we returned home, we decided that we would arrange our schedule so that Jackson would not have to attend daycare any longer. My wife would go to work the second I got home from my midnight shift. I would stay up until she was done with her shift, and then I would go to bed. We really didn't have much, but those times, they were the best. We just made it work. After a long discussion with my wife, I applied for and was awarded a position in the Narcotics Bureau, adding another piece to the job resume. I could now claim I can shoot, buy and sell drugs, and write standardized reports, a rather limiting skill set for those who seek alternative employment. Narcotics, or narcs, as it's referred to, was the best time I had at the police department. The hours varied and the work was challenging. The position was a whole different way of policing. I wore shorts, had grown my hair long, put all the earrings I once had acquired back into their respective holes. I looked young, probably because I was young. I did not look like the fellow you wanted your daughter to bring home. I drove an undercover car that smelled like cigarettes and Crayola crayons. It puffed blue smoke when starting and accelerating. This little car, known as the Blunt, was a very effective undercover unit. Jackson was just starting kindergarten. This would be a first for him and a first for me. His grandparents and mom would be present for his first day. I also took some time and ran down there. Also present was his biological father. When I walked into the hallway, I received a lot of stares from the well-dressed parents. Little did they know who I was or what I did for a living. I'm certain that most were unimpressed, and the most who was unimpressed was my wife's ex-husband. Months went by of sharing Jackson with his biological father. The inevitable little jabs and digs were here and there. At one point, we had all had enough. It was decided to take a different approach to this process. It took a lot of time. It took setting aside differences, egos, and perceptions. It was hard, but ultimately we all had the same goal. The one thing we could all agree on was that little boy, and that is all that mattered. A truce became effective immediately and permanently. When I tell people that Jackson's father comes to everyone's birthdays, every family event, holiday, and maybe just for the occasional happy hour, they pretend to understand. Traditionally, all of us are supposed to hold grudges and animosity to those of whom we've been married or dated. When you enter into reality of what is best for a child, none of the menial and petty things matter. There will always be some sort of connection between all of us through Jackson. We all accepted that and get along. Doesn't always work out that way for others, so we're pretty fortunate. Years later, Jackson's dad admitted that day he first met me outside Jackson's kindergarten room, He was less than impressed based on my appearance. I take that as a compliment, as he had no idea at the time what I did for a living. It is exactly those perceptions and words that we all had to eat, put away, forgive, and move forward from, so a little boy could have more dads and grandparents than most children ever get. I guess we all win in the end. I knew she was a keeper. Innovative, creative, assertive, with flashes of brilliance. That describes my wife. Sometimes a little too trusting, and a real sucker for animals, she's always looking out to better our lives. Sometimes bettering our lives involves lifestyle changes to better our health. This includes more sleep, better eating, and the occasional fad diet. She has a way of talking me into this by fluttering her eyes and maybe not telling me the entire story of what I'm about to agree to do. If this sounds familiar, I'm happy I'm not alone. I registered for a class on weight management, she blurted out over dinner one night. No way, I quickly responded. I was informed that the registration had been filled out and submitted on my behalf. Fairly certain that's a felony in some states. Here we go again. Another stupid weight loss, get rich quick, work from home licking letters scheme that will be a complete waste of time. Whatever, I said, and put it out of my mind. About a week later, she reminded me that we had our seminar that evening. Tried to think of every excuse in the book to not be available. But I could also see that me attending this with her was important. It will be an adventure, she said. We piled into the car and headed to one of the local hotels that host large conferences. To my surprise, there were several people there, more than 100. I looked at the registration table and let out a huge sigh of dissatisfaction. No way in hell, I told her. Come on, we're already here. Weight loss hypnosis, Angie, come on, I responded. I cannot believe the things she has the ability to get me to do. We took our seats and waited for the show to start. I looked around the room and saw all the other husbands that had the same confused look upon their faces. Can only describe the look as similar to the expression of an airline passenger sitting the closest to a well-used airplane bathroom. How did we get here seemed to be the nonverbal communication throughout the room. The hypnotist gave a brief history of the benefits of hypnosis and how he alone could manipulate our minds into not being hungry. All this talk about food, though, well, it was making me hungry. I was starting to become impatient when my wife shot me a sharp look. Like a boy who didn't get his sucker at the candy store, I sat with my bottom lip out, waiting for this torture to be over. I will now hypnotize the entire audience. When you see how this works, you can buy the entire program, the hypnotist exclaimed. This strange, deep bass music began to play. To me, it sounded like flatulence. Maybe it was flatulence coming from the guy who was snoring in the perfect rhythm to the low hum of the bass. Think of cool, crisp lettuce, the hypnotist commanded. I hate lettuce. I felt the pressure in the pit of my stomach. Without warning, a growl emerged from my insides like an angry mama bear protecting her cubs. All of this talk about food was making me so hungry I could hardly stand it. When the session was finally over, Angie and I looked at each other and began to giggle uncontrollably. I'm so hungry right now, she exclaimed. Needless to say, we made a short detour on our way home. Thank God that Denny's restaurant is open 24 hours because the everything omelet had never tasted so good. Times change things. As my career seemingly moved forward, I found my view on things changing. I slept very little. My patience had become paper thin. I would snap back with sharp words at the smallest of things. Now, I was pretty much angry all the time. I figured I was just becoming an old crab. I have no patience for fools, I would announce more often than not. The smallest of situations could set me off into an angry tirade that could easily last a day or two. I lived in a glass house inside of a glass house. I felt coworkers and family expected me to act or respond a certain way. I had to always rise to the top because that is where I strive to be.
Even the act of my son watching me mow the lawn would cause me worried thoughts of a rock hitting him, and I was adamant that danger lurked around every corner. I guess I was a good actor. I could turn on the charm when needed. In reality, I was tired, had headaches constantly, and was always frustrated. These emotions gave me a great deal of energy in the form of anger. Life was exhausting, but it was my normal. I was too blind and ignorant to know if you try and live your life at the top of every second of the day, there's only one way to go, and that's down. Resentment. The old adage that love of money is the root to all evil applies in life's many scenarios. My current neighbors won over $1 million. They had friends contacting them they had not heard from in years, wishing them well. Along with the well wishes came sob stories of financial requests. As angelic hearted as they both are, they finally saw the true meaning of these long lost friends. Similarly, with a new person in charge of a police department, it became evident very quickly who was looking to move up the ladder. Officers, supervisors, all jockeying for a position to get ahead. The price they had to pay was swallowing their pride of what they professed prior to the opportunity. Seemingly good people were willing to sacrifice anything and anyone for that one extra stripe or bar on their sleeve. I don't believe patrol had ever seen so many letters of counseling handed out to officers who were just simply trying to do their jobs. The environment changed to something I had never seen before. It was a divide and conquer, us against them mentality between patrol and the command staff. The ass kissers, well, they were out in full force and they'd just stocked up on chapstick. I steered clear of all the commotion. This was no longer a place many cared to work. I realized that I hated this workplace. I wanted out. This feeling didn't happen overnight, but I hated it. Working narcs was the best case scenario because I didn't have to deal with the regular politics. I remember feeling this way just before I got selected for the narc position. It was about 40 degrees below zero Fahrenheit, and I was on the night shift. There was absolutely nothing happening so far that night. I came to a four-way stop in the center of the city. The other three cars at the four-way stop were police cars. I had had enough and decided to start looking for something new. Long after my wife and son went to bed, I was on our dial-up internet job hunting. Every single night I was looking for a different career. Found the perfect position, but a candidate had to be a current federal employee. I had no idea how to do that. The job was for a firearms instructor at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, otherwise known as FLETC, in Georgia. There was no way my wife would move. There was no way I could take little Jackson away from his friends, grandparents, or biological father. I would sit and wait and hope something would come along. I married a vampire. When I was working narcs, my wife worked at the local hospital. She would get up about 3 in the morning and drive around the city to different nursing homes drawing blood from patients. I had married a vampire. My wife drove a Mustang convertible. It was about 4:30 a.m. one morning when my phone rang. My wife was frantic on the other end of the line. She told me that she was scared for her life. A car had been following her while she was collecting blood draws. She said as she sped up to get away, the vehicle began to chase her. She headed for the well-lit hospital canopy area where, like a cop's wife's reasoning, there would be security cameras. "I don't know if I'll be able to make it through the security door before this car will be right on top of me," she said. I told her to head down 5th Street and make her Mustang fly southbound towards our house. I could hear the fear in her voice, and it pissed me off. "Come to me," I said. It was pitch black, the darkest part of the night. She could not give a description of the vehicle that was chasing her. There wasn't much going on or moving around the city this time of night. It would be an easy pick for me to look at both vehicles as they would come towards me. I loaded my stainless steel Marine Magnum shotgun with 3 rounds of slugs and 1 round of double-aught buck for good measure. The slugs are heavy chunks of lead with a rounded nose that can cause devastation to whatever they encounter. That would include vehicles chasing my wife. The double-aught buckshot contained 9 .32 caliber balls that flew through the air and are able to cover a larger area. On my thigh was my Glock 40 caliber with several rounds of ammunition.
I would likely not be needing any handcuffs. I threw on my external vest that read in large bold letters, "Police." Like a marshal in a cowboy town, I stood ready, waiting for two sets of headlights. On the boulevard in front of our house was a large oak tree. Heavily armed with Mother Nature's cover and concealment, I would have the definite advantage. "Stay on the phone with me and floor it," I ordered her. "Drive past the tree, park by the sidewalk, and go inside. I will be right there." I heard the roar of the Mustang rapidly approaching our quiet neighborhood. As the sound drew closer, a set of familiar headlights quickly turned towards me, just as instructed. And now, I waited. She did just as I had said. I leveled the shotgun down the empty avenue and waited. I thought about how this may go down. I was pissed, and a lesson was about to be taught. Nothing came through, down, or by our avenue. There was no sound, no lights, nothing. Whoever had been chasing my wife lacked her driving skills and the power of a 302 engine in a Mustang GT. She clearly outran and outmaneuvered the vehicle that was terrorizing her. I had never heard or seen her so scared in my life. This was unacceptable to me. No one does this to one of my tribe. This situation only made me angrier and more distrustful of the world. For me to be a cop and a victim was embarrassing and unacceptable. If I ever found out who this was, they would pay dearly. Let's get physical. In law enforcement, we are often tested to our limits, both mentally and physically. My collateral duty included representing the department as a firearms instructor. It was a good fit considering my job as a weapons instructor with the Air National Guard. I also enjoyed my time with the shooters that struggled with firearms. There are certain inherent dangers one faces as a firearms instructor. At the end of the day at the range, I would be mentally exhausted. Constant vigilance, on the lookout for safety, and providing instruction to many people who didn't want to be there can be very difficult. Safety violations oftentimes went in waves. The department requires officers to take periodic physicals. These were completed at the public health building across the street from the department. Firearms instructors were given blood tests to determine if there were unsafe levels of lead in their blood. I had done this several times prior and was not at all concerned when I found my notice to take the physical in my department mailbox. I noticed that this would be a full physical, including hernia check. If you don't know, that often requires a physician to examine the testicular area of a male, having the patient turn their head and cough. This was no different than a high school sports physical. I made my way across the street and sat in the waiting room with the rest of the patients waiting to see one of the many public health doctors. The waiting room was completely full. I walked around until I found a seat. After about 30 minutes, my name was called and I proceeded into one of the exam rooms that opened directly into the crowded waiting room. I always wondered what those little colored things outside the exam room door frame were for. Could only assume they were to indicate what portion of care that the patient may be receiving at the time. As I entered the room, I noticed that none of my color things were in use. The nurse proceeded to take my blood pressure and other vital signs and drew a vial of blood. She told me that the doctor would be in shortly to finish the exam. After about 30 more minutes, a doctor entered the room and asked me some medical questions. I answered as I always have. So far, this had been a rather unremarkable doctor visit. "Stand up, drop your pants. We're going to check for a hernia," the doctor ordered. I complied, turned my head to the left, preparing to cough. The doctor took a knee and grabbed what he needed to grab to complete the test. Just as he made contact, the door of the exam room flew open, exposing me to an even more crowded waiting room. I felt like a light bulb that the doctor was changing. The loud waiting room grew silent as a church at a funeral. I'm rarely speechless, but at that point I had nothing. The nurse turned to see what everyone in the waiting room was staring at. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry," the nurse exclaimed. She quickly left, slamming the door behind her. Wow, you're good," the doctor announced. The worst part was having to leave the examination room. I didn't know if I would be met with laughter, whispers, or applause. I put my hat down as far as it would go and made my way directly to the exit. I can tell you this, that was my one and only time I will admit to of public exhibitionism. Prosthetics. As you may have learned throughout this book, practical jokes are a huge part of law enforcement. The best ones are both practical and jokes. There are definite advantages to working the night shift. No management to deal with, interesting calls, and aggressive officers truly making a difference. The month of October seems to be a natural time of year for pranks. On one particular night, an officer had been dispatched to a call in a quiet residential neighborhood. Someone had put a pair of fake legs under a vehicle. Later in the shift, the legs made their appearance in the locker room. Those kinds of things. My locker was located by one of the many bathrooms. The bathrooms all contained a sink, stool, and shower. As I changed after my shift, the detectives would already have arrived for the day shift. One detective in particular had this strange obsession with taking his morning constitution in the bathroom right by my locker. When he was finished, the smell punished anyone who was even 30 feet within that bathroom. I don't know what this detective had in his daily diet, but it most certainly included eggs. That seemed to cause the others to think that this was the bathroom. There must have been something special inside. I have no idea why that particular room was so popular, but something needed to be done about this situation. It didn't seem to matter if one or the other 6 bathrooms was available. Like a homing pigeon, this detective and others always came back to the bathroom by my locker. Day after day, we would be greeted with this torture. I'd had enough. I went on the search for the fake legs. I found the legs in an empty locker. They were already wearing pants and shoes. This was going to be perfect. With the help of friends, I placed the prosthetic legs in the stall. Steve was the smallest, so he locked the door on the inside of the stall and crawled under the divider. We turned on the light and shut the door. Now it was just a matter of time to see if this was going to have the effect we all hoped it would have. Person after person opened the door and apologized to the legs. The presentation was impeccable. The stench had stopped for now. One of the night shift supervisors had taken a liking to that bathroom as well. He plowed through the door, only to see the legs in the stall. "Oh, gee, sorry," he exclaimed. I could not help but letting out a little yelp of laughter. The next night was the same situation. The same supervisor opened the door only to be greeted with the same pair of legs, followed by another apology. This was great. The third night, the same supervisor walked into the bathroom. I did everything I could to not start laughing. He entered the bathroom and stopped. He held the door open with his foot and stared silently at the stall. "Hey, buddy, are you okay in there?" he called out to the legs. Turning around, he had a look of concern on his face. I had a tear that welled up in my eyes from trying to contain my laughter. "Hey, are you okay?" he yelled again. I'm laughing at this point. He walked to the stall and tried to open the door, which was still locked. "Louder now," he called. "Hey, are you okay in there?" The supervisor grabbed his shoulder microphone and started calling dispatch. We were ready for this, and he used a technique called covering on his radio transmission. This is done by multiple people keying their radios, causing his radio transmission to be inaudible. He was a high-strung guy, and we had to end this prank before he kicked the stall door in. After explaining to the supervisor what he had been negotiating with, he showed a great appreciation for the ingenuity. We got the stall door open and removed the legs. They would show up at another prank to be determined in the future. The supervisor laughed, shut the door, and we were back where we started. Movies, food, and bad drivers. When you live in the cold Northland, the days are short and the nights are long. Darkness falls about 4:30 p.m., and you will not see daylight until about 7 a.m. the next day. The cold winter months limit what there are to do for recreation. A common recreational theme up north is going out to eat. Doesn't matter what night of the week, call-ahead seating is always recommended. On a cold November evening, my wife and I had just finished what we call supper at a local restaurant. The snow had not yet touched the ground. It was about 7:30 p.m. We were headed home. It was Friday, and for shift work, it was actually my Sunday. We were traveling down our usual route that led almost directly to our house. The radio was blaring some sort of metal music, likely Metallica. Driving in my wife's Mustang, we cruised through the downtown area. It isn't interesting to see people bar hopping this time of year. People 40 years and older are bundled up in a hat and long coats. College kids, because it's not cool to be warm, wear t-shirts and short skirts. Although it was a cold out, the night could not have been more beautiful. There was no wind, and a bright moon shined upon the city. There was a full moon. I don't know if there's any truth to the full moon causing people to act out or not. From traffic light to traffic light, I watched. People yelling, some singing, others darting across the street in front of moving cars. A disturbing feeling started down low in my gut. That feeling was something was just off. It is a feeling deja vu, where you feel like you're living a moment all over again. I didn't know what that moment was, but I was certain that something was likely to happen. I kept this feeling to myself and decided to find the most direct route out of the downtown area. When we cleared the downtown area, I thought the feeling would subside. Instead of me relaxing, knowing we were less than a mile from home, I became more alert than ever. I was focused on a vehicle that had been behind us for some time. I noticed how the vehicle would accelerate rapidly and brake very closely to us at every single light. Approaching the final traffic light before we reached home, the vehicle sped at us and slid to a stop, nearly hitting our rear bumper. I had had enough at this point. While waiting at the red light, I called dispatch from my cell phone. I described the situation, location, and vehicle description the best I could. What I did next was probably not the best idea, but after my wife's encounter with someone chasing her, I handed my cell phone to my wife and told her to stay on the line with dispatch. With badge in hand and off-duty weapon on my hip, I got out and approached the vehicle that was behind us. I yelled, "Police!" and told the driver to shut the vehicle off. The driver did not comply. "Turn the vehicle off now!" I ordered. The driver looked wide-eyed at me. He threw the car in reverse and spun the remnants of gravel towards me. The vehicle then turned left, nearly striking me, maneuvering around our Mustang. I hopped in my car and began to follow them. The vehicle made a series of erratic turns and headed down several residential streets. There was not much traffic, so it was easy to see where the car was. The vehicle cut through a church parking lot and back onto a residential street. I was a good 2 blocks behind them when they shut their lights off. I was relaying locations to dispatch. When they shut their lights off, the game changed a little. Behind me, I could see the cavalry. Red, white, and blue emergency lights pierced the darkness as they sped past us. The squads chased the darkened car for about 3 more minutes. The driver and passenger had attempted to jump out of the vehicle and enter a residence. They were confronted by police in the entryway of a small house that had been converted into apartments. They both denied being in the vehicle, even though the driver had the keys in his possession. The driver was cited for multiple violations and released. I provided a detailed statement for the responding officers. The interesting thing about these situations are a person would think they are clear-cut. I have learned that there is no such thing as clear-cut. The driver decided that going to court was his best option. After providing a very unconvincing, "I was scared" defense, the driver was convicted of every citation. That was followed up by a scolding from the judge. Was it right or wrong for me to get out of my vehicle and confront this driver? In hindsight, probably not. I look back and ask myself why I did that. Was it the result of a compound list of things that transpired in the months earlier? Clearly, it was an unnecessary risk that I could have handled differently. Presently, I would use much more brain power than bravado to handle a similar situation. Who done it? In the Bible, the book of Proverbs has a verse that says, "Idle hands are the devil's workshop." This could not be truer with bored law enforcement officers. The joking never tends to cease. It really never matters how much or how little time that law enforcement officer has on a department. They are fair game to any practical jokes. To be honest, a shift as a law enforcement officer can go from days of boredom followed by days of intense excitement. Coping with this roller coaster ride of events is often expressed with officers planning elaborate practical jokes to play upon each other. A young and motivated sergeant is the key to a successful team. Working the night shift, I had just that. My sergeant was not only motivated, but also an advocate for those he supervised. The sergeant was also an easy target for practical jokes. With that being said, he became the victim of many elaborate pranks, but took each in stride. I think he knew that part of leadership was accepting these pranks as signs of the respect we had for him. Interesting things happen in a city when the lights go out, even to sergeants. On a cool fall Sunday evening, our regular night shift crews started to conspire on our next prank. That evening, we had decided to all meet for coffee at a centralized 24-hour restaurant. The restaurant was always police-friendly and understanding when we had to leave in the middle of a meal. This particular night shift crew was the best group of men and women I would ever work with while I was a police officer. We respected each other, knew what each other would do or say before it was even done or spoken. We were effective in everything we did, including acts of tomfoolery. The bars had closed about an hour prior to our meeting at the restaurant. When I pulled into the lot, there were already 4 squads backed into spots. In case you didn't know, law enforcement officers have a habit of backing into parking spots. This is one of the behaviors that follows us even in our personal vehicles. One of the first things I noticed was a bright new flawless squad car. My sergeant had received his first new squad car in as many years at the police department. He was beaming from ear to ear as he opened the door and excited about the new cruiser. The odor of a urine and regurgitated purple passion that accompanied some squad cars was missed. Instead, that new car smell filled the cool night air. My sergeant and 3 other officers went inside the restaurant and sat down. Another squad car pulled up with a veteran officer. This woman was an amazing officer. Her calm demeanor was consistent, night after night, regardless of what situation we faced. To this day, I consider her the best officer the department ever had. "Hey, check this out," she said. "Do I dare ask what's in the bag?" I replied. She opened the bag and I started to laugh. Like glistening diamonds, there were shards of broken glass. I knew where this was going. Somehow, she also managed to get a key for the sergeant's new squad car. I could see that the sergeant was already seated with the other officers and surely on his 3rd war story by now. We quietly opened the new squad car door. That new car smell filled my nose again. We rolled down the window all the way. The officer opened her trunk and produced a metal handle of a broom. We took the broom and placed it through the now open window and rested it on the new squad car's seat. With the pillowcase in hand, glass was spread on the ground directly below the open window. "Time to eat," she exclaimed. This restaurant had the best cinnamon rolls you could find. Because the bars had closed prior to our visit to the restaurant, there were some louder than average customers filling their beer munchie craving. The loud customers left about 15 minutes after our arrival. This was playing into our prank perfectly. The anticipation was killing me. We all paid, and like good sergeant, he was the last out the door. As he approached his shiny new squad car, he came to a stop, dead in his tracks. Before him was the crime scene. Based on his reaction, you would have thought he was watching a Stephen King horror film. His eyes were wide as he stood there with his mouth wide open. He tried to speak, but all that came out were grunts and a high-pitched whistle. I did everything I could not to laugh. "Whoa, what happened?" one of the officers said. "God damn it, those loud assholes did this," he insisted, ranting and raving about how he was going to fingerprint everything and process all the DNA evidence he could. He was scanning the parking lot for video cameras and potential witnesses. The female officer opened the door of his now damaged squad car. "Be careful, there's probably glass in there," he told the female officer. His temper seemed to build like a muscle cramp. The vein in his temple would have caused a phlebotomist to salivate. I do not recall everything he said because most of it was incoherent. "Hey, Sarge," the female officer called. She moved the metal broom handle out of the seemingly broken window and let it clang on the ground. She hit the window button, and with a slight hum of the window motor, the perfectly clear window rolled up to its original position. The same look of shock fell across the sergeant's face. At this point, I had lost it. I laughed so hard I thought I was going to have to visit my sim and roll a second time. Roars of laughter from the other officers rumbled through the parking lot. The sergeant's look of shock turned to a look of relief when he knew he had been pranked. I do not recall exactly what the sergeant's words were, but I do know they included calling us certain body parts that are typically located between the kneecaps and below the waistline. The best part was, I think, that he appreciated the time and effort that was put into this prank. The collecting of glass, the stealing of a key, a metal broom handle, and distracting him while the entire plan was executed. I miss this crew, because they were truly my family. One last trip to camp. September was always a magical time for me. It meant college football, cooler weather, and our week of SWAT training at the local military base. I rode with a fellow officer to the training facility in his personal vehicle. We had known each other for some time. We did not really know any intimate details of each other's lives other than spouses. I knew he and his wife had no children, enjoyed activities such as biking, hiking, and camping. On this day, though, I could tell something was eating him up inside. He told me that he had just found out that he was a father and that his child was already a teenager. I probably didn't help much as I sat staring at him, mouth wide open, shaking my head back and forth. I guess this could happen to just about anyone. I took a quick inventory of my past and was reasonably certain that I would be in the clear of a situation like that. This trip was starting out in a very different way than usual. Each training deployment provided me something to experience. My ears and eyes had recovered from our last deployment. I would spend the majority of time with the snipers this week. Snipers, especially those with military training, are truly a unique bunch of professionals. They are passionate, precise, a little weird, clever, perfectionistic, and quite eccentric. Law enforcement snipers kind of do their own thing. Like different sections of a police department, some specialize in certain aspects of the mission. I fit perfectly in with this crew. Lying comfortably on a berm about 300 yards from the live firehouse, the sniper teams were practicing sniper-initiated assaults. Essentially, the sniper shoots over the heads of the SWAT members waiting at the door. The shot is typically well above their heads, oftentimes in a second-story window. When the SWAT members hear the report or impact, they begin their task. This drill had been done several times over and over on this particular day. We began to place different objects in the upstairs window of the live firehouse. A teddy bear, cans, used flashbang containers, whatever was available. There was a slight crosswind on this day. My spotter was not a cop, but instead an Army Ranger. I liked this guy because he was quiet and a phenomenal spotter. Jim, one of the snipers, ran down to hang up a flashbang on a string in the second-story window. I watched through my binoculars as he tied it into the window frame. As he was running halfway back, it fell to the ground. I waited, of course, until he got all the way back to inform him of that. Jim, the flashbang fell. Can you go hang it back up? I said with a smile. Jim trotted the 300 yards back to the second level and restrung the string holding the used flashbang back into the window frame. He sure was out of breath when he got back, but said nothing. I saw the SWAT team start to assemble, which indicated they were nearly ready to move into position. I looked at my spotter and said, I'm going to shoot that string and Jim will have to go run and hang it up again. He never took his eyes off the spotting scope and said, Yeah, that would be hilarious. I had just called that shot and would clearly be very unlikely to accomplish. I inched behind the rifle in the Leopold's scope and found the flashbang dancing in the window frame. The wind swung the flashbang side to side in the window frame. Back and forth it danced. One other attribute that snipers often possess is observance. Patterns, shapes, and other stimulus plow into short-term memory and are evaluated at the speed of light. I noticed with the breeze that when the flashbang moved to my left, there was a strange air current that consistently held my target in one position for about 2 seconds. The SWAT team was in position and the scenario was about to begin. I had been observing for 5 minutes prior to the radio call. I have the target, I stated. Send it, the spotter responded. The timing was perfect. My sight picture was just as consistent as the last 2 swings of the flashbang. Before the T in send it was out of my spotter's mouth, the trigger on my .308 was already pressed. The loud thump and slight bump it gave into my shoulder indicated the round was on its way. I watched as the flashbang fell straight to the floor from its suspended position. Holy shit! Exclaimed the spotter. Jim, it fell again, I explained. You're such a dick, was the response. Now, I'm not professing that I actually shot a string with a .308 from 300 yards on a windy day, but it sure looked that way. Upon further inspection, there was no bullet hole in the flashbang, only a torn string that once held what was supposed to be the target. There are a lot of things that could have cut that string. Wood from the backstop, shrapnel from the round falling apart. But that day, we could at least believe that it actually happened. I called it, and it appeared to have happened. And I felt good about it. I kept the flashbang and broken string as a trophy, mainly because I'm a little weird and eccentric. My September 11th. It was about 7:45 a.m. Central Time. I was watching my 13-inch television and could not believe my eyes. Some idiot had crashed a jet into the World Trade Center. This is horrific. I took a quick shower, started putting on my camouflage. It was about 8 a.m. and I was ready to head out for the day and the second to the last day of training when another plane hit the South Tower. Obvious to all, this went from a horrific accident to an intentional act of terrorism. I left the barracks and everyone was talking about the planes hitting the towers. We made our way back to the berm and began doing some precision slow fire. It was approximately 8:45 a.m. when the SWAT commander placed his hand on my right shoulder. It was almost some kind of fatherly gesture. He told me and others of a third attack that had happened minutes earlier. A third civilian aircraft had crashed into the Pentagon. All National Guard personnel were to gather their things and report to their respective guard units immediately. My eyes were wide. My mind had questions. But I found myself sitting in another officer's vehicle headed back to Fargo. We stopped in a small town for fuel. Both still in our SWAT camouflage, people came and patted us on the back. "Get those sons of bitches," one man exclaimed. The other people in the gas station also seemed to support this notion. I did not know it at the time, but that was the last day I would work for the Fargo Police Department. Part 3. The Soldier. I won't say much about my military service. Not now. I will tell you that the soldiers I served with are the best. They still are the best. They were like my own little dysfunctional family. We were young and willing to take on the challenges our commanders presented to us. I was fortunate to have great support and leadership during my active duty service. I traded in one camouflage uniform for another. I was now wearing full-time the uniform that I typically used 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks a year. Quickly placed on Title 10 orders, which means active duty, the next month or so would reveal how long the situation was going to last. Normally, the National Guard is deployed for short duration. Natural disasters, detail deployments, and annual training are what Guardsmen is used to being subjected. After the first month, I started wondering if maybe a second month would bring an end to the active duty orders. I started on the day shift, reviewing current security plans and preparing for weapon qualifications. 3 months passed. I started to wonder if there was a much larger picture than I could see. I missed being a narc, but I had been a guardsman a lot longer. Out of nowhere, they divided us into squads. I was assigned as one of the non-commissioned officers, or NCO, of Squad 2. I was one of 3 Fargo police officers that had been activated and served with Squad 2. Our job was base security, working the night shift. It was now December, and there was no end in sight of my active duty service. I had fallen into a very comfortable role with Squad 2. My enlistment date, it had come and gone. It was the beginning of the global war on terror, and we were all staying until further notice. December turned into January, and that's when the call came. Squad 2 was being deployed to a classified location. A DD-214 is a record of military service. My DD-214 still says classified location today. This causes numerous problems sometimes at the Veterans Administration. I had never heard of the country to which I was being deployed, but the map indicated it was right in the middle of the most reported area in the world at the time. When February rolled in, we rolled out. The alarm woke my wife and me about 4 a.m. on the morning of my departure. Our son slept with us that previous night. I didn't wake him. I just couldn't. He knew I was leaving, but we really didn't provide him the details. It was the first time I was leaving my family since we met, and it hurt like hell. It was also the first time I looked deep into my wife's eyes. She didn't say much. She didn't need to. I saw hurt, fear, sadness, and pride. We found it best not to say anything at all. Hug, and I left. I rode with one of the other soldiers and his mother to the fixed base operator, known as an FBO, where a Navy 727 awaited us. As we unloaded from the car, she grabbed me by the arm. "Promise you'll look after him," she said. Her eyes were bloodshot from the early morning and from silent tears. Those words sound stereotypical, almost out of a movie, but it doesn't feel that way when a mother is speaking about their child. "I will," is all I could muster. What did I just promise this woman? I knew very little of what was in store for us. I knew I had my chemical gear and a bunch of other gear that I never used, but that was all. Atlanta again. Stop number 1 was Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport in Atlanta, Georgia. Here we would wait for the other units to assemble. Once the assigned units arrived, we would board a larger rotator plane and head towards even warmer weather. Bless those folks at the USO for putting up with Squad 2 for 12 hours. During our wait, these folks provided us with food and entertainment. I hadn't realized what an awesome organization the USO was until I experienced what they do firsthand. During this time, we honed our card-playing skills and rested as the rest of our journey was going to be long. We made our way to the check-in area and boarded the large civilian rotator plane. It was a huge L-1011 chartered by a private airline. The flight attendants were very gracious and patient with our testosterone-filled cabin. One in particular agreed to play a joke on a fellow Squad 2 soldier. We kept paging him to the aft of the plane. He wandered around the plane asking people where the aft was located. Ironically, he's now a commercial pilot. Germany. Stop number 2 was in Germany. From my small window, I watched the plane go down, come up, and go down again. Now I can say I've been here, I thought. They kept us corralled like cattle in a separate area of the airport. We were not allowed to leave, and were told that the plane was being replenished. More soldiers arrived and joined us in our makeshift pen. It was dark. There were not enough seats in the waiting area. Soldiers laid on the floor, waiting for our call to board. After about 2 hours, we were herded back onto our plane. If you've ever been on a plane for an extended amount of time, then asked to deplane while they perform airplane things, it's like walking into someone else's home. Each home has a different smell and feel. Walking onto a plane where a bunch of hormonal soldiers have been sitting for hours, well, let's just say I would have paid $100 for a can of Febreze. Into the oven. I've been in hot places, but not like desert hot. When I got off the plane and started making my way across the large flight line, it felt like an oven door had been opened and the oven was left on. I brought my laptop computer with me on this journey. I enjoyed taking photos and editing them on my computer. One piece of information that we were told before we left home was not to have any pornography in our possession while we cleared the host country's customs. I was certain that this would not be an issue for me. I had a photograph of my wife taped to the top of my computer. It was from a rare trip that we had taken with her sister to Aruba. We were still paying on the credit card for that one. It was a beautiful picture. Her long blonde hair was highlighted by the backdrop of the blue water. She had a wide smile and was wearing her bikini with matching sarong. I don't know if my wife takes it as a compliment or criticism, but in this part of the world, her beauty was on the same level of highly paid porn actresses such as Stormy Daniels and Jenna Jameson. The picture of my wife was quickly removed from my laptop cover. I'm certain the little bastard took it and went immediately on a break, looking for some privacy. I guess in this part of the world, they have a different view of things. Of course, they didn't bother to check the other 3,000 similar pictures that I had on the hard drive of my computer. Boy, would they have been in for a shock. Everything was drab in this new environment, mainly tan in color. The gray color of military aircraft was the only subtle contrast. Our tent was amazing. A small, rat-like creature scurried away as I opened the door. The tent had a wooden floor and a wooden door. It was surprisingly much better than I expected. Simply getting out of the sun was quite a relief on my pale North Dakota skin tone. The distant hum of generators would seem to be an annoyance. There was a box at the rear of the tent that resembled a central air conditioning unit. This unit hummed in tune with the other distant generators. I could feel warm air moving slightly through the tent. It smelled stale. Inside the tent was a wide open space. There were cots, a set of bunk beds, and some makeshift dressers. I chose a cot in the middle. This was now home until further notice. I started unpacking my gear and noticed something disturbing. Part of our gear included military-issue bug spray and sunscreen. My sunscreen had leaked out onto my goggles. I used the goggles to protect my eyes while riding in the gun turret of our armored Humvee. The sunscreen had eaten entirely through my protective goggles. And they want me to put this on my skin, I thought. I decided that my sleeves would stay down the entire deployment. The first job is the worst job. I would like to think that I am not a dumb man. I mean, I sneak through college and have some work experience. I rely on common sense as my compass. When I was told I was going to be doing as my first job in this new world, the title sounded rather harmless. It was the concept with which I took issue. Because I was a weapons instructor, I was qualified on just about every weapon in the inventory. This made sergeants happy because I could be plugged in the roster wherever there was a hole. "Hudson, field escort," the sergeant announced. I did not know what that was, but it didn't sound terrible. I drew my Beretta M9 pistol from the armory. I was also given a portable radio. I don't know a whole lot about the technical aspects of portable radios. I do know that since my activation, the radio I had was mainly for show. This radio, unless you were in the line of sight of someone, was really nothing more than something to balance out the weight of my pistol on the opposite side of my hip. Fuel escorts had a simple job. They escorted fuel trucks. That sounded easy enough to me. When I arrived at the search pit, where the fuel trucks were searched prior to heading to their destination, I asked where our vehicle was located. "One should be rolling in shortly," was the response. A semi-truck pulled into the search pit. Soldiers and dogs began their inspection. There was a cab, sleeper area, and it pulled a tanker trailer. I was told earlier that all fuel to the flight line was being trucked as the pipeline had not yet been constructed. I was still looking for my vehicle. What I didn't realize is that truck and driver before me was my vehicle. This is how fuel escort worked. I was getting into a vehicle with a stranger in a country that didn't particularly care for us and ensure that this driver took a load of jet fuel to the correct location. Keep in mind also that the Department of Transportation in this country did not necessarily have the same stringent guidelines as the United States for hours worked or for truck safety. It's not like I could ask the driver for his logbook, as he probably couldn't have understood me anyway, and I'm pretty sure he didn't have one. I continued analyzing this new job I had not so lovingly acquired. Driving at 50 to 60 miles per hour, what if the driver decides to go rogue and make his truck a missile, like the planes that hit the World Trade Center? My job, well, was to stop him. I would draw my M9 and prevent this inevitable tragedy. So, now if I did have to shoot the driver, I would find myself riding in a truck at 60 miles per hour, pulling a full load of jet fuel that would be speeding into a sand berm. I would say at this point I would be in a cruise missile and would be done for. Not to mention the 50 caliber team that had their own weapon pointed directly down the road at oncoming traffic. If that gem started firing lead my way, at least my demise would be likely instantaneous. This job sucked. I rode in about 9 trucks that first night. It was awful. I was on edge every second. We had a definite language barrier. The drivers had been working so long they were falling asleep while driving. When we would get in line at the offload site, they would jump into the sleeper for about 5 minutes of rest. I was just waiting for one to hop out of that sleeper with a butcher knife. Should there have been one driver that attempted to go wrong way towards Tent City or directly towards the aircraft, we would have both died. He for whatever cause, and me to protect personal values and valuable resources. I have no idea how many rides I took in these trucks, maybe 50 or 100. I never made any friends with the fuel truck drivers. They knew why I was there, I knew why I was there, and they knew why I was sitting next to them. We left it at that. I needed to find a different job. Now, I'm not sharing a lot of military stories. Those stories deserve their own private venue. As time went on, I rotated between different posts and never rode in a fuel truck again. Sometimes I was a stationary M16 machine gun post, or the M60 gunner on an armored Humvee, or interior law enforcement patrol, and even flight line security response personnel. I liked the variety. We had several things happen while on shift. Each incident we treated with the same level of vigilance and with the tactics for which we were trained. At the end of our shifts, we would work out. That is what we did. Worked out, then tried to sleep. There was quite a bit of downtime. A day off didn't occur very often, but I was perfectly fine with that. The more I worked, the faster this commitment would move. Started to ponder my career. I was stationed with other soldiers from National Guard units all over the United States. We got along best with the New Yorkers and Texans. I think the New Yorkers were amazed that people could live where we did because of the isolation and weather. The Texans, well, we were pretty much the same folks, just with different accents. During my interactions with other soldiers, I learned about federal law enforcement. I learned of the work and the pay they received. I learned that I hated my job at the police department even more. The more I told people I loved it there, the more I despised the thought of ever returning to that job. I never told anyone that. I just quietly started looking for a different career. Sleeping was nearly impossible in this desert land. During the day, the tent city came alive. It was difficult to sleep because I was working nights and needed to sleep during the day. The thunder of warplanes, the rumble of tracked vehicles, dozers, and other loud activities took place during the daytime hours. Just when there would be a break in the activity, a call to prayer would sound out from a nearby mosque. According to my fellow soldiers, I began to snore loudly and thrash violently in my cot. I would call out in my sleep. I had daily headaches and was very short-tempered. Whatever, I thought. I'm on the other side of the world and it smells like a sewer. I get to be a jerk now and then. As time passed in the desert, I was able to make a few calls home. Care packages were always an exciting time. My family tends to have a very awkward sense of humor. My wife spent about a week packaging a large container containing beef jerky, news articles, movies, and perfectly packaged bottles of Listerine mouthwash. It mixed perfectly with Coke Light. Military personnel love Listerine mouthwash. Heat sealed appropriately, its color and consistency are nearly identical to Jack Daniel's whiskey. Oral hygiene is important in warm climates. My father-in-law, as a joke, packed me some old underwear and other worthless items, knowing my wife was sending her package. My wife sent me an email that the package was on its way. I waited and waited, but nothing came. One day, I decided to check the mail call. I found a package with my name on it. Excited that I could finally rinse my mouth out, I opened the box. In the box, there was a pair of old underwear and other items that I had absolutely no use for. An used comb, a small sombrero, and a cassette recorder. This must have been the joke box, so the real deal must not be far behind. If I were to have waited there until it came, I would still be there. The package my wife took so much time and care packing had gone missing. Heading home. We would not be flying commercial. We were hopping a ride on a KC-135 refueler from the Grand Forks, North Dakota Air Force Base. Grand Forks was a short hour drive from Fargo. We turned in all of our bedding and other items issued when we first arrived. It was an exceptionally hot day that day. The flight plan was to fly to England, spend the night, then fly all the way back to the Grand Forks Air Force Base. We rode in a deuce-and-a-half truck to our awaiting escape vessel. Inside, the plane felt like a pressure cooker. The plane's engine roared, then a loud snap, and then shut off. This happened at least 3 times. We were told that leaving that day was not an option. Back to our tents we went. I have to say, I just was not surprised. My luck had seemed to have gone from bad to worse as these days moved on. I'd grown to expect these types of things to happen. Luckily, the next day we were airborne. After some Tylenol PM, I closed my eyes and felt like this might be the first good rest I'd had in a long time. I was awakened after what seemed like a half hour. The soldier who woke me told me that we were going to be landing in England shortly. Land we did. When the plane doors opened, I could smell the humidity. It had just rained and the grass was so green. The cool, wet breeze felt like heaven. We were sent to our private rooms. My room was impeccable. It had cable, and the World Wrestling Federation was on. My son and I loved professional wrestling. I was not sharing a space under a canvas cloth with 10 other people. I'm not a bath guy, but on this day, I made an exception. When the tub drained, I was baffled as to where all of the sand had come from. There are only a few select places that I could have been hiding the sand. I went to bed and I slept. The next day, we boarded the KC-135 and were bound for home. The Tylenol PM thing worked before, and it would work again. When we landed, we had to clear our own customs. They required us to brush our boots and remove any contraband. I don't know what contraband they were referring. Perhaps the case of Cuban cigars? I stood there, waiting to get through the line. My wife was on the other side. We just stared at each other. After I was finally cleared, we were reunited and complete again. Well, almost. What do you want to do first? She asked. McDonald's, quarter-pounder combo, 2 cheeseburgers, I exclaimed. We hit the drive-thru and headed back towards our home. I had to stop at least 2 rest areas after the McDonald's meal. Guess I should have paced myself. We headed directly to pick up our son from his father's apartment in Fargo. When we pulled up to the curb, there he was. He knew I would be home in the near future, but didn't know which day. My wife kept it a secret. I yelled and started running. After about 10 feet, my son stopped dead in his tracks. Dan! He yelled and plowed into my waiting arms. We headed to our small house, and I got out of that nasty desert-colored uniform. We laid on the trampoline in our backyard. When did we get a trampoline? I asked myself. As we lay there, I told my wife, now I'm home, I could finally have some peace and quiet. Just as I said that, 4 loud Navy FA-18s flew in formation directly over us. Great, the Blue Angels are here this weekend for the air show, my wife sighed. We all laughed, because that's the way things go for us. The war on terror separated us for a bit, but it didn't matter, because we knew we're finally complete again. My new life. My first night home, I had nightmares. Not about anything in particular, but I had more and more nightmares than usual. Not the normal type, but very vivid images that seemed as if they were real, like trailers from a movie preview. Terrible, intense, stressful scenes replayed. I did not know what sleep apnea was, but if you take the symptoms out of the medical manual, it described my lack of sleep to perfection. The worst of it came a short time after I came back home. We were at my in-laws' lake place when I was awakened by a massive blow to the left side of my head. When my true vision revealed what was happening, I was on top of my wife with both hands around her throat. She's not one to take something like this lying down. I don't know what she struck me with, but judging by the ringing in my left ear, I would guess it had to be the nearby telephone. This wasn't right, and it scared the hell out of me. I had no idea what was happening, and worse yet, why? Squad 2 broke the cherry. Other squads in our unit started to deploy after we returned home. Like nothing happened, we went back to shift work. Back on nights after being in a combat zone. It is difficult to take the hype of security and vigilance seriously. The chances of something bad happening had decreased greatly. I tried to keep up with some of the things happening at the police department. I had heard my former supervisor had moved to a different division, and I would have a different boss when I returned to my duties at the police department. I did not look forward to going back to that toxic environment. Some, not all of these supervisors were new, and part of the crew that did whatever they could to get ahead movement. I received a call from my new supervisor at the police department. This person told me that he needed my position filled immediately. I was informed that because I was not available, they would reopen the position that I had earned there fill it with someone else, and put me back on the street as a patrol officer. Now, I respect patrol officers. It's true law enforcement. I would be damned, though, if someone was going to move me out of my position as an investigator while on active duty. This was a perfect example of why I would never want to return to that type of environment. I resented the fact that my absence was merely a hole that needed plugging. I gave everything I had to this place, nearly my damn life, on more than one occasion. And this is what mattered most? I had to get out of there. But not before I made some legitimate waves over this ignorant nonsense. Someone, somewhere, for me it was a conspiracy between God and my wife, was looking out for my family. I was introduced to a senior federal official who arranged for me to partner with him at a federal agency. I was a direct hire and he immediately selected me from the list of candidates. This was the security I needed to educate the ignorant supervisor in regard to messing with soldiers on active duty orders. My recourse was the local judge advocate general attorney. I described the situation to that office. I don't know if it was a formal or informal conversation with the chief of police, but the day I told the JAG attorney, I received an email from the chief of police at the time assuring me that my position was guaranteed as I had left it when activated. He was apologetic and felt that someone may have misspoke regarding the return of not only me, but other officers that were involuntarily activated. I'm certain they didn't want this type of mess out in the media. I had that feeling in my gut and didn't believe a word in the email. I made sure my new employment was secured, but not immediately tell the police department. I had it on good authority that the call from the JAG offices caused a great deal of embarrassment for certain individuals. I also learned it was the intention of the police department to eliminate one investigator position, mine, leaving me no choice but to return to patrol. I had a new job, and I would be starting the day after I was released from active duty. It was time for my 2 weeks' notice at the police department. After a short career that seemed to span a lifetime of work, I looked down at the letter I was about to turn into the city. All of those stories, tears, laughter, pain, and memories summed up in less than a paragraph. Most of the paragraph contained canned language regarding the date of my last day. I walked through the halls of the police department saying farewell to our outstanding records staff. I was surprised when some shed tears. I think the tears were because they knew all too well I would not be the only one to leave. I handed in my polyester uniform, firearm, and all other issued gear. I asked if I could keep my badge or pay to have it mounted. The request was denied. That denial I took very personally. To me, it was a slap in the face and disrespectful. This was not the way I imagined how my career here would end. What they couldn't take were my memories. I walked to the main door, stopped, and took a deep breath. I looked out the security window that so many of the public looked into for help. I didn't look back. My vision began to tunnel and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. This building represented everything I was, and it had changed in a terrible way. I was angry, hurt, and betrayed by the place where I had risked it all. This was no longer my department. I didn't want it. I pushed the heavy bar that released the lock with a loud click. Never heard the door slam as I walked out the public entrance and away from the police department forever. Goodbye, Green. My departure from the police department corresponded with the end of my active duty orders. My enlistment had expired during my involuntary activation. When I was told I was being released from active duty, I gathered all my issued gear that was supposed to be returned and began out processing. I thought the out processing would take days. Within the matter of about an hour, 9 years of military service was over. There were no real goodbyes, no emotions, just a thanks for turning your stuff in. This process was also very new to me. I did not realize the things that should have been done prior to my out processing. One important detail that was overlooked was an exit medical examination. This would not come to light till years later. My unit had never had to deal with active personnel like this in recent past. Oversights were bound to occur. 3 months later, there was a knock at our front door. A delivery person had left a box on the front step and walked back to his truck. The engine roared as it sped away down the avenue. This was a huge box with stamps from every foreign country that it had visited. My wife walked in the living room. "Oh my God, that's your care package I sent you almost 9 months ago," she exclaimed. I opened the package. The care she took in packing all of those items touched my heart. I would normally be upset at a lost package, but in this case, it was better late than never. New focus. My new federal position gave me the leeway to do things that seemed to suit my skill set. I was not a law enforcement officer in the traditional sense. The job series assigned to the position indicated law enforcement. However, I primarily dealt with policy and administrative violations. I had a badge, a little authority, but no issued firearm. At first, this position was refreshing. The government's salary was near double that of my police department pay. I didn't have the risks associated with the position that I had previously faced on a daily basis. It was Monday through Friday, holidays off. I did feel rather vulnerable, though. It was a nice break from the true law enforcement, and I absolutely hated every second of it. I needed to get back into the game somehow. This office job would have to do until that day. That day would not come for several years. On the inside, like a slow percolator, there was something brewing inside me. With every pump of coffee in the little glass lid, the closer I came to blowing mine. I don't know if this was the beginning, but it was definitely when things began to escalate. Internally, my rationale had become that absolutely no one was to be trusted. Going to the mall required a weapon, vigilance, watching people's hands and waistbands. This world is a dangerous place, and I must always be prepared to react. This mindset was a safe way of thinking so that I could effectively protect my family from any potential evil that was surely lurking around every corner. Any presumed risk was out of the question. The thought of something happening to anyone I was responsible for was inconceivable. I was completely overprotective and hyper-vigilant for my sanity and my family's sake. It seemed like 2 steps forward were always 2 steps back. For any deed presumed good, I would be punished with some sort of tragedy. Friends? No friends other than my wife. Family was an exception, but had to be watched with a close eye. I avoided any type of social event unless I was absolutely required to attend. I did not care to talk about police things or compare war stories with others. Around others, I would search for a hole to crawl into until it was time to go. The simple act of obeying a traffic light or stop sign became opportunities for bad things to happen. I constantly scanned the streets for danger regardless if I was working or not. I naturally assumed that most of the drivers were not skilled and I had to be prepared to react in order to protect my family. I avoided the side of the road, keeping my vehicle towards the center. Bridges and traffic jams were like traps. Being surrounded on all sides with no escape became so concerning that my heart would race in my chest. I was constantly changing my driving routes and would go directly from my vehicle into the house. I hated living in town. That is what was really going on. On the outside, people may not have noticed much of a difference other than my tired eyes and my impatient attitude. I was rather ultra-protective of my family. Risks were not an option. There were many triggers, some physical, many were verbal. "Chill out, relax," would often be offered to me. Those recommendations were met with a sharp and angry response. People offering advice of relaxing obviously did not see what I could see. Whatever was happening to me was working because we were all still safe. Part 4. The Agent. Federal law enforcement is quite different than policing an assigned beat for a department. From the training, to the clothes, to the work, becoming a special agent is a culture shock for those who have been on patrol. Special agents focus on programs for their respective agency, hence the name, Special Agent. Special agents have jurisdiction over programs or a certain part of the law. The amount of crime that occurs within those portions of the law typically involve numerous individuals in some sort of national or international scheme. The crimes may involve millions of dollars and cross over into other agencies' jurisdiction. This was a job I wanted to do. We wanted our son to have the opportunity to have an education in a system with smaller class sizes. It was the right decision. My wife aspired of living in the country on a small farm. Perusing the internet one day, I found such a place. Nestled in the rolling hills of Minnesota sat a small farmstead with a white farmhouse. It had several outbuildings and a large white barn. The driveway was about a quarter-mile long, starting high, dipping downward, and climbing back up a hill into the yard. From the picture window of the house, you could see for miles. There was a lake at the end of the driveway and 2 large silos that once held feed for this once bustling dairy farm. We placed an offer and it was accepted. Moving from the city into our new country lifestyle would be second nature to me. I had recently applied for a position as a special agent with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Office of Inspector General. I knew that in the off chance I got the job, I would have to leave for several weeks of training. This training would likely occur during the winter months. Knowing my wife had never lived in the country, it was a definite concern. However, being in the country, with neighbors no closer than a mile away, was exactly what I needed and what she wanted. I traveled with another candidate to Kansas City, Missouri for the interview. Approximately 2 weeks later, I was told I was being selected for the position. My reservations of my wife being alone for the winter on a farm had not subsided. The person that would eventually become my supervisor admitted the interview panel had chuckled at the notion of 2 competing candidates riding all the way back to North Dakota in the same vehicle. It worked out. He was my colleague and already was an agent for another agency. My wife, she's an amazing person. She eased my concerns about surviving a cold winter alone on the farm. "You need to do this. It's who you are," she said. Indeed, it is who I was and still am. She provided me a detailed plan of how her parents would live with her until I returned from my training. I could always tell when she was unsure of herself. When she professed her independence and told me everything would be fine while I was gone, my fears and anxiety settled. Just like that, I was back in the game. Ptsme. The Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers, known as Ptsme, are located in several geographical areas around the United States. Glencoe, Georgia was where I was headed to learn how to be a federal law enforcement officer all over again. Trading in the cool, damp weather of Minnesota, I arrived to be greeted with 90-degree humidity and instant perspiration. This was definitely not a dry heat. With the exception of the weather and miles of almost daily running, I excelled in this place. We were broken down into groups. Within those groups were smaller teams consisting of about 6 to 7 people. There were approximately 40 potential agents in my class. The class was not geared for any specific agency, so many of the students were from a variety of agencies throughout the government. This was a basic training portion. Agency-specific training would be provided by each individual agency at a later time. The uniforms we wore were dark blue with embroidered patch indicating which program we were attending. Our patch held the Department of Homeland Security logo and the letters CITP directly underneath. Ptsme is a division funded and controlled by DHS. CITP stood for Criminal Investigator Training Program. The pants were dark blue with cargo pockets. These dark uniforms were probably not the best choice in the Georgia sun, but we got used to them. Our rooms were dorms that shared a bathroom. Ptsme is a former Navy blimp base with an interesting history. There was nothing fancy about the dorms, but they provided the necessary shelter. Next to our dorm was the Student Center. This was the building that contained a well-utilized bar, jukebox, pool tables, and a large room for pay-per-view events on the big screen. There were many near fights in that room during football season and UFC events. On Wednesday nights, there were karaoke contests. 2 of my classmates shared victories on a regular basis. Ptsme is pretty much a self-sufficient and staffed with numerous professional men and women who call it their workplace. It takes up a large chunk of real estate near the Glencoe Jetport. The professionals that instruct at Ptsme share their knowledge and skills acquired throughout their careers. I firmly believe that the majority of instructors genuinely care about the student's success. I was fortunate to have wonderful instructors. Ptsme hires civilians to be role players. Whether it be interview training, arrest techniques, or other scenarios, these role players have a script and make the training as realistic as possible. The Firearms Training Division is a very busy place at Ptsme. The number of students participating in training requires the schedule to be strict and efficient. The firearms staff have a no-nonsense attitude, and rightfully so. Accidents on a firing range can be incredibly dramatic and even fatal. I had extensive firearms training and was smart enough to keep my mouth shut about it. I let actions speak louder than words. Even if I was blowing the center of the target completely out, instructors would come up to me and give me shooting tips and advice. What I wanted to say was, "Geez, thanks," but the person next to me is actually hitting my target, so maybe they could use some of your expertise. What I did say was, "Gosh, thanks, that's a really good point." It made me sick. That's the best way to play it. The driving courses were a great deal of fun. When the instructor tells you to drive the car like you stole it, you do just that. We were teamed up with a partner for the driving portion of our training. The tracks went for about 2 miles, maybe more. Winding and twisting turns required you to maneuver the vehicle at high rate of speed, yet maintaining complete control. We wore helmets while driving these courses. For sanitary reasons, drivers were also required to wear a white hairnet underneath their helmet, as they were used by numerous students. I was teamed up with a former state trooper from the southern part of the United States. He definitely knew how to drive. It was Thursday morning when he and I mounted our vehicle. The night before, a class ahead of us had a small send-off party. There was that little hint of maker's mark still on his breath. He would be driving first. I was strapped into the passenger seat. There are certain people where the smell of certain booze just sticks with them. They're not drunk. You can just smell it on them the next day. "Can you smell that?" he asked, waving his hand in my direction. I did not respond. Producing a pack of gum, he took 4 or 5 pieces and began to chew. We sat with the windows down and waited for the radio signal to go. Staring straight ahead, not saying a word, the radio traffic came alive. The radio frequency was only one and shared a channel. It was patched into every instructor and every car. Instructors were stationed at different towers throughout whichever course was being utilized. They would call out car numbers and be giving way too much advice to drivers while other instructors were trying to speak to the other students. Drivers just had to listen for their car number for the commands from the instructors. We waited for our turn to complete our timed run. 23, go! The radio blared. We sat looking straight ahead. 23! I said go! The voice repeated. I looked out the open window and down at the large number on our door. Yep, We were number 23. Hey, I think he means us. There's a 23 on our door, I said. Without any warning, this former trooper's foot was to the floor and we shot off the starting line. Like a snake on hot sand, we whistled around the track. Apparently, we were not supposed to pass slower cars, but this was a time course, and this guy knew how to drive. We passed another unit, and the radio came alive, scolding Car 23 and warning us not to pass anyone. The chatter on the radio was endless as we flew to past the main tower, halfway through the course. He casually took his right hand off the wheel and reached down and clicked the radio off. We were flying, and the turns were as smooth as a roller coaster. The smell of the hot engine and overworked brakes caught up with us at the last tight turn before the home straightaway. The old trooper conducted some sort of unauthorized drift maneuver that made up several seconds. I found we were perfectly in the center of the correct lane, headed for the finish line. We rolled into the pit area, no real expressions on our face. I turned the radio back to the on position. One of the instructors came stomping up to the driver's side window and poked his head inside. I don't know if it was the hint of a little maker's mark or maybe the sheepish look on both our faces. Before him were two former cops wearing mirrored sunglasses, hairnets, and safety helmets who may or may not have smelled a little bit like blended Kentucky whiskey. He crinkled his nose and frowned, pushing his eyes to narrow slits. He shook his head and said, "Jesus, you guys, really?" His anger subsided when he got the time. It's one of the fastest in recent histories. "That was a great time. Move on to skid control," he ordered. "I think this radio's broken," I called out to the instructor. "I sure as hell doubt that," he responded as he walked away. A polished concrete pad with a constant glaze of moving water. Combined with nearly bald tires, and you have yourself one of the most accurate representations of driving on icy roads that can possibly be simulated. In the trunk of the car was a device that would lock the brakes on either side, effectively putting the car into an involuntary skid. This was going to be fun. The radio sounded with speed and direction. I felt the brakes lock and the rear of the car starting to shift. I had 3 other students in the vehicle with me, all from California. I made a slight adjustment on the steering wheel and righted the car. Each time the instructor would lock the brakes, screams came from all of my passengers. This type of drill was something I dealt with my whole life. Simple corrections ensured the car would right itself and everyone would be safe. The passengers were struggling with that sense the vehicle was out of control. "Where are you from, sir?" the voice on the radio blared. "North Dakota, sir," I responded. There was a short pause before the radio clicked again with an audible sigh. "All right, let's see how many times you can make it go around," the voice said. I looked at my passengers with a grin. Their eyes were wide open, and they were gripping onto anything attached to the interior of the vehicle. Their heads were shaking side to side, indicating that this was one carnival attraction they would prefer not to ride. "Now you're talking," I said. Finally, all of my years of go-kart training as a child would pay off. I turned the steering wheel to the left and tried to push the gas pedal through the floorboard. The spin started slow. The view through the windshield began to blur the faster we began to spin. The screaming from the passengers was drowned out by my euphoric "woo!" I had lost count of how many rotations we'd completed. I do know that not one of the passengers in the vehicle volunteered to ride with me ever again. My thought was, I can't believe they get paid me to do this. Graduation. I eventually graduated from Ptsme. I received specific honors for marksmanship. I was on my way home to start my new career with my new agency. I had my own government car, badge, and gun. It felt great to be doing what I felt I was best at doing. The agency didn't have my favorite programs that I would be investigating, but I was happy just to be part of the federal law enforcement community. There was more training in my future. I would have to complete my agency-specific training, which would include writing, program fraud, firearms, and protection detail training. In short, I would have to spend a total of nearly 7 months training for this position. Work, train, work. My agency-specific training included writing, program fraud, firearms, and protection detail training. At some point, I would also have to complete the Inspector General Academy training course. After a year and a half on the job, my required training had finally been completed. I had traveled back and forth to Ptsme on 3 occasions for different training courses within that year and a half. I liked Ptsme, but was also sick of Ptsme. As I progressed in my career, I started to learn the tricks of the trade. Agents are accountable for every action. They are trusted certain freedoms and are typically treated like professionals. Agents are responsible for take-home cars, several types of firearms, portable equipment, tactical gear, just to name a few things. Abuse that trust and it is quickly taken away. Agent becomes masters of measuring personal liability with any potential legal ramification of their actions or what they may cause. My agency assigned me as the second agent in a 2-person office. This was perfect for me. I could be my angry and paranoid self and easily succeed at my job. I gave my job my all. I was proactive in attempting to curb pain medication sale and abuse. I gave presentations when requested. I traveled wherever I was asked. Protection details would require us to travel and stay away from our families over holidays, which was not such a bad break as I'd become a rather argumentative person with my wife. We fought over some of the dumbest things. I cannot tell you how many times I thought of just walking out the door because I would just say whatever hurtful things I could and try to win the argument. Didn't want to subject her or our son to it anymore. Over and over, we would work it out at the last minute. I didn't know how they felt, but I knew I didn't feel much of anything. I could not remember the last time I had genuinely laughed. When I traveled and was away from home, we got along best. I would be on the road or in the air almost weekly. When I was home for a day or two, things were fine. When I was home for a week, by about day 5, I would become annoyed at the slightest shift from what I wanted, needed, or expected. I'm sure I made life hell for those around me. I had my reasons and did not want them questioned. In my mind, there was one constant in my life, and that was work. In reality, the only constant in my life was the patience, understanding, and forgiveness of a loving wife and son. Back to Ptsme. I had been on the job for nearly a year and was told I would need to go back to Ptsme for agency-specific training. I liked Ptsme. The courses in life came easy for me. Like being deployed for the military, they house, feed, and clothe you. Your day is planned and there's little thinking involved regarding the small things in life. This training would consist of agency-specific programs, report writing, driving, protective services operations. About halfway through this training, I convinced my wife to come down and spend a long weekend with me. It would allow her to meet the people I spoke so much of, as well as see the Ptsme campus. The timing was perfect, as she would arrive exactly halfway through the training, which shortened up the time apart from one another. For this particular training, we were housed at a local hotel. This was great because while I was at training, my wife did a little snack shopping. She stocked the fridge and some drawers with snacks I rarely had the time to purchase. We toured the campus, went shopping, and explored the South Georgia coast. I felt fortunate to have her there with me and enjoyed showing my classmates the woman of whom I spoke so much. Everyone loved her, especially the accent that comes with living in the Northland. When it was time for my wife to leave, she left a variety of the snacks she purchased. There's one particular kind of breakfast bar that I had not heard of, and one Saturday morning I decided to try it. It was exquisite. I had slept through the hotel's complimentary breakfast, so I gobbled up the breakfast bar. About 10 minutes later, I found another of the same type of bar. I think I was becoming addicted to them because I ate that one with just as much enthusiasm. My phone rang and one of my classmates wanted to head over to the local island. It was such a nice day. With nothing else on my weekend schedule, I grabbed a third breakfast bar, opened it, and ate it as I made my way down to my classmate's car. With my wrapper in hand, I sat down in the back seat and threw on my seatbelt. "What do you have there?" my classmate asked. "Angie left them. Man, are they great," I answered. "Oh, Fiber One bars. I've heard of them," he replied. I learned a hard lesson that day. I did not realize that one Fiber One bar alone contains about 35% of the daily recommended amount of fiber for an adult. My stomach intestines seemed to know this. About 3/4 of the way to the island, the pressure moved from my stomach to my lower intestines. I did not know exactly what would happen if I submitted to the pressure. My guts were making horn-type noises similar to an orchestra warming up prior to a performance. We had reached the beach and parked by a bathroom located in an elevated cabana. I know that different size tires take a certain pound per square inch, and I'm certain I exceeded most Department of Transportation ratings. The cabana itself was built in almost a dome configuration. Wood floors, walls, and ceiling. Honestly, it would have made the perfect environment for sound in an acoustic show. My classmate, who elected to stand outside, was treated to a chorus of sounds that he described as a tugboat coming to shore and a trombone on steroids. It didn't end there. It was hot, and I was already sweating, and any relief of pressure was met with equal replacement. I could not explain what was happening. After about 10 minutes of my exclusive woodwind and brass ensemble-like concert, I felt some relief. I exited the cabana only to be met by my wide-eyed classmate who was slowly shaking his head from side to side. "Hey, you want one of these breakfast bars?" I asked. "Hell no," he exclaimed. We had made it about 100 yards down the beach, and like a bad dream, it started all over again. The cabana would be too far, and there was no way I was going to run. The ocean was an option, but I was afraid of causing an Exxon Valdez-sized oil spill. There was one last option. I saw a security gate at a 5-star resort that be within hobbling distance. Without saying a word, I headed for it, formulating a plan on how I would get through the security gate. "So, I'll just wait here?" my classmate asked. I didn't respond, as it took everything I had to prevent my turbocharger from blasting me forward. As I reached the security gate, a nice old couple was using their access card to enter. I piggybacked them, greeting the security guard as if I was with the couple. I made my way down the short sidewalk and found a sign that indicated a restroom. There was a small band playing by the pool, and the area was cluttered with several guests. Of course, keeping with the island theme, it was another cabana. I didn't care, and plowed my way past the bathroom attendant on the outside and through the door. Much like a severe thunderstorm, there is an eerie calm. Luckily, I was the only one in the restroom. My guts were finally at peace. As I walked out of the restroom, the attendant handed me a towel. I dried off my hands. He recommended I try the crab legs near the poolside bar. I thanked him and presented him a dollar bill for his trouble. I know the dollar bill was not enough, as the first thing they should have done after that restroom visit would be to take a match and burn it to the ground. I sneaked out the gate and met back up with my classmate. When I got back to the hotel later that day, I took all the breakfast bars and threw them in the garbage. I have not eaten a Fiber One bar since. The North Star. I spend a great deal of time traveling for work-related activities. It may seem odd, but geography sometimes requires 8 to 10 hours of travel for 1 hour of quality work. We do what it takes to get the job done. We all are some sort of elite member at one hotel chain or another. Planning or travel typically revolves around necessity, holidays, and weekends. Not uncommon to travel between 8 hours to do what's required, then to do a return trip the next day. This can happen week after week. Some colleagues enjoy home life. This means they choose to leave at 3 or 4 in the morning on a Friday for the sole purpose of getting home on that day. I had traveled to meet a coworker to do some liaison work. It was Thursday, so I figured I would spend the night and leave early that Friday morning. I left the hotel about 4:30 a.m. with an estimated time of arrival at my home of 8 a.m. I jumped on the interstate and started my journey eastbound. About 30 minutes into the trip, and 4 cups of coffee, nature decided I needed to pull into a rest area. I noticed a minivan at the rest area which appeared to contain a single occupant. It was not necessarily out of the ordinary, considering the rest area was on a major interstate. I climbed back into my car and merged onto the interstate. There was not much traffic on the interstate at 5 a.m. It was late in the season and still dark. I noticed when I left the rest area, the minivan also left and followed me as I merged into the left lane. Approximately 30 miles had passed and the minivan was tailgating me closely. I noticed a group of semis just ahead of me. I depressed the accelerator and saw I was traveling nearly 100 miles per hour. I intercepted the trucks and the minivan kept pace. I managed to squeeze in between 2 trucks blocking the minivan and accelerated forward. What was that all about? I asked myself. Another 50 miles had passed when I noticed a familiar set of headlights rapidly approaching the rear of my vehicle. What the hell? I asked myself. I called my coworker, told him what was happening, that I would call the sheriff's department in the county I would soon be entering. My coworker told me to keep him updated should he need to dispatch the state patrol. The minivan was back on my ass. I saw an opportunity to conduct some deception. As I approached an overpass, I signaled I was exiting the ramp off the interstate. The minivan signaled the same direction. This exit was dark and led absolutely nowhere. I started to drift onto the exit ramp, and the van followed. At the last minute, I jerked the wheel back to the interstate, nearly clipping my rear bumper. The minivan sailed up the exit ramp. I flew under the bridge and continued eastbound. I kicked the pedal to the floor and dialed 911. The dispatcher assured me they would have a unit dispatched to intercept the minivan, but the unit was 40 miles away. I was traveling about 110 miles per hour when I saw the same headlights approaching my vehicle. Now I was flat pissed. I told the dispatcher my plan. We were approaching a small town of which I was very familiar. Chances are the person following me did not know the area like I did. I would travel by the school, double back, and hide in a parking lot of a truck stop away from the public. I would then confront the driver. I hit the exit ramp I had described to the dispatcher at 100 miles per hour. After a left and a right turn, I was headed towards the school. The van was having difficulty keeping up with my maneuvers. I pulled down an alley and headed back towards an open parking lot by the truck stop. The van was losing ground and distance. I parked by a semi-truck and left my vehicle running. I hopped out of the vehicle and ran to the side of an unoccupied semi-truck. I saw the van coming, and they were taking my bait. Safely away from pedestrians and children, I watched as the van pulled in next to my vehicle. I was on that driver faster than the driver could put the minivan in park. The driver, an older woman, was staring at my vehicle and did not even see me approach her, Glock 40 pointed at her head. "Police, show me your damn hands," I ordered. The woman did not have a chance. I had the drop on her. She did as I ordered. I removed her from the vehicle, patted her down, and began to field interview her. I was not happy, and my language was not that of a happy local patrolman. "What's your damn problem, lady?" I asked. A small dog bounced from the back seat and all over the interior of the vehicle, barking at its master. "I was told I had to follow the North Star to get home," she said. "Oh, great. Now I'm the freaking North Star." "Do I look like a star to you, lady?" I asked. "Why, yes, sir. You are the North Star, and I am to follow you home, she responded. This was not making any sense. I had my flashlight and could see the inside of the minivan. The front two seats were accessible. The rest of the minivan was full of clothes and other items nearly to the roof. On the top of the pile in the minivan was a perfectly pressed baptismal gown. That was quite freaky. You do not move, lady. Do not move. Do you understand me? I ordered. Yes, I do, North Star, she said. When the county deputy arrived, I was relieved to see that it was someone that I had known for a long time. After contacting the woman's family, the deputy was able to ascertain that this woman had gone a bit under the wire. The family had been looking for her. I found her, but it was more like she found me. The family said she had not been taking her required medication and often acted out on her delusional thoughts. I can only hope that she was able to get the help she needed. She certainly picked the wrong vehicle to associate with the North Star. On this early morning, the situation nearly got her shot. On a peaceful day. My sister-in-law's husband, Jeff, had been building my in-laws' house. I would sometimes help him with certain projects during the construction. It was a cold day in Minnesota, and I was taking a break from pouring a fireplace mantle. The work was hard but satisfying. The house had been coming along nicely and would likely be completed in the next month. Jeff was a member of the local volunteer fire department. He wore a loud pager that would send a test tone every day at 6 p.m. It was around lunchtime, and I had grabbed a snack. My in-laws' house is near ours and situated in the country. About 2 miles across the snow-covered fields runs a set of train tracks that head east and west. I could always tell when North Dakota oil production was in full swing just by the amount of train traffic. The oil production had recently decreased, and the trains only came by about every hour or so. I was standing outside enjoying the calm of nature. Suddenly, the peace of the plains was shredded by a crash and the sound of crunching metal. I physically felt the earth shake beneath my feet. What the hell? I asked out loud. Moments later, I could hear Jeff's pager screaming a familiar emergency tone. It was nowhere near 6 p.m. The message that came across Jeff's pager surely was meant for whatever I had just heard. Jeff came tearing around the corner in his truck. Train accident, over there, he called as he sped by me. I jumped in my vehicle and sped after him. What I could see was that a train had stopped, blocking the rural intersection. About 200 yards to the west was what used to be a vehicle that a train had struck and effortlessly pushed until it had come to a stop. The truck was so mangled I could not tell the make or model. Jeff was headed down to the vehicle, and I was not far behind. Jeff got to the vehicle first. He was halfway in the window when I arrived. I saw what he saw. I saw what I had seen before in my career. Jeff turned and looked at me. His eyes met mine as he slowly shook his head side to side. I knew what this meant. The driver had obviously not survived this violent crash. I ran back to the intersection while Jeff remained with the truck. As I reached the gravel road, I spotted something that stopped me dead in my tracks. Please, God, not that. Please, God, no, I mumbled to myself. Lying face down on the side of the embankment was a child's car seat. I didn't want to, but I had to. I ran to the car seat and slowly turned it over. Empty. It was empty. I searched the area, hoping if a child was in the seat that they were not ejected. Thankfully, there did not appear to be a child anywhere around the area. Then I spotted the next item. I had driven my government emergency vehicle. I had parked it in the middle of the road with the emergency lights flashing wildly. I remember seeing something strange when I first arrived, but between the mangled vehicle and the car seat, I didn't take the time to check it out. It was a propane tank in the middle of the road, just in front of my vehicle. Below the propane tank was a piece of paper. I walked over to the tank, cautiously inspecting it as I approached. I tilted the tank and slid the paper that was wedged between the tank and the road. I read the letter. The letter was about fear, love, and heartache. The letter was addressed to a family. It explained where and when it was written. The hard part to read was the why it was written. I was reading a small snapshot of a person's life. The letter described how a once vibrant life became too much, leaving the author in shambles. Lastly, it was an apology to a family for everything. This was not an effort to make things right. It was a suicide note. This person felt that committing suicide would make things right for them. What it did was require a bunch of people to clean up a mess. I felt for the conductor of the train who was helpless to prevent this intentional act. I think about that day every time I cross those tracks. Betrayed. A measure of success for agents is when they have achieved a journeyman pay grade. This is the highest non-supervised pay grade available to most agents. Each agency has different evaluation criteria to achieve this pay grade. It was a cold November when my supervisor gave me the call. He congratulated me on my successful selection to the journeyman grade. This meant I was truly an adult and would receive a pay increase. It was one of the greatest days of my life. My life. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot how this plays out. I forgot that there is a price to pay for everything. No good thing goes without having to pay some sort of toll. I just wondered what tragedy would be lurking out there. It was just before Christmas that year when I received my second call from my supervisor. This was to inform me that those in upper management had decided that we had done such a great job, our skill would best suit the agency in a more populated area permanently. In short, they were closing our office and involuntarily moving us to a location to be determined by those much smarter than us. This was not happening. It was devastating news, and the reasoning was absolutely absurd. I had not had a Merry Christmas in years. This year would be no exception. What now? Cops get to tease other cops even in the most unusual ways. Cops can crack jokes and share sarcastic comments that would make most people so uncomfortable they would want to stand up and leave the room. Attorneys do not get to make jokes at cops that way. Part of an office closure is to notify everyone who the action may impact. The news of our office closure was going over like the popular turd in a prom punch bowl, yet no one really cared. My coworker and I notified one official regarding our office closure. He didn't even seem mildly interested that 2 agents were leaving the district. Other officials expressed displeasure, however, even wrote letters to the agency. This particular official took a different approach. His office was in the middle of a remodel. The official looked even smaller than he was behind the big desk that appeared to be new or just polished from lack of use. The official said, "Hey, I have a job for you guys. They need help pulling up the carpet over there," and then chuckled. It took everything inside me not to reach across that desk and fold this person like paper airplane and fly him out the window. That small mind and that small body must have thought he'd cracked a joke. I wanted to show him what a crack really sounded like. Karma rears its head at the most opportune times, and surely karma was listening this day. My coworker applied for and was hired by a different agency. Fortunately for him, it was back in his hometown. I was glad it worked out. I was job hunting on a daily basis. Finally, I found a similar position with another agency that would be stationed in Minneapolis, Minnesota. This was not an ideal situation, but we could make it work. I applied for and interviewed in person for the position. Speaking with the supervisor and the special agent in charge was as if I had known them my whole life. The questions were easy, and I felt right at home. The position would not be where I lived, but I could manage a hotel or whatever needed to be done just to remain an agent. I called my wife on the way home and I told her the interview went well and I would be absolutely astonished if I did not get selected for the position. About a week had passed, and I was at my brother's farm helping him with harvest. My phone rang and it was the supervisor from the agency where I had just completed interviewing. He told me that he appreciated my application interview, but I was not selected. I couldn't believe it. How was that even possible? I was so close to fixing this problem, yet now I have to start over. My family's in jeopardy and I cannot make things better. The depression, stress, and anxiety were killing me inside. My current agency had invested a lot in my training, and yet they were still willing to throw that all away. I could not stay there after all that betrayal. 3 months of hell had passed, and my current agency established a deadline for complete office closure. 3 months and 1 day, my phone rang. It was the special agent in charge of whom I had interviewed previously. He offered me a position with his agency in a different and much better location. Still not ideal, but even better than the first. I couldn't believe it. A solution with little time to go. Thank you, God, I exclaimed. It was not the best scenario, but I could make it work. The office would have only one other agent, just like before. The programs were less subjective. Best yet, now I got to be a passive-aggressive jerk until my final day with my current agency. The politics that an agent deals with are eye-opening. It takes some time to get the feel exactly how to speak, act, and see the political decisions that may affect you. Once an agent figures out the ins and outs, others see them as almost clairvoyant. There are often limited outcomes to political actions. By watching and listening, it almost becomes easy to predict the probable outcomes. This office closure was becoming politically unpopular. After I was long gone, someone would have to answer for the decision to close this office. I guess the majority of those who made the decision would try to leave before they were rewarded with a post of duty somewhere unpleasant. I found out later that is exactly what happened, with the exception of one, who was left to answer for it all. Karma visited, and that made me smile. The day before. My parents were snowbirds. They spent their summers in a West Fargo, North Dakota twin home and their winters in the southern valley of Texas. I visited them the day before I was to report to my new post of duty. Another agent sent me a text message regarding another position in my agency. I pulled up the government's job site and saw the agency had posted the exact same position I had applied for and accepted, now available in my home area as well. Home. That is where I wanted to be. What strange timing. It was one of the most uncomfortable calls I ever had to make. I had to call my new supervisor and explain to him about this new position in my home state versus the position of which I was to report for the next day. I was a lucky guy. My new supervisor was kind and a compassionate man, almost too nice to be a boss. He told me that he completely understood and would speak about it over with the management. I about wore out my parents' carpet as I paced back and forth waiting for the return call. Report for duty is ordered and we'll work on getting you home, son, my new supervisor said. I thanked him and the management staff profusely. I slumped in my chair and let out a big sigh. This agency really cares about their people, I thought. Priceline was an amazing tool. I would get up at 3:30 a.m. on a Monday morning, pack up food my wife placed into individual meals, and head the 4-hour drive to my new office. I stayed in a hotel for the week and would come home late Friday evening. I was missing the majority of my son's baseball games, but we were making it. We paid for my hotel every week. I worked hard and waited for that call that told me I could go home. We had to hire a new agent before I could return home forever. After 8 long months, we hired another agent. The government is large, but this corner of the world is small. The candidate was inexperienced and would have no problem catching on to how things work. I knew the candidate well. As expected, they sailed through the process. I provided them the information on what I had learned in my short 8 months. My supervisor called and told me that he was coming for a visit with the special agent in charge. Upon their visit, they told me if I could acquire some free or low cost or joint office space, I could move back home permanently. They had me at home. I had that office space secured in a matter of 2 phone calls. It would be temporary, but it bought me time. I left that office, walked to my car, and never looked back. I was on my way back home. Grateful, blessed, lucky are just a few words that describe this opportunity. I would not let them down. I was going to be working with agents from other agencies of which I was familiar. Back home, I knew everyone, attorneys, judges, and local law enforcement. I received a nickname on my first day back. One of the Homeland Security agents came to the office and shook his head. Well, 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 look who they tried to do in his back, he said. They tried to knock you out of the tree, and yet here you are, he said, laughing. I thought it was rather amazing myself. You're just like a cat. They push you out, but then you land on your feet, he roared. This had been pretty accurate thus far. When I call him to this day, there's no hello or hey there. Instead, I'm greeted with, what's up, cat? I'm just fine with that nickname. I really needed to take note of how many of my 9 lives I had used. Predictability. I have rarely had to work in an office with more than one other person. Collateral duties for most positions involve paperwork and other recurring reports. I was able to do the majority of my work from behind a keyboard and computer screen. Phone calls were minimal, and so was my interaction with anyone outside the family. This position allowed me to become a unique type of agent, a lone wolf on the prairie focused on whatever needed to be done. My domicile was geographically placed perfectly in an area that had seen little coverage. Allowing me to work from a domicile reduced travel time for others, to include overnights. This is too good to be true, yet there I was. As I said before, agents are a different breed. Quite eccentric and not wanting to be uncomfortable for extended periods of time, they find creative ways to get the job done. They have the ability to focus in on the small details and tenaciously expose any amount of dishonesty. Time and resources that are not usually available to patrol officers allow agents to concentrate on fraud specific to their agency. Granted, most agencies have several hundred programs, some of which have never been heard of before. Each program, regardless of agency, has different rules and regulations. There was no way to know all the details of each specific program. The fact of the matter is, the goal is the same, the badge is different. Same players, different game. Once you have played the game, it takes just a little tweaking to hit the ground running wherever you land. Like a merry-go-round, my federal career had come full circle. From great to terrible to not so terrible, and now back to where I was most comfortable. My feeling towards the world had not changed. My perception of good versus evil had never been more slanted. I trusted no one because that left me vulnerable. I continued to have a short temper. I was angry and it was affecting my life. I was just waiting for the moment to have it all taken away. History had taught me that in time I would have to defend everything that was now my life. Found it hard to be a happy person when all I could think about was what battle would be next. Undeniable proof. I do not criticize others' beliefs, for the most part, but I personally believe in a sixth sense. That feeling of electricity that brings your senses to life. Feels like you almost know something's going to happen, so your body physically and mentally starts preparing to act. Documenting certain events of my life, I would be hard-pressed to say there was not a higher power. I have seen some pretty amazing things in my life and in fellow humans. I've also witnessed horrors that made me question why a higher power would allow them to even happen. My conclusion is that I don't know. I don't know why people shoot our children in schools. I can't explain why a family is killed by a drunk driver. All I can do is trust that things happen for a reason, no matter how horrible. I also have to look at how many things are averted. Some may call it luck. I call them miracles. I was standing on an indoor firing range with several other shooters some time ago. It's been a long week, and this is a great way for me to unwind. I was most comfortable shooting and dealing with guns, even though it's not my favorite thing to do. I do enjoy volunteering where I can be of help. On this day, though, something was just off. The electricity had been building inside me all day. I had that feeling deep down inside, moving about my guts like a slow river. Like a good cop, I was breaking minor firing line policies by looking at message on my telephone while standing on the firing line. Finally, the last shooter appeared to be finishing his remaining ammunition. I sent my wife a message and told her I would call her just after we were finished. I was rather disinterested with what was happening in front of me. I was not instructing, just a shooter at a range, a nobody, and it was a nice change of pace. My hearing protection had microphones so I could hear the sounds, but when they were over a certain decibel, the noise was muted to a safe level. I heard my text tone sound. I glanced around the firing line and turned to grab my phone. The explosion was not that of a traditional firearm. I heard it before and I felt it. It sounded like pebbles being tossed about the firing line. I felt the impact in my left shoulder and my wrist. I was pushed forward slightly. My shoulder became hot and my right wrist was on fire. The pain was not far behind. What felt like a swarm of bees stinging me all at once was the shrapnel from a negligent discharge of a shotgun. The shrapnel made its way quickly down the line, penetrating anything soft. I turned around and saw one of the people on the line taking a knee, blood rushing from his arm. Another person was on the ground, reciting every swear word in the English vocabulary. My shoulder and wrist felt like someone was holding a lighter within inches of both. What I learned was when people are trying to help, sometimes it makes matters worse. One of the people tried to brush the shrapnel from my shoulder, effectively pushing it in further. I removed my shirt and hung it on my shoulder from the shrapnel. It reminded me of how a sock gets caught up on a sharp toenail. Luckily, no one was seriously injured. I could see that the shooter was completely distraught. It had to be humiliating, terrifying, and horrible memory to face. I do know that it was a miserable feeling having that hot shrapnel in my shoulder and right wrist area. If I'd not turned to check my text message from my wife, I'd have been hit on the left side of my face and the exposed portion of my neck. 3 months after this incident, I took a week off for a hairband festival. We attend this festival every year. Where else can you share an elevator with Lita Ford or perhaps the band Warrant? We were at one of the shows and I decided to go back to our camper for some refreshments. As I sat in my lawn chair, my right wrist would not stop itching. Thought a mosquito might have enjoyed some of my rum-laced blood. I went to the table inside the camper and gave my wrist one last scratch. A faint but audible metallic sound hits the table. I believe that was the last piece of shrapnel from the incident on the range. Part 4. The Advocate. The situations that fate has dealt me is not a question. It is the result of what has transpired in my life. This is what I am. when I am learning about. This is what has consumed people of whom I used to be close, and has taken them from this world forever. These are my demons, and I am no longer afraid nor embarrassed to share them with anyone. I am a young man with many years to live, yet I write these stories because I want other young men and women to know that they also have a long life ahead of them. Not just a long life, but a life filled with peace, love, and happiness. These things once existed for me, then they disappeared for years. I'm just recently starting to try and find them again. It's hard and takes deliberate actions to make it work. Being angry and paranoid daily takes more energy than to try and find peace of mind. Make it a goal to live in the peace you've protected, fought for, and earned. Getting what I deserve. One major obstacle I still deal with looks a lot like happiness, but it isn't. I struggle the most around my birthday and throughout the entire Christmas season. What exactly do I deserve? I am the last person on earth that will look at something and tell myself I've earned that. I rarely feel I have done enough to earn anything that could bring potential joy to my life. When the kids open their gifts during our family holiday, I feel a profound sense of happiness. When I see packages with my name on them, my first thought is someone wasted their time and money. They could have got the kids something else. I know I'm not alone stating that I not feel I need or deserve kindness given by others. I would prefer to give than receive. This all makes me feel quite uncomfortable. I was once told, good things happen to good people. For the most part, I can see that is true. Maybe it is my slant on the world, but that is not the case for me. I'm not trying to be a whiner or complain, but this phenomenon has been a consistent pattern throughout my life. The pattern is so apparent, my wife now also has begun to notice it, which is likely my fault. I am grateful for our home, family, health, food, and other necessary essentials for a good life. I'm always very leery of anything above that. If things are falling into place and my day, week, or month is just going great, I have learned that there is a cost. That cost comes in the form of something that will be take away from the joy that I experience. Like a ball bouncing on concrete, every action causes an equal and opposite reaction. Maybe it is fate, maybe luck, but when good things happen, they're hard to enjoy because the impending doom that follows soon after lingers like a bad leg cramp. Enjoying the simple things in life is safe, but I am now always prepared to pay with my emotional checkbook. The way I see it, I get what I deserve. No way to live. Vigilance is a noble trait, often associated with heroic acts of valor. It is also an important tool for law enforcement and military personnel to help keep you and your partner safe. Vigilance is also a double-edged sword. There needs to be a switch. A person has to be able to turn it off. I did not have an off switch. Providing a sixth sense type of perception, vigilance gives a step up on the competition. In the competition of life, the difference between winning and losing can be fatal. In the long term, not having the ability to turn it off can also be fatal. I was driving my family nuts. Everywhere we would go, I was armed. Before I walked into a building, I took mental notes of people, things, anything out of the ordinary. Taking a mental security survey of the building, finding exits, bathrooms, and other areas that may need to be used at a moment's notice, I was constantly ready to respond to a variety of events that may present themselves. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm typically always armed to this day, primarily for personal protection. I've earned that right. However, torturing oneself over what may happen with a never-ending list of possible scenarios is constant torment. is a game no one can possibly win. If you go to the store and prepare for a robbery to happen while you're shopping and it doesn't, it's thrown into your mental trash. If a robbery or something similar does occur, it only supports the notion that no one is to be trusted and you should be giving psychic readings. The problem that I had was there's a greater than average likelihood that one of those scenarios could come to fruition. When a situation would occur, it would only reinforce my belief that I was either psychic or a magnet for disaster. Just so you know, I could not talk to the dead or read a palm. But my senses did tell me that this was no way to live. Crowded places. Certain things reinforce my beliefs. 2 steps forward in an attempt to reduce the hypervigilance, and then there is an incident that moves me 3 steps back. I hate crowded places. I do not care for unorganized large groups of people. I don't find these situations safe and need to be watching everyone to ensure that there are no threats. I need to know where all of the zones are located so I can advance in case of an emergency. In short, it's the old police adage, smile, be nice, and have a plan to kill everyone in the room. An example of my hypervigilance has even taken place in my hometown Walmart. Situated on Highway 10 in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota, Walmart is a busy store most of the year. On a quiet afternoon, my wife and I had a few items to pick up prior to heading home for the evening. I do not like standing in lines for many reasons. Here we are, minding our own business on a quiet weekend. Soon, we're being shuffled to the front door because there's a threat of a bomb. Neither my wife nor I were surprised that this occurred when all I wanted to do was buy some new razor blades. Concerts also have been a particular challenge for me. I don't mind the 10,000 people standing in front of me. It's the other 25,000 people behind me I cannot see who worry me. Every concert I've attended, I seem to be placed next to some moron that thinks they need to show the lead singer that they have a beer, holding it above their head. As beer splashes like a lawn sprinkler over everyone within a 10-foot radius, I feel the need to chew their ass. I really don't want to, but it needs to be done. If I don't lecture them, my life will. And she likes to fight. God, I love her. I also like good scrap, but like the Toby Keith song goes, I ain't as young or as good as I once was. Feeling. Feelings of love, happiness, and being settled left me years ago. I do care and have love for my family. I mean, I have an operational plan prepared simply to go get fuel for the lawnmower. But when asked what makes me happy, I struggle to answer. Once the silence was broken, I responded that being left alone makes me happy. Not having to meet new people outside the professional realm makes me happy. Not having to answer questions about personal things makes me happy. Not going to crowded places where people ask questions like, what's the worst thing you've seen, or have you had to kill anyone, makes me happy. I don't respond to questions like that and search for an exit. Not having to explain myself or have small talk with anyone would be a gift. Looking back at my answers to that question raises a level of irony. The things that I responded that made me happy were actually avoiding things that make other people happy. I obviously have a level of distrust for most people. I'm curious as to what angle someone is playing when interacting with me. I listen to their voice and, if speaking person, analyzing their body language. Numb is a good description. Lack of empathy and believing that the world is not this beautiful paradise where a lot of the other people live their protected lives was how I thought. When I said I didn't care, I truly do not care. I know what love is and try to give it. I know what fear is and I understand it. I also know what anger is. I know I can feel it. My organizational skills regarding emotions have been misplaced, and I search for them daily. My non-professional theory is that terrible arguments I would have with my wife made my blood boil. I could not tell you many of the topics that we were so important at the time. I would do anything to get a reaction for her, hoping in the end we would embrace and be closer than ever. During the argument, I felt anger, fear, but at the end of each heated argument, I felt a little glimmer of something that had been missing, and that was love. It wasn't a permanent feeling, but I was so frustrated and confused at what was happening to me, I needed to feel loved. What I didn't realize that I was loved more than ever. I was just too blind to see it in front of my face. Riding shotgun. If you do not like to drive, you and I will get along famously in a vehicle. I have learned to conceal my anxiety very well over 20 years. Riding as a passenger should be a relaxing experience. Riding as a passenger for me is an opportunity to constantly scan our surroundings for potential danger. There are very few people I can stand to be in a car with as a passenger. The simple thought of having to experience this will keep me up the night before. This includes cars, trucks, boats, and airplanes. I'm not a pilot, but I'm pretty sure if they gave me a fake yoke or stick to simulate me flying the plane, I would feel much better. Just let me drive and we'll get along just fine. Another strange thing about being a passenger in a vehicle is that it puts me the closest to the side of the road. The side of the road contains dangers for me. For some, it was roadside bombs, children running out in front of cars, or simply going in the ditch to avoid an accident. I do not like sitting closest to the side of the road. One morning, while riding to school with my brother in his 1978 Thunderbird, we had a little mishap. Slush had caused the front wheels of the car to hydroplane out of control. The last thing I heard him say was, "We're going in!" Go in we did, Dukes of Hazzard style. In a time before kids had cell phones, we had to rely on good neighbors. A neighbor working in his yard saw us leave the ground and land in the bottom of the water-filled ditch, narrowly missing a stop sign. I hit my head on the dash. The impact bent the frame of the big car. The sound of the vehicle hitting the ground was violent. The follow-up thump I could only assume was my head contacting the dash. Still remember that Bon Jovi was playing on the radio as we did our best Dukes of Hazzard impression that day. I'm grateful it was not a worse situation. My guardian angel surely suffers from anxiety. Anxiety. If you have worked in any emergency services occupation, you have experienced several degrees of anxiety. Anxiety is definitely present in my life most days. People that know me are reading this are probably shaking their heads. I'm known as a cool-headed, informed decision maker. I've not quite learned how to cope with anxiety, but have a PhD in hiding my mental and physical reaction to whatever triggers my symptoms. For me, there are two types of anxiety I battle. There is the known stressor that will happen in the future, like being a passenger in the vehicle. Then there are the possible or ambiguous stressors like having to sit in traffic for great lengths of time or traveling to an unknown area and not driving the route prior to my actual trip. My ambiguous stressors are like a game of pin the tail on the donkey. They come in blind and surprise me. I may not know what they are, but when they hit me, it causes a physical reaction, typically involving my digestive system. I sometimes learn of these new triggers as they occur. Most recently, I found my hatred of car washes and elevators. I know some can relate to this. Being confined puts me in a defensive mode. I didn't know what was happening to me was a panic attack. The panic attacks I had seen on television involved some hysterical person bouncing off the walls only to be hauled away to a padded room with large orderlies. That description may be true for some, but it is quite the opposite for me. I sit quietly as my mind processes completely illogical thoughts. These thoughts can be so outlandish that in hindsight, they're not even realistic. Physically, I see stars, my vision begins to narrow, and my breathing accelerates. My heart starts to beat at an abnormal pace, and I feel almost static electricity all over my body. I get hot, and I start to sweat. Lastly, I can either smell or hear things normally I wouldn't be able to identify. It's scary as hell, but sitting next to me, you may not know what's happening, unless, for some strange reason, you'd have your hold of your arm on my hand. You may speak to me, and I'll hear you, but not hear what you said. My grandpa Elmer used to do that to my grandma Doris, but I'm pretty sure it was intentional. If anyone does anything I may perceive out of the norm during these incidents, they receive extra mental scrutiny from me. I go into survival mode and prepare to get through whatever situation may present itself. More often than not, almost always, nothing happens and it has created fear in my own mind. This is my panic attack, and I live with them frequently. Unfortunately, my family is also on the receiving end of some of the colorful behavior and language that I supply during these situations. It is very easy to become overwhelmed. There are techniques to reduce this, but I have yet to master them. Luckily, my family has been forgiving and patient. Patience. I am a huge fan of late 1980s metal music. I love the band Guns N' Roses. Their song Patience meant little to me growing up. As I listen to the song now, I truly start to believe that I could use a little more patience. I have lost patience for most things, which I do not make any attempt to conceal. I have a short list of things that I cannot make a conscious effort to give patience towards. I have patience for most young children. Children get a pass because of their innocence in the world. I find peace in listening to children describe their days, things they've built, and the stories they tell. Veterans have earned my respect, and I genuinely enjoy listening to them as they describe bits and pieces of their lives. Elderly people have also earned my respect. The stories and experiences are not only entertaining, but almost always contain some sort of wisdom. Like a parable from the Bible, the elderly never stop teaching until they take their last breath. Animals also get my respect. They trust us to take care of them. We trust animals to take care of us. Our animals are an important part of our family. They are one of the few things in this world that can calm my warrior attitude. Not that anyone cares, but able-bodied adults get little or no sympathy from me. I find their problems to be mostly excuses and their pain to be a whining that is most often because of their own lack of action. There are exceptions to this, however. If people have not taken control of their lives and are now complaining about it, I will go sit at the kids' table because it is much more interesting to me. As these symptoms grew, I found I started to become easily annoyed at small things. The slamming of car doors, fireworks, loud eaters, people dragging their feet on carpet, and gum smackers. People who come to your home and their cell phone rings and they start a loud conversation with someone only to tell you to be quiet. I still intentionally make all the accidental noise I can at that point. Or worse yet, loud eaters. I cannot stand the sound of open-mouthed chewers or loud eaters. I literally have to get up from the table and drive to the next county. Unfortunately for me, I am surrounded on both sides by a family of loud eaters. Last, but definitely not least, are the liars. With telling half a story in an attempt to manipulate facts or flat out lying, I have no patience. We always told our son to tell the truth no matter what. We will work through whatever it is, but do not lie. There are few things more hurtful than when people around you intentionally mislead others by fabricating truths or leaving out key pieces of information that mirrors but does not tell the truth. This happens on countless occasions and has changed many relationships. When that line gets crossed, even one time, it changes everything. Like the comedian Stephen Wright said, I live on the end of a one-way dead-end street. Don't travel down that street because there's no way to turn back. I am not interested. As a person's life progresses, so do priorities. Hobbies used to be an important part of my life. I loved hunting, fishing, shooting, basketball, and a variety of other activities that occupied my free time. I no longer hunt. I hate basketball. I typically only shoot when I have to qualify. The last time I was fishing, it lasted about 10 minutes. I ended up bobbing on the water on an inflatable stingray drinking a beer. The thought of me having to get up early and walk to a frozen shelter belt for a deer is the last thing I would like to do on my day off. My dogs dislike gunshots, and that works just fine for me. I used to set my watch to whatever time Cops was on television. Now I avoid any type of police show. Major credit goes to the officers because I would not have the patience to deal with the drunk guy on the park bench like I used to do so many years ago. It's a very difficult job, and they deserve praise for keeping their heads about them shift after shift. Recent war movies are something I intentionally avoid and have lost any interest even hearing the plot. These types of films are typically tragic, cause anxiety for me, and are somewhat predictable. I honor our veterans every chance I get. I also think it's important to have good quality movies, as I just described. Watching them for me is not something I care to do. Ever. Depression. Most have had that drunk friend. You know the one. They get one or two drinks in them. They start reminiscing about a past relationship or that perfect weekend at the lake. Soon after, they're drunk texting an ex-girlfriend or boyfriend 3 times over and tears start rolling like an oil lamp. Combine that with sad music playing in the background and you have just written a country music hit. Just so you know, I don't have much patience for that either. It is very uncomfortable for me. I didn't know much about depression until recently. I asked a psychologist one day, is it possible to have depression and still yet be a comedian? She smiled and answered, one of my favorite comedians was Robin Williams. Then it began to make sense to me. Now, I'm not a doctor, and I can only describe my observations. For me, depression is like a demon, hiding deep in someone's inner core. It lingers there, and unlike anxiety, slowly builds and then creeps out. Before you know it, it's consumed you, and the battle is underway before you've even loaded your gun. It's like a short stack of pancakes, multiple situations pile up on top of each other. What I've learned, each pancake may not be as important as another pancake, but stack all the pancakes together, and soon you'll have a pile. Depression can cause your entire thought process to change. Your body and actions tend to follow these perceptions. This can definitely have a profound effect on anything you do. Depression and anxiety can masquerade as creative abilities when it comes to the arts. It's like that some of the best poems, songs, and literary works came from the deep feelings or emotions from their authors. Commercials play upon our emotions. But get someone battling depression and watch an ASPCA commercial with music by Sarah McLachlan, and the tears can start rolling. My wife does not suffer from depression, but covers her ears with her hands and her head with a blanket during those commercials. The symptoms of my depression come and go. It is more of a notion than anything negative that happens in my life is my fault. Perhaps maybe I am being punished for something. Accepting is believing that particular notion is a part of my depression. Faded away from those of whom I used to have any sort of friendship. I intentionally avoided military and law enforcement colleagues. Sure, I'd run into people here and there. We would give each other the same old chit-chat most people would offer one another, but there was no authentic sharing. I did not want people to feel obligated to have to come and speak with me. This was on me. These are good people. I just didn't want to interact with anyone. I would make the rare exception if the conversation was prefaced with a hearty rumor or gossip. Not sleeping and forgetting things. I legitimately thought I was experiencing the early onset of Alzheimer's disease. Memories were stored in my brain like a disorganized closet. I'm typically a very organized person. I started to find myself forgetting small things in life. My short-term memory was taxed and it was become very frustrating. I would lose my keys several times a day. I could not remember the names or addresses. Thank God my password book, or I would never get any of my Amazon accounts squared away. I would often forget what day of the week it was. Focusing and concentrating on work was the exceptionally hard. I found myself daydreaming very frequently. I'd be staring at a fixed object, and my wife would either snap me out of it or another stimulus would alarm me. Sometimes 10 minutes would pass before I would come back to reality. I was tired a great deal of the time because I either woke up or was not able to go back to sleep or just not sleep at all. My mind did not seem to have an off switch. Sometimes I've had vivid dreams, nightmares, or short and intense thoughts that seemed as if they were happening over and over again. Images of events scatter through my head, often when daydreaming. They are vivid and seem real. Pictures scattered all over a room, blowing around like one of those grab the cash machines at a casino. A flash here and another there, and so on. There's no rhyme or reason to the order in which they appear. It is important to work on taking these things out of that disorganized closet, labeling them, and packaging them back in a fashion that is manageable. It may take a lifetime to accomplish. It is a confusing thing to have this happen. I especially struggle with the images and forgetfulness this day. An inside tip, if you're looking for a sound investment, Post-it notes may be a great opportunity for you. I use my share simply organizing my activities on a daily basis. Anger, taking it personally. I struggle with the battle of good versus evil. I don't like to lose, and I certainly do not like it when an injustice is rewarded instead of punished. It doesn't take much to get me angry. A small stimulus triggers a response. Backed in a corner, I will come back at you in survival mode. It's either there or not there. There's no middle ground. There's no 0 to 10. There's only about 5 and 10. Anything perceived as a threat or intentionally harmful is met with an immediate and aggressive response. Small things that are simply part of life can be perceived as personal attacks on me. When I speak of anger, I'm not talking about a temper tantrum. I'm speaking about going into a warrior mode, doing and saying whatever it takes to get a reaction. Blood-boiling anger or destroying whatever caused it is primary focus. The amazing thing is that about a day later, I was hard-pressed sometimes to remember what I was so damn mad at. Any deviation from a plan I developed is also a personal act of disrespect. I would do everything in my power to protect me and my family. If you were not with that plan, you were against it and a threat. The most simple and general deviation from my thought process is a complete personal attack and would need to be dealt with swiftly. I would not stand for a second attempt on victimizing my family or anyone I have taken an oath to defend. The energy involved in dealing with these perceived personal attacks has kept me up at night and distracted me during the day. I would plot and scheme to get even or place barriers to prevent future situations from affecting me. How dare people even consider crossing this path with me? How dare they? I would think to myself. This rationale was chipping away at me day after day. All of the perceived threats were way too much stimulus to deal with, and I didn't feel anyone else was doing enough to prevent the events from occurring. Quite frankly, I was exhausted. Surrendering and forgiving. I learned that I do not like the idea of surrendering to anything. I do not like to lose. According to my Facebook feed, it was exactly 1 year ago today when I had a talk with my wife. I'd been off for about 2 days, having to do something I really did not want to do. I was passive-aggressive and quiet. If someone would have described my behavior, they would have said that a bald-headed guy was pouting. We spoke very little on the way home. The feeling of darkness, being alone, and exhausted flooded me to my core. For the first time in 20 years, I truly opened up to my wife. I told her I felt like shit, pretty much all the time. I proceeded to talk continuously for about 3 hours during our drive home from Minneapolis. I started from the beginning and took her to the present. I had to surrender to the notion that it was probably time we take a look at how I operated. I didn't realize that she was already an expert in that field. That day changed my life, but it wasn't over yet. I had to accept things for what they were and ask her to forgive me for who I'd become. I also do not like the notion of forgiveness. It's a hard thing to think of and even say. Sometimes, to get it right, it has to be said several times. In order for me to keep my family in sanity, I was going to need to evaluate some of my perceptions that in my mind that had kept me alive. I would need to try to surrender to the notion that everyone in the world was evil and out to damage me and my family. I would need to let my child do things that I perceived as risky. I would have to listen instead of give advice. I would have to step back. That is hard to do for someone who's passionate about stepping forward. This change in me is not happening overnight. For me, surrendering and forgiveness are processes of elimination where I pick and choose the things that I can reduce versus eliminate. It is a constant struggle to remind myself, chill out in the smallest of situations. The biggest step was to agree that I was an emotional hoarder and I needed to start organizing this stuff. That meant forgiving. I recently watched a movie where the topic was forgiveness and it was the forefront. The lesson learned is that when a person forgives, it has little to do with those of who caused you whatever affects you. Forgiveness is for you and your health. You may have to say it 1,000,000 times, but letting go of some of the hate, anger, and vengeance helped me think a little more clearly. I realized how much energy it took to hate on a daily basis. The first person I had to forgive was the guy I was looking at in my bathroom mirror. I'm not sure if he understands what it means yet, but it's beginning to help organize my emotional closet. Cannot say I still particularly care for that person, but I know he tries to do the right thing. Forgiving? Well, we'll have to work on that one. What if I was gone? I have never had the thought of harming myself or taking my own life. I've had dear friends do this, and I struggle with their decision. I find it difficult to forgive those who take the pain and alleviate it by taking their life. What that causes are a projection of their own pain upon those remaining that love them. Unfortunately, children fall into that category of pain recipients. The innocence of children is robbed by a loved one's suicide. I have the thought on several occasions, especially in fits of rage, what everyone's life would be like if I were not here. Would it be better? Worse? No different? I'm not speaking of suicide. I'm referring to an accident, crime, if we had never met, or perhaps a natural disaster. It's somewhat egotistical to wonder what everyone would do without you. In reality, it's also rather practical to prepare affairs in case something does happen and your family needs to be secure. I concluded that my wife is a survivor of many things, to include me. She would survive and be successful if I was in her life or not. She also would have been successful if she never had met me. Her level of frustration may be greatly reduced, but the fact is she did meet me, and I am grateful for that. I think it's important to take a look at oneself and assess the value you provide to those around you. It is not egotistical to take a self-inventory and do a little quality control every now and then. Be a rock. Be a lover. Be that person that stands with, not on, those who love you. Work. I'm fairly certain I would not do well in a large office setting. I've been working from a domicile for nearly 7 years. It poses the occasional procedural challenges, but nothing a little creativity cannot overcome. I do not think I could be as successful to the level I am now if I'd had a different working environment. Like a warm glove on a cold winter day, this working arrangement at a one-person domicile fits me. I am the one accountable for everything I do. I like it this way because it's in my control. A larger office setting, or even having one person in my office now, would be like an extended stay at a friend's house. The first night or two would be fun, playing cards, having a few beers, share some laughs. By the third, fourth, or fifth night, you start mentally taking note of the things that the person does that drives you absolutely insane. Snoring, loud chewing, slamming doors, anything that's different from the way that you live your life. I'm certain those same mental notes are being tracked by others as well. In the day and age of telework and email, technology has been my refuge. I am not required a face-to-face meeting with anyone unless it's controlled on my terms. This has been about balance. I can deal with every aspect of my career at an exceptional level. Technology has made this even easier by allowing me to construct reports and requests in digital format. Rarely would I have to leave the confines of my house. Anything I need to accomplish would be considered structured, planned, and controlled. Law enforcement is likely the only job that suits me perfectly. We kind of have this understanding after all these years, me and law enforcement. It tried to kill me a couple times. I left it because of many reasons a couple of times before. Now, like old high school sweethearts, we're back together again for the long haul. I am grateful to have the men and women in blue as my coworkers. I also feel very blessed to have this career. Answer the question. Let me be clear. I'm not a victim. And when I talk about close calls or difficult professional situations, I am well aware I chose my own career path. I did not choose the situations, but I expected that life was going to have ups and downs. What happened to me was life. From an innocent-minded North Dakota farm kid to soldier, police officer, and agent, the roller coaster was full of jubilant highs and painful lows. What I was not prepared for was the aftermath and damage that this ride can cause. At the time, it was not discussed, nor were there any concrete resources available to help. In a time where understanding or acceptance of stressors was either shamed or not discussed, lifelong images, dreams, and other challenges persist. The answer to the question is that all of these symptoms are post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. I have learned that when I have to go into a high-stress or high-risk situations, give me the PTSD crew. These are the brave folks that consistently run towards the danger. They have or are willing to sacrifice it all in the name of what they believe. They are made of something very special that would give most people nightmares. They are the fight in the fight or flight. They walk among all of us watching and waiting to react to protect you, a perfect stranger. They have to survive every day, dedicated to serving those who need protection, whether they like it or not. PTSD symptoms can creep up on people. Its sufferers are among the strongest in society. It may take years for the symptoms to actually be identified. The important thing to remember if you're suffering with PTSD symptoms is that there are several professionals that dedicate nearly their whole career to studying ways to alleviate some of the most aggressive symptoms. PTSD symptoms can cause physical pain, confusion, and affect a person's digestive system, amongst other things. Identification and management of PTSD symptoms had been lacking for years. Some of our heroes from World War II, the Korean War, and Vietnam are just now being diagnosed with PTSD. It has taken a change in the perception of PTSD in order to come up with ways to help those who suffer. Before PTSD was even given a name, there were precursors to it. Common terms associated with veteran symptoms were shell shock or battle fatigue syndrome. My wife and I have had the incredible opportunity to stare directly into the past through a hero's eyes. She has a part-time cleaning business that she does on the side from her other career. One of the clients is a true hero, a World War II veteran who is sharp as a tack. I do not think I've ever met a more kind-hearted human in my life. I would take time off to go with my wife while she cleaned his home just so I could hear his stories. This hero described his time as an 18-year-old climbing down cargo nets onto a waiting aircraft on D-Day. He said it became such an accepted notion that he and his friends would die there and not come back. In some way, that gave him peace. Climbing down the cargo net is what scared him the most. He described how the water thrashed violently against the hull of the ship, moving it up and down. The cargo nets were wet from splashing water and vomit from those who climbed down before him. His biggest fear was slipping off the cargo net and falling into the water and drowning. Every story he tells, I sit with my mouth open in absolute amazement. His generation was thrown into unspeakable acts of horror. He sits in his recliner with his walker next to him, boldly telling the stories of his life. This amazing hero is one of many that took several walks in hell so that we may live in our country where we can express ourselves without fear of retribution. When we are irresponsible with what has been given to us, we dishonor heroes like this 92-year-old veteran and others like him who paid a deep and personal debt for the flag that represents all of us. Technology has changed warfare. When he lets me see the time through his old eyes, it shakes me to my core. All I can say is, thank you, sir. Times have changed. Unlike my wife, I rarely stare at myself in the mirror. I'm fairly certain that the passenger side sun visor that conceals a mirror in our vehicle is nearly worn out. In a 10-mile trip, that visor's up and down probably 9 times. I could recommend she just leave it down, but this is one of those little things I just have to let go. Never really had a reason to peer into a mirror often. I don't have any hair, I don't wear makeup, but I do occasionally pluck out the stray nasal hair that's gone rogue. As I began the process of coming to grips with these symptoms, I forced myself to look at the image in the mirror. A stranger stood before me, staring right back. I really looked deep into my own eyes. Like our friend the war hero, there was a flood of stories and chaos. No one wants to assess themselves. It's uncomfortable. I had to start listening to my family and wife. I started listening to the words that come out of my mouth. Some of the crap I would say that needed to be addressed in a major way. I needed to be called out on my own words and craft them in a way everyone could understand. Worse yet, sometimes I needed to explain myself, which is very difficult for me. I'm here to ask you, to beg you please, if you've ever experienced any of these behaviors, these feelings of isolation, fear, paranoia, anger, frustration, at small things in your own life, please speak to someone immediately. If you've changed and don't know why, or feel absolutely nothing any longer, call your peer support. This is no longer a path untraveled. PTSD and its symptoms do not mean you're weaker. It means you're incredibly strong. You need to learn to manage this strength. My brothers and sisters, if no one answers, call me. I'm just a guy learning about all this stuff, but I knew, though, that the days of shame and embarrassment about PTSD and its symptoms are over. The best and worst of humans. Law enforcement officers, regardless of where or for whom you work, are given a different lens in which life presents itself. We are provided a front row seat to interactions between humans. That interaction is in most raw and unedited form. We see unlikely heroes saving someone's life. We see people who should be the heroes stand back and not help anyone. I don't know if it comes down to a matter of choice or just how people are wired. I recently had the opportunity to volunteer for service where part of our country was devastated by a natural disaster. Because my hometown was nearly destroyed by a natural disaster in the past, I found it only my duty, but also my privilege to help in any way I could. I've been part of volunteer groups like this before. Typically, there are several type A personalities that clash because everyone's idea is the best. I will say, on this most recent volunteer trip, I witnessed something I'd never seen before. I had the privilege to be part of a group that had one focus: helping people and doing whatever it took to accomplish that mission. This rare group produced no drama, arguments, or negative attitudes. That positive attitude projected to the victims and residents affected in this area. I was honored to be part of this group, and they are some of the best men and women of which I've ever served. With every disaster comes those who take advantage of the vulnerable. Disasters provide opportunities for looting, addiction, and other personal crimes that typically occur with more resistance. This is unfortunate collateral damage brought forth by opportunity. That is where law enforcement comes in, attempting to maintain the line of civility and protect our fellow humans. That is really what this is all about for me. While volunteering for this operation, I met a couple who still had their home, but had been without power. Their love for one another, faith, and attitude put a broad smile on my face. As I sat and drank a cup of hot coffee with them, they shared stories of over their 60 years of marriage. To just sit and listen to these stories made me realize how important relationships between each other really are and are all that really matters in the end. Every story that the couple told that day had one specific theme. What got them through each triumph and tragedy was their love and respect for one another. They were so grateful for something as simple as a hot cup of coffee. What they didn't realize was the amazing gift they gave not only to me, but the crowd of police, firefighters, and other emergency personnel that sat down to listen to their story. I am sure I will never see them again, but if they ever read this, I would love to say thank you. I can only hope that I can learn how to live, exist, and love the way these two amazing people do. I don't think law enforcement officers lose that human factor within us. The human factor can be easily misplaced or set aside out of necessity. I do think we sometimes are shocked back into reality when we are up close and personal with multiple victims. The impact we can have on someone's life can either be positive or negative. Oftentimes, that impact is beyond our control. The sheer volumes of calls, repetitive nature of certain incidents, and what is going on in our personal lives projects on how we act and perform on our duties. To witness the resilience of people, victims, and communities gives hope that there's still greatness in the world. People who are willing to stand up and help one another when it matters most. I witnessed this after September 11th attacks. Politics, in an instant, became nothing more than a process instead of the main story on the national news. We knew it was time. We knew it was time. After an episode of complete anger and not caring about anyone or anything in the world, we had enough. I was tired of being tired. I was tired of being angry all the time. I hated the thought of other people around me. I was certain that others would certainly take advantage of me or my family if it gave them even a sliver of opportunity. In a brief moment of clarity, I could see that all of my planning and ideas to protect everything was a thing that was destroying every relationship I ever had. I had become a full-time asshole and an exceptional part-time actor. We, my wife and I, decided it was time to speak with someone. There are no surprises here. I sat nervously in a waiting room, dreading the anticipation of my name being called. My wife was by my side, like she always has been. An energetic man came out and called my name. I should have used a fake name. He offered me a chair in his dark office. Across the small room sat my wife. I didn't say much that day. I was asked about 3 questions and just stopped answering. My wife took over and provided the answers to the questions posed by the energetic man. I felt my face getting red as she described what I'd become. Embarrassed, angry, sad. My mouth was dry and my head just hurt. Worst of all, my heart broke as I listened to her answer these questions about who I was, what my behavior was like, and worse yet, who I used to be. I felt a hot, salty burn slowly travel down my left cheek as I watched my wife's tearful testimony. All I could do is sit quietly and slowly shake my head from side to side. For the first time in a long time, I didn't know what to do. The man rattled off a bunch of medical terms. His excitement was as if no one had visited him in days. Unfortunately, I was not good company. I wasn't paying much attention. I heard them discussing different scenarios and more questions that would have to be answered. It all seemed like a dream to me. How did I get here? What now? I did know that she was right, and this was the right thing to do. Thinking in detail about what is driving you, really driving you, is very hard. What did happen was rather amazing. I started remembering intricate details of some pretty horrible events. When I say details, I mean remembering very insignificant things. These things include smells, stains in clothing, turning on a light switch, or reciting a joke verbatim that was told 10 years ago. The mind is an amazing thing. Keep it as your ally, because it will do whatever it takes to protect itself and survive. It continues. As hard as it is to sit and listen about one's vulnerabilities or faults, it became necessary. The hard work that is done in an attempt to overcome certain horrors never ends. After discussing major issues, working on how to deal with the recurrence of these disturbing memories, and the realization of how more are bound to occur, I've learned a lot. The stories and events that I've witnessed will always be with me. They will always affect me. For instance, I was recently in a horrific car crash. Luckily, no one was injured. Being effectively pit maneuvered by an 18-wheeler at 65 miles per hour is not something anyone should ever have to experience. What seemed like 5 minutes was clearly a matter of seconds. While being spun around, I recalled several YouTube videos of officers pit maneuvering dangerous fleeing felons. I thought, oh my God, this is what a pit maneuver feels like, and it's horrible. There's some interesting parallels between that pit maneuver and where my life had gone. Somewhat spinning out of control, yet you have the steering wheel between both hands. The anger that followed the terror was so intense that I was shaking. Incidents like this, if not dealt with, compound on top of each other and make up the stories in our lives. I'm grateful we are still here, but angry that someone, intentionally or not, nearly took everything we all had. The visions of this incident, like other incidents, enter my head several times a day. The images my brain recorded in those seconds visit me in my dreams. It's how we deal with these compounding memories that's most important. I wrote this book because I was a soldier and have been in law enforcement for 23 years and counting. There is an important piece of the training puzzle that is completely lacking for new recruits and veteran emergency services professionals. We speak of legal ramifications, court cases, qualified immunity, and other court decisions. We learn to walk, talk, and act like professionals. We are taught to write reports from a factual basis. We are trained in so many things, from vehicles to guns. We are not taught how to deal with our own stories. We have overlooked one of the most persistent and deadly topics. We are provided resources that have acronyms that we're out to reach out to and contact should trauma occur within our lives. We are not taught that what may be a trauma for one person may not have the same effect on another. We're also not taught that these traumas may not have an immediate effect on our lives. I am sorry. There you have it. This is the story of my life thus far. In professional terms, this is my case.
the years of not knowing what was happening to me as a human. Looking back, it is very clear how multiple incidents compounded to the point of changing me into the person I have become. The problem was, I didn't even know who that person was. I am sorry I didn't know sooner. I am sorry to those who had to walk this journey with me. I'm sorry I didn't write this book much sooner now. We are warriors. Warriors stand, fight, and run to the sound of danger. The point is, we need to take good care of ourselves if we intend to take care of others. It took me until 2018 to learn about and identify these symptoms. 23 years of law enforcement, and about the only mystery I have not solved is why my wife and family still stand beside me. This will be a constant struggle the rest of my life, but I have found help in my incredibly strong, patient, and forgiving family. For your family, for you. Please do the same. Things that heal. What has helped me in more ways than one is identifying projects and hobbies that help me on a daily basis. Even though work is not a hobby, I enjoy what I do for a living and intensely focus on my task. Music has become my escape. Writing music, playing guitar, and pounding out a beat on one of my drum kits has been nothing but a joy in my life. I would not consider myself an excellent musician by any standard, but as an enthusiast, I'm right up there with Beethoven. Lastly, but certainly not least, is what you're reading is at this very moment. Writing these words has helped me beyond even my own imagination. I encourage anyone to sit down and just start hacking. Writing has always been a close friend to me. I am grateful for the opportunity to be here and share with you my words. I'm even more grateful that someone took the time to read them. I take the advice of my father, who encouraged me to write things down, because someday you'll wish you would have. So I did. Thanks, Pops. Epilogue. Of course, there are many more stories I could tell from my 23 years in law enforcement. Many more. There were tragedies of such magnitude that, before choosing my career, I could not even imagine. There were frightening, life-threatening episodes that still make me wake up from my sleep and shake me to my core. There are the triumphs of lives saved and the devastation of lives that could not be saved. I've chosen not to include many of these stories because no matter how I may change the names, towns, and streets, the situations were so unique that the victims and perpetrators, and perhaps the bystanders, could be identified. I do not want the victims to suffer again, so I respectfully keep their stories in the vault of my soul, hoping that life has been much kinder to them since our lives intersected. And while this book consists of my experiences and struggles dealing with humanity, and to include my own reactions to those struggles, it is hoped that a larger meaning will be taken from these stories and struggles. The hope is that by reading about my life, others who have had both the opportunity and misfortune to be responsible for the safety and lives of others will know that they're not alone should they face the darkness. Also, for those with these awesome responsibilities to know that they're not alone should they question their reactions, and to not bring these burdens to the sanctuary they call home, unable to slough them off. Want them to know there's help out there. It isn't the times when I've been called to action. It has been the time in between that has been intolerable. Lastly, I want others to know that in order for self-preservation to occur, it is imperative to seek help when you need it. For as you stand fast on whatever color line you represent, protecting the innocent from chaos, be wary that the darkness stands on the other side of the line, staring right back at you. Acknowledgements. My wife, for guiding me daily and continuing to love me through it all. My son, who can shake his head and forgive like no other. My entire family for taking the time to read what I wrote and still talk to me. I love you all. My beta, for taking a look before I crossed into the unknown. Ruthie Zocker, Troy Shaner, Mary Sue Olhauser, Chris Potter, Bob Stanger, Derek the DLB Brewer, Maggie Massa, Stephen Smith, Jeff Leckitz, Dave Hudson, Dr. Norton, Dr. Dolly, Donnelly and Fred Strand, and the professionals at the Veterans Administration in Fargo, North Dakota. To my beloved Auntie D, Doreen Rosewald, you are my mentor and inspiration. You encourage me to write and continue my projects. There are no words to thank you enough for your guidance, expertise, and friendship. To my colleagues, thank you for what you've done and continue to do on a daily basis. Thank you for keeping me and each other safe. Thank you to those who stood beside me in every situation. You are my family. The end, or beginning.